Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We are continuing with the Casey Anthony trial, and we are up to day, 16, I think, at this point. Just finished 15 yesterday. And again, we are marathoning our way through this trial and rewatching it, which is very interesting for a lot of people because it happened a long time ago, and a lot of people were just taking the media's takes on it, and it's good to see it for yourself live in person. So that is what's going on with the Casey Anthony trial. Yesterday, we had a lot of experts on Google searches, chloroform, things like that. And we're going to be moving on today with some more testimony. So without any further ado, let's get it rolling. This is day 15. So we also was a very interesting witness, medical examiner, but we're moving on now to day 16. Let's see. Let us pull it up. Day 16.
You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed? Okay, who will be the state's first witness?
Neil Haskell.
Okay, let's bring in the jury. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you hear my previous admonitions during the recess? Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, state may call the next witness.
Dr. Neil Haskell.
I do. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Neil Haskell, N-E-A-L, H-A-S-K-E-L-L.
And is it Mr. Haskell or Dr. Haskell?
Dr. Haskell will work fine.
Dr. Haskell, would you tell the jury, please, how you presently are employed?
I'm employed as a professor of forensic science and biology at St. Joseph's College in Rensselaer, Indiana. I'm also a private international forensic entomology consultant.
And if you would just kind of give us your educational background that led you up to your present profession.
Studying entomology in my undergraduate days, I received a Bachelor of Science degree in entomology in 1969. Went back to graduate school later on, received a Master of Science degree in forensic entomology in 1989, and then completed a Doctor of Philosophy degree in 1993, again in forensic entomology.
Where did you get your various degrees?
Oh, yes, Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana.
The PhD also?
All three degrees spread over 4 decades.
Slow down a little bit. Yes. All 3 degrees from the same institution.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to speak slower too. All 3 degrees were from Purdue University.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the practice of forensic entomology since obtaining your degrees?
Lots of experience even before I obtained my degrees, but after I got my master's and PhD specifically in forensic entomology, I've worked cases worldwide in excess of 850 cases. Done a lot of work of course, in this country. I think I've qualified as an expert witness in 27 or 28 states and in Canada, and even had the opportunity to testify in the Ontario Court of Appeals in Canada. Worked, as I said, cases from Australia to Germany to England, Spain, Belize, Mexico, and Canada, of course.
Have you ever worked on cases in the state of Florida?
Yes, I have. I've done somewhere around 40 or more cases from Florida.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic entomology in courts in Florida?
Yes, I've testified, I've been under oath in depositions, in hearings or in trials about a dozen times.
Are you also a farmer?
Yes, I am.
And a rancher?
I used to have cattle and horses. Don't do that anymore.
At this time, Your Honor, I would submit Dr. Haskell as an expert in the field of forensic entomology.
What says the defense? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the doctor will be accepted as expert witness in the field tendered. You may continue.
Since we've used the word forensic entomology a couple of times, could you explain to the jurors what that field means?
Forensic entomologist is an entomologist using entomological practices that have been standardized for centuries in a setting where we are dealing with courts and testimony.
Oh, well, that helps.
Just in case someone doesn't know what entomology means, explain that for us.
Entomology is the study of insects, and it's a very fascinating field. There's so many different critters out here to study, and the forensic aspect of it kind of focuses on some major groups, flies, some of the fly groups and beetle groups, which are fascinating in themselves.
Now, were you contacted at some point in 2008 from someone at the Orange County Sheriff's Office about the possibility of examining some evidence involving the investigation of the death of one Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
When were you first contacted by someone with law enforcement?
I think it was in either late August or early September.
And did you discuss, who contacted you?
Well, I had opportunity to talk with Michael Vincent with the evidence, and had some conversation with him regarding the possibility of entomological evidence being present in this case.
And would those initial discussions have been involving a vehicle that was related to the early part of the investigation?
Yes.
When was the first time that you received, did you receive some evidence from Mr. Vincent to examine at some point?
Yes, initially I wanted to verify that we had forensically important insects, and so he said, well, there's bugs in the car. And so he sent me the samples. He collected some samples, and I wanted to see what we had to verify if, in fact, these were forensically important insects. So he sent me a couple samples that contained larvae and maggots, larvae, and pupae, the cocoon stage of the life cycle of flies, the higher flies. And that was what was in the two samples that he sent me at that time.
And approximately when did you receive the first two samples?
Again, I think it was sometime in September.
After you looked at those, did you have additional discussions with Mr. Vincent about the possibility of additional evidence being sent?
Right. The problem with the group was four-day, the humpback flies or coffin flies or scuttle flies. The common names aren't really too important, but it was the family four-day, which contains a couple hundred species or different kinds in North America. Well, the problem is that it's very difficult to identify the species unless we have an adult of the species. So I asked Michael if there was any possibility that he might have materials that would contain adults of these specimens. And he was thinking for a minute. He said, well, he said, I remembered a lot of these specimens, larvae and pupae, being on evidence that was in the trash bag in the car. And so it had been sealed and stored, I think back in August or September, or August anyway, when they had done the initial inventory. And I said, well, it's worth a shot. He said there was a lot of stuff in there, and my thought was that if it's sealed up, then the adults can't get out, so the adults should be in there. So he sent them up, and so I did additional work going through and examining those materials. There were some napkins, or napkins, or not napkins, paper towels, and the trash bag itself, and we found a number of adults, 15 or 20 adults. And so we had the means then to do a positive identification of the specimens.
Let me stop you for a second.
I need a glass of water to tomorrow.
Let me show you State's Exhibit in Evidence 1.
You want to give him some water?
There we go. The 90% of the napkins contain the specimens.
Okay.
Now, when you received this item, you said that you did find some entomological evidence.
Yes, I did.
So what did you find?
Literally hundreds of these very tiny forward flies. And once I contacted an expert out in LA County at the museum, Brian Brown, who was an expert in these particular flies. I sent him some adults of the specimens, and then I retained larvae and puparia, the puparia again being the cocoon stage of the life cycle, and sent him the adults for positive identification. And he sent me back an identification stating that
I believe it's part of his opinion in the case, Your Honor.
Overrule at this point.
Just, if I may, as a predicate,
Right.
is this the kind of information that someone in your field would normally use in developing a case?
absolutely.
Go ahead.
It was the species of this group known as Megacelia scalaris. And in his report to me, he stated that it would be found regularly in decomposition, human cases and other animal cases of human and animal decomposition. They're very, very common in that.
Now, what you've just told us about where these particular variety of flies are found, is that just from him, or is that from your own knowledge as well?
Oh, well, we've studied, I've had 30-some cases where we've had forward flies. Some of my most noted cases, high-profile case from Vegas a few years ago with solely the...
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Now, so I just wanted to establish that the knowledge you're giving us about the particular fly is from your own knowledge, not from what you were told by some other expert.
No, in addition, it's supported by our...
Okay. Now, the flies, you said, describe how it is that you found them, how you opened up the paper towels, what the process was, and where they were.
There were specimens in the bag itself, in the white plastic bag, and then there was a bag containing these paper towels. And so I started going through the number of paper towels. I don't recall how many, but a number. And I started gently pulling them apart, and obviously there were abundance of puparia and larvae, all of them dried, of course, and dead.
What is a puparium?
Puparia is the cocoon stage of the life cycle of a complete metamorphosis, a complete life cycle insect. It is the cocoon stage. We call it in the flies the puparium.
Okay, thank you. But go ahead.
All right. So as I'm opening these paper towels, I'm noticing that there is an abundance of larvae and puparia, and I even found some adults, a few adults, on these paper towels. As I shook them out into individually shook them out into a white porcelain pan, so we can see them because these are very small. White porcelain pan.
I hope you all had breakfast already. But I also wanted to let everybody know that I put out a tweet today. We're going to see if the David Unetti responds or Robert Alessi. I put out the following tweet, and I'll let you know if I get any answer. Question was, one of the most important questions every trial lawyer needs to ask themselves is, what pump-up music should I be listening to before walking into court? I already know from many trials what Solomon Radner likes to listen to. What about you, Boston defender Bob Alessi? What was the song of choice for the Karen Reed defense team? So if I get a response, I'll let you all know what the pump up music for the Karen Reed defense team was?
They're very small. Larvae are anywhere from maybe 1 millimeter to 3 or 4 millimeters, and millimeter being somewhere around a 4 millimeters being around about a 16th to an 1/8 of an inch. Very, very small.
Now, when you opened up the towel and you found all of these, or towels or napkins, whatever you call it, and you found all these, did there seem to be something on the towels that the flies were attracted to?
Yes, I associated the presence of the flies with the presence of the substance that was on the towels.
And what did you recognize the substance on the towels to be?
Well, I thought it was a good possibility because the flies were there. The larvae were there, obviously feeding and completing their life cycles, that it most likely was decompositional fluid.
Did you do anything in order to further that belief that it could be decompositional fluid?
Absolutely. We go to the next step, and that was to suggest that, or request that this material be analyzed by somebody that could analyze this type of material.
And did you send this item to Dr. Arpad Voss at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive back, did you learn what his evaluation of those was, and did you use that in your opinion?
Yes, he stated that the material is adipocere, the eventual breakdown of fluids that originate from decomposing material.
Witnesses attempted to testify as to findings of Dr. Voss and exactly what his findings are.
Objection overruled.
Are you familiar from your own work in what adipocere is?
Absolutely.
Is that something that you frequently deal with in your forensic entomological evaluation of crime scenes?
Absolutely.
All right, so you have looked at the flies, you have gotten a report back from Dr. Voss. What is the next thing that you do in the case?
Well, in this particular case, we had some timelines with regards to the whereabouts of these paper towels and this bag. And so I started to make a determination of the impact of decomposition, impact of the temperatures, and impact and presence of these insects at a different given times. Okay, when would we have expected to see these, given that we have decomposition present? And so I developed a timeline based on what I had used entomologically in my analysis.
Now, in addition to the Megacelia scalaris, that's the majority of the tiny flies that you found, did you find any other entomological evidence in your examination of the evidence from the trunk?
In the paper towels was a leg, only a leg, and I can't tell you which leg, because there are 6 of them on an insect. It was a leg of a fly that we find one of the species of a group of flies, which we find almost all the time on forensic cases, and that was the blowfly. It was a leg of a blowfly. There are about 90 different kinds of blowflies in North America, and they're regionalized to some degree. And so it was a leg of what I believe one of the southern species of blowflies that were present at that time of year.
Now, the flies that you found in the trunk, are any of them forensically specific to human decomposition?
No.
Are these flies frequently found in cases of human decomposition?
Yes.
But also in cases of non-human decomposition?
Right.
Are these, particularly the Megacelia scalaris, is that also a common fly for even non-mammalian decomposition?
That's correct. The Megacelia scalaris is it likes to feed on about anything.
All right. Now, you understand from the, let me rephrase that. Let me present to you a hypothetical, that the body of a young child was stored in the trunk of that car for a period of time and then removed and deposited in another location. Does that fit with the entomological evidence you found?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury how it fits?
Well, as at the time of death, decomposition begins and it progresses through different stages, or I don't like to specifically say this is stage oriented, but there's a progression as the tissues of the body go from one biochemical and change to another and to another and to another throughout the whole progression of decomposition. The interesting thing about this and the insects is that associated with these different biochemicals and the changes in the biochemistry of the body decomposing, we have different insect groups coming in and feeding at that particular time. The term we use is partitioning of the food resource, and it's a well-known ecological survival mechanism for different organisms. And so the blowflies are they're the bright, shiny green and iridescent blue-colored flies that you'll find around trash cans and around the dead deer that's laying out along the highway. And they're usually the first ones in. They're there if the body's accessible and the conditions are favorable. They're there almost immediately, within seconds to minutes if the temperatures are high. You have plenty of high temperatures down here in Florida. As that body progresses in decomposition stages, the biochemistry changes. And so there's a point where the mother blowfly is no longer interested in that food resource. Mother fly, whether you're a blowfly or whether you're a humpback fly, a forward fly, mother fly is interested in getting her next generation started by laying eggs on a reasonable food source that she thinks it can support her next generation. So there'll be a point where mother blowfly says, hey, this has changed too much biochemically. So I'm going to go out and find a fresh killed deer, a roadkill deer. I'm going to find a little mouse that's out here and it's freshly dead. And I'm going to put my eggs on there, and that's where the next generation is going to come from. And so as the blowflies drop out, for instance, other groups will kick in. And the forward flies are a group that comes early, but not as early as the blowflies, for instance. And so there will be some decomposition to have progressed to before the forward flies would really be interested in calling this the home for the next generation.
And how advanced does decomposition have to be for the forward flies to become the more dominant fly?
Well, with my experience with the forwards, we can see them, particularly in the heat of the summer, we can see them within just a few days, or they may come much later, weeks, even months later. And the interesting thing about the forward flies are that they're very tiny. As I related the size of the larvae, mother fly is not very big. Anywhere from the group can be as small as 1 millimeter in length to maybe 4 or 5 millimeters in length. Maybe a few, it could be a little bit larger, but the particular species that we're dealing with is a very, we would call them gnat-sized flies, and they have this tremendous ability to get through cracks, get through very small openings. I've seen them work down through cracks or recovered them in under concrete that had just a few cracks in it. They had gotten down and developed larvae and or adults, and it's amazing where they can get into and how they can get into things. But they come a little later in the decompositional process.
So in this circumstance, you found a relative absence of the early first decom flies.
Overrule at this point, wait till you finish asking the question, and doctor, do not answer the question until I instruct you to answer the question.
And a greater number of the slightly later decom flies. What does that tell us about whatever was decomposing in the trunk?
Just a second, doctor. Is there an objection now?
Yes, sir. I would still say that's leading.
Overrule, you may answer the question, doctor.
Thank you, Your Honor. It tells me that the body would have had been deposited very quickly into the trunk, and the first flies that come would have had been excluded. And as decomposition progressed, these little tenacious forward flies found a way to get in and begin colonizing in the trunk of the car.
Have you had experience in the past in dealing with bodies that were decomposing in trunks of cars?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that trunks do exclude the blowflies, the very early flies?
They have. The blowflies are pretty tenacious too, and it depends on, of course, it depends on whether you got a junky old car with rust holes in it, or whether you have a well-made car that can exclude. I've seen exclusions. I've seen access in trunks also by the blowflies, but there seems to be obviously a delay in those blowflies getting in.
What would the effect of wrapping the body in, say, a plastic bag or two? Would that have the effect of lessening the amount of the early flies?
Oh, absolutely. I've done experiments where there's been a question: was this victim in a plastic bag or not? And we found that if the plastic bag is totally closed at the mouth, tied off and or wraps, it can delay several days, and it may delay to the point where the body had, and the pigs in our experiment, had decomposed to the point where, again, the blowflies are no longer interested and went someplace else.
Was there any other entomological evidence of significance sent to you from the trunk?
To my recollection, no.
Were you able, based upon the entomological evidence you found, to come to an opinion or an estimate of the amount of time that if there was a body, the decomposing material would have been in the trunk of the car?
Well, in my opinion, the decomposing material, well, the source of the decomposing fluids, in my opinion, that were in the trunk, could not have been in the trunk very long because of the heat of Florida at that time of year. And obviously, whatever was in the trunk had to be out of the trunk by the time that the vehicle was abandoned. And in doing some calculations based on energy units and decomposition, I was able to make an estimate that 3, 4, 5 days in the trunk of that car with that heat would have certainly produced enough of the purged fluids from the remains to have had the amount that would have been present to attract the forward flies that we had, these little minute flies that we had on these paper towels in the trunk of the car.
You mentioned about the significance of heat. What is the significance of heat in this process?
The flies, the insects, and all the arthropods, the group that the insects are in, are cold-blooded creatures. And they are dependent for their metabolism, their growth and development. How fast or how slow that goes is dependent on your environmental temperatures. And the environmental temperatures, if they're warm, will drive these enzymes to work quite fast. And so you'll get growth and development very rapidly. If it's cool or cold, it can slow it, or it can halt it, or even if it gets too cold, it can actually kill the specimens, the little growing maggots or puparia.
So based upon whatever the heat, the temperature might have been in the trunk when this item is decomposing, it would either speed up or slow down decomposition and this entomological process you talked about.
That's correct.
Now, at some point in the November, December of 2008, had you made arrangements and plans to come to Florida to inspect the vehicle yourself?
Absolutely.
Around that period of time, did you receive some surprising news from Florida?
Yeah, the remains of a little girl had been found.
Did you go ahead with your plans and travel to Florida during the week that the body was found?
Yes, I did. We'd already had plane tickets, so I chose to just go ahead and use those and come down a few days. I think I came down on the 16th of December. The body was found, and they were processing the scene sometime around the 11th, 12th, or 13th, and then continuing on. So I just waited until my tickets were good and didn't see any real need to be down here any quicker than that, because we had, I felt, adequate folks that knew what they were doing with the entomology and so forth. And so when I got down here, I had an opportunity to do what we planned to do at that time, plus other things, obviously.
Between the 11th and the date you came, will you continue to consult with law enforcement about collecting entomological evidence and how they could help you in your work?
Absolutely.
And when you came down, did you actually travel to the scene where the remains had been found and inspect some of the area?
Yes, I traveled to the scene. I also went to the impound yard where the vehicle had been impounded for a number of days, and talked with the impound, well, with the manager of the impound yard and the person that actually picked up the vehicle.
Did you also go to the medical, excuse me, the medical examiner's office and actually examine some of the evidence that's found with the remains?
Yes, I did. I made collections at the ME's office.
And through that process, were you sent, or did you take away from that a large number of entomological specimens from the scene?
We had specimens from the scene, and we had specimens from the medical examiner's office.
And did you also examine those items?
I certainly did.
Would you describe to the jury what the process is for examining an item of entomological evidence? What do you have to actually go through to do that?
Well, obviously, first of all, you need to maintain chain of custody and make sure that the samples are correct. And then once I recorded what sample I was looking at, we have sample vials based on protocols that my colleagues and I have established somewhere around 25 years ago or so. And then we will do a microscopic examination of the specimens, attempt to make an identification to at least some level of the entomological taxa or group that it is found in. And then once we have the specimens identified to certain levels, then we can go ahead and begin to relate that species identification or group identification with known growth and development standards for those different species. In other words, the species A may grow at 80 degrees, constant temperature may grow at a certain rate. Species B may take 10 days longer, and so on. And so that was important if we could get a species identification valuation on this. And then we do our analysis and write-up based on how long we would expect those insect specimens to have been present on this remains.
Now, you mentioned before that decomposition is temperature dependent. Is the life cycle and growth of insects also temperature dependent?
Yeah, decomposition is temperature dependent. Insects are temperature dependent because this is all cold-blooded, and the enzymes are driven by those environmental temperatures that the remains or the carrion is placed in.
Now, when you
Carrion placed in.
When you examined the entomological evidence from the scene and from the medical examiner's office, can you just tell the jury, summarize what you found?
I found a number of species that and groups that I would have expected on a advanced decomposing remains. I found, of course, a few blowfly puparia. Again, I'm going to talk about this puparia as the cocoon stage of the life cycle of the flies. So I found at least 2 species of blowfly puparia. I found, of course, some of these gnat-like flies. I found housefly relatives in the housefly group Mussidae that were present, 2 or 3 species there, or groups there, or genera per se. And then I found a real long grower known as the black soldier fly, Hermatia lucens. And these were all past the end of their growth and development. They had all long hatched out, left behind their telltale puparia, which I found puparia in some cases that are hundreds, if not thousands of years old, so they can be very persistent and last a long time. And all of these were consistent with advanced extended postmortem interval remains.
Do all of those insect remains that you found tell you a story about these remains, how they got there, what stage they got there, and how long they've been there?
Within certain degrees, yes. Since we've gone clear through the life cycles of all of these species and specimens, we have established a minimum time, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't have been much earlier than what the minimum time suggested.
All right. First question. Does the relative presence of different kinds of flies tell you anything about whether this body, in your opinion, was placed there quickly after death, or was there some delay?
Again, the specimens from the scene suggested, in the absence of large numbers of the blowflies, the calliphorids, that most likely there had been an initial placement that excluded these guys right off the bat. Because had the body been placed initially, immediately upon death, out in this environment, we should have seen literally thousands of blowfly puparia left behind, and we didn't find that. Now,
Did you find flies, as you did in the trunk, that would reflect decomposition of 3 or 4 days, after 3 or 4 days, something like that?
There were Megacelius scolaris present on in the area where the remains were found.
Does that allow you to render an opinion about how far along in decomposition the body was when it was placed there?
Well, given that the point that we probably had initial decomposition in a place where we had excluded the initial colonizers and then placed out there, I have no question that body had been out there for many months.
And when you say many months, can you give us, is that as specific a range you can give us, just many months?
Based on the recovery from the scene, I believe I stated June and/or early July, something like that.
Now, when you say the body was deposited there, is it your opinion the body was deposited there as a skeleton, or that it was deposited there as a complete body, but just in the early stages of decomposition? What can you tell us about that?
Well, I believe since we did have blowflies, a few blowflies come in my opinion, that we did not have skeletal remains being deposited there. The insect fauna, the group of insects that we found, was consistent with a body that was partially decomposed, purging fluids, that in somewhere in that realm.
But still with soft tissue.
Oh yes, with considerable soft tissue.
Does the findings at the scene and the findings in the car, in your opinion, tell a consistent story?
Yes, they certainly do.
And what is that story?
That decomposition had begun, that the early colonizers had been excluded for the most part, that at some later date, a few days, and the body couldn't have been in the trunk of the car very long because of the progression of decomposition under those temperature regimes, that body would then had been removed and placed out and could have been initially placed where it was finally found, and it had to be quite fast and rapid. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court, Mr. Radner. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Haskell.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Baez.
Pleasure's all mine, sir. I want to take you back to the very beginning of this case and ask you in reference to your first knowledge or contact about this case. You actually first heard or were first consulted about this case with Dr. Voss, were you not?
I guess the initial contact would have been through Dr. Voss. We were talking. I called him on another. I think I was talking about another case that he helped me on a regular basis on decomposition and so forth. And he had mentioned that Michael Vincent had seen fruit flies come out of the trunk of the car.
And you had told them that those fruit flies could possibly be coffin flies.
They would be the forward fly group. Yes.
Okay. And you and Dr. Voss are old colleagues.
We go back a good 25 years to the body farm in Tennessee.
So you know each other very well.
Well, I see him intermittently. I've had dinner at his house and so forth. Yep.
And it's your understanding that Dr. Voss is a biochemist, correct?
I knew he was an anthropologist. I really wasn't sure how much biochemistry he had, but he studied biochemistry, and that's what he was studying back in the late 80s at the body farm. And but I knew he was studying with Dr. Bass, the anthropologist there. So I was assuming he was getting his degree as an anthropologist. Anthropologist.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that he was a biochemist?
Sustained.
Now, the statements that you had made to Dr. Voss that these were possibly coffin flies, that was before you saw any evidence in this case, right?
No, you were correct.
Okay. And subsequent to that, Dr. Voss had given your name to Orange County, and that's when they contacted you directly. Is your understanding of that, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, let's take your findings from the very beginning, if I can. I have a copy of your report. Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
And which this would be the August 28th?
Correct,
date?
the first report.
Okay.
Okay, so when you first received something, it's your understanding that you received items from the trash that was in the trunk of the car, correct? First two vials that you
Well,
received?
I thought that it was from trash bag and trunk of car. That's what the sample suggests. Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't from the actual trunk, it was from the trash, correct?
That was my understanding.
Okay, and the flies that you found were the Magacilia scalarius,
That's
correct?
correct. A forward fly, 4-day. Yes.
And for those of us who aren't bug people, those are gnat-like type flies. They're very tiny.
Very tiny.
They look like fruit flies. So
Obviously, it looked like fruit flies to Mr. Vincent.
okay, so if those are the kind of flies, like if I go out to a restaurant and I have some leftovers and I leave them in my car and I come back the next day and the car smells and I see these little gnat-like flies running around, those are the fruit flies?
I don't know. You'd have to collect them for me and identify them.
Okay, but that's commonly what you see, correct?
I don't think so with leftovers from the restaurant because that's processed. That's processed food.
Okay, so if something's left in your car, you kind of see these fruit flies or in garbage. That's what Mr. Vincent thought he saw.
If we're talking garbage, that could be.
Okay. While we're talking about garbage and trash, the Magacilia scalarius is also found in trash, is it not?
Garbage.
Garbage. Okay, now we're doing that again.
Trash or garbage?
Okay. Magacilia scalarius is found in garbage, sir.
It's found in like I said, it eats anything, and it can be found in rotting seaweed. It can be found in decomposing vegetable material. It can be found in fungus. It can be found in dead insects. If you have a pile of insects, you might find it in that. You can find it about anywhere.
About anywhere.
That's good.
Even in your report, you indicate that these flies. Did everyone see that okay? Even in your report, you put down that these flies are also found in. Other organic material. Correct?
I didn't want to mislead you, sir.
I'm not saying you would, sir. So, forward flies can be found in trash. Correct?
Garbage.
Garbage. And okay, and they were found and they were collected from a garbage bag.
It says trash bag.
Yes, sir.
You changed it.
I crossed it out for you.
I was looking at the trash bag. I think that's what I referred to, did I not?
Okay, so you find these in garbage bags and trash bags, and that's where they came from, correct?
These came from the trash bag from the trunk of the car, yes.
Then you asked CSI Vincent to inspect the car a second time, did you not?
Yes, I wanted to see if he could find some adults.
Correct. You wanted the adult flies to be able to make the species identification,
That's correct.
to be more scientific and more precise.
Yeah,
Okay, and he checked the trunk, and that turned up negative results.
that's correct.
Okay. Then after that, he told you, hey, I remember I saw some more insect activity in the garbage or trash.
Trash bag.
Yes.
Yes.
And that was sealed, and he went in there and got it. Correct?
No, he got the package where it was sealed, sent it direct with me, and I opened it.
Okay. And he sent it to you, and that's when you were able to find more of these forage flies in the garbage.
Trash bag. Right.
Okay. So he basically sent you trash and garbage, and you found more things, but this time you found adult flies.
I found adults that made it possible to make a species identification.
Okay. And then at that point, and that was the conclusion of your evaluation.
Not quite. I think I mentioned that we looked at paper toweling, and this is where the majority of the forward specimens were found.
Right.
And they were associated with the material that was, that I believe at that point was probably decomposition fluids because of the high numbers of these specimens on these paper towels.
Now, you also know that, of course, DNA can be grabbed from any cell material other than red blood cells, correct?
I know that DNA is prevalent in a lot of stuff.
Okay. And in fact, you can get DNA from some insects, can you not?
Well, the insects have DNA, and some of my colleagues have done research to be able to extract human DNA from mosquitoes, from bed bugs, from lice, and even maggots.
Okay. And these paper towels weren't sent for DNA analysis, were they?
I don't know.
Okay. You didn't send them for DNA analysis.
I requested a biochemical assay on these to determine if we did have decomposition fluids on these paper towels.
My question to you, sir, is you didn't send them away for DNA analysis?
No.
Okay. Instead, you sent them to Dr. Voss,
That's correct.
your old colleague. Your old colleague.
My trusted colleague and
Okay.
yes.
And then Dr. Voss, are you familiar with the actual studies that he did
Well, I've read several of these studies. He's done a number.
on the actual paper towels is what I'm referring to?
I believe I got information that it was adipose serum.
Okay, no, my question is, sir, are you familiar with what exactly he did to determine whether that was adipose? What tests he ran on?
No, I trusted him to do the right test.
Okay, so you can't testify intelligently as to what actual exams were done and so forth from that, just what he told you.
I can testify intelligently, but I will say that, no, I don't know.
So I'm not insulting you in any way. I'm just
I
saying,
wouldn't think so.
I'm just saying you can't give this jury any solid facts as to what exactly was done with these paper towels, only what Dr. Voss told you the results were.
That's certainly correct.
Okay. Now, subsequent to that, you also found on the paper towel one blowfly. Right.
That's correct.
Now, a blowfly leg was found in the garbage or trash
From the paper towel.
on the paper towels. Now, it's very common. Now, you stated that blowflies are the number one, I guess they're the most prominent of the early colonizers for decomposition, correct?
Absolutely.
But they're also found in your house.
I found one last week in my house.
Okay. And you can also find them in trash or garbage.
Only if we have unprocessed meat present. Sometimes some processed meat, but primarily unprocessed meat that would be in the garbage itself.
And these are the flies you can often find on your windowsill when you don't clean it for a while.
My wife does a pretty good job of cleaning my windowsill, so no, I wouldn't find them on my windowsill.
Not yours,
Yeah.
generally speaking, right?
But houses will have some blowflies in them.
Okay. And what you look for as an entomologist are a large number of these blowflies, do you not?
Well, I can look for one, or I can look for thousands.
But my point is, when you usually have a decomposing body, there are generally speaking many of these blowflies. Do they?
That's correct.
And they lay hundreds and hundreds of eggs, rather.
Each female can lay up to 300 or 400 eggs. Yes.
Okay. And it gets to the point when a body is decomposing that you will have thousands and thousands of eggs and maggots.
Tens of thousands.
I'm sorry?
Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Okay. And in this trash bag, all you could find, you couldn't even find a full one. You found a leg.
One of them lost her leg, I guess.
Yeah. And that is not unheard of to find a blowfly or a part of a blowfly in trash or garbage.
Or no blowflies in trash or garbage. Yes.
But the answer to my question is yes, right? It's not unheard of.
Oh, no, it's not unheard of.
Okay. So this is everything that, as far as entomological evidence is concerned, that you were able to obtain from the trash, from the car. Were you given any other entomological items?
Yeah, we did have later I examined some filters from vacuum cleaner where they had vacuumed the trunk of the car itself, I think before removal of the carpet. And there wasn't a lot, but there were some forward flies consistent with Megacelia scalaris, that species, and some other carrion insects that were in the trunk of the car itself.
Like a mosquito?
Could have been. That's not carrion.
Would you like to see it, sir? But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
my question.
I think I have mine someplace, but that would.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, sir. Now, this was sent to you in wasn't it 2011, early 2011?
It could be.
Yes. Okay. So almost 3 years later, you got the vacuumings of when they first processed the car on the 16th of July, correct?
That's correct.
So what happens is CSI gets there, they collect the car, After the garbage or trash bag's been removed, and they vacuum the entire car, and that goes into a filter, and that was sent to you.
Well, a filter interrupts the suction into it.
And you're able-
reflected in the filter, yes.
And as you mentioned, you were able to pick out a few more insects, correct?
Correct.
Not a great deal,
No.
just a few more. Okay. So it's your testimony, sir, that the flies can get in, but they can't get out.
No, the flies get in the trunk. They hadn't gotten the trash bag yet.
Okay. But that's my question, sir. Is there any way for you to track the flies as to whether they got in the trash and then, or didn't make it in completely to the trash bag?
In my opinion, the collection from the vacuum cleaner was flies that had gotten into the trunk that hadn't gotten into the trash bag.
Okay. So you don't know if they ever made it in. You're just saying they didn't get
Obviously, they didn't get in because they're in the trunk.
it. Otherwise, they would stay there. They wouldn't have left.
Well, once they hatched out, the adults would have been sleeping. There were some adults here.
Okay. And again, this wasn't very many insects, correct?
No.
Now, part of your job is to do what's called a PMI, which is called a postmortem interval, correct?
That's correct.
And you do that on certain occasions in some cases, correct?
I do it on almost every case I've done.
And what that does is that allows you to see insects, both live and hatched, and the maggots that come from them, to be able to determine exactly how long a person might have been deceased.
That's correct.
Or possibly in this case, how long an item or how long these insects would have been attracted to a specific item.
That's possible.
Okay. So on July 16, 2008, when this car was collected, you would have had live insects, right?
Yes.
And you would have had hatched maggots and everything you needed to develop a postmortem interval, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you could have been able to determine right down to the day as to how long that item had been in the trunk of the car.
Not within maybe a day, but normally our postmortem interval consists of a range of time to deal with the biological variability of natural occurring biological occurrences.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Dr. Haskell, is if you got something on July 16, 2008, you could have tracked that back exactly.
Objection to the hypothetical of something. Hypothetical must be some evidence.
Overrule at this point and let him finish answering the question.
Sir, if you had gotten entomological evidence on July 16, 2008, you could have tracked that back almost to the day when that item was placed in the trunk of the car, correct?
Objection. Hypothetical is specific as to what, from what source, on what type.
It's just my hypothetical, I think.
Overrule, not if the answer to the question is phrased.
Could you rephrase that or ask it again, please? I'm sorry.
Yes. If you got entomological evidence on July 16, and you testified that you could pretty much track it back to more or less a day.
No, I said a range.
A range.
A range.
You could give a range. You could have traced that evidence back to a slight range as to when that item was placed in the trunk of the car. Could you not have?
Depends on what item we're placing in the trunk of the car.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the 4 flies that you ended up finding, because that's really all you found, correct? Other than the blowfly leg?
That's correct.
Okay. But you weren't given items on July 16, even though they were collected, were you, sir?
No,
In fact, you weren't contacted until September of 2008, correct?
that's correct.
Now, you got these items that were sent to you, and then in December you came down again and conducted an examination of the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, this scene was very thoroughly processed.
It was the most intensive scene processing I've ever seen.
In your, I don't want to date you or
Don't
age.
want to make me too old, sir?
No, sir, with all due respect.
About 30 years.
30 years.
30 years
So
of
you
forensic
understand-
entomology work. Yeah, this is the best.
Mr. Biden, she cannot take down when both of you are talking. Question, being asked. Question.
Sir, it's in the 30 years you've been practicing entomology, this scene was processed to the point of no.
I've been doing entomology for over half a century. I've been doing forensic entomology for about 30 years, but yes, this is the best.
So you feel confident that what was collected there is all that could have been found? Or you feel very confident with the work done?
Yeah, I was there and observed the collections and the sievings and the re-sievings, and I thought they did an excellent job.
There was Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
The FBI responsible.
Yes.
Okay, and they were there processing. And when you got the blowflies, you actually did find blowflies, correct?
Prepare it. The cocoon stage.
And all of the blowflies were recovered from the bag at the scene, was it not?
I don't recall. I do have the listings of all of them.
Would you like to-
Most of them, I think most of them were covered from the medical examiner's office.
Would you like to look at your notes to see exactly?
Yeah, could I, if I have any blowflies from the scene? No, that's not quite right. I do have a couple specimens, Puparium, Chrysomia megacephala likely, specimens, Chrysomia megacephala, and I have a vocabulary spelling list for you too. Just didn't get it yet. And yeah, I've got 4 specimens of the caliphorids from let's see, from the scene. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Right. The maggots? They can. They don't have to. No, they're doing the metamorphosis, a change of form.
So what you would commonly see in most species is sometimes the hatch parent all over as far as how far away.
I've seen the maggot migration go out to over 100 yards away, depending on the situation.
Get away from where you see be able to collect hundreds of them.
You can. Sometimes you may not find,
In this case, all that work on inside that.
other than those that we mentioned.
And this is the main reason that led you to conclude, well, this is part of the reason that the body decomposed elsewhere than where it was actually placed, right?
That's correct.
So site A, or where the bag was not the place where the body decomposed.
Yeah, it did decompose.
Well, what you just said about the body decomposing elsewhere, that leads you.
Well, right.
You have evidence, entomological evidence, and lack of entomological evidence that gives you the conclusion that the body decomposed somewhere else, or partially decomposed.
Initially, yeah.
Okay. And that's what you base that on, correct?
Yeah.
And all of the other entomological evidence, in fact, the majority of the entomological evidence are late colonizers, like, correct?
Yeah.
These would be beetles and black soldier flies.
Yes.
And the reason you feel so confident with these findings, sir, is because you got to personally see how thorough the scene was processed.
Yep.
And you also indicated in your report that water would not have accounted for this lack of low activity, right?
If the water was rising and falling, yes, that would not. If that's in my report, that's what I said.
And in fact, even someone will try to wash away the magazine, still see.
Objection, seems fact, not evidence.
Sustained.
Sure. I'm trying to rephrase it. Tell us, Dr. Haskell, does submersion or intentionally trying to water or wash away certain blowfly evidence, would that change your opinion?
Sustained.
If I can have just a moment to find
You may.
Isn't it true, sir, that eggs or larvae, if eggs or larvae had been manually washed off or submersion of the remains occurred during the early portion of a period at the recovery site, that the initial blowfly colonization could be delayed, but this likely would not result in the reduced numbers as seen here.
Yes, that's what I said. Yes, yes.
Now, you wrote 2 reports, actually 3 in this case, correct?
Yes,
Okay. The first report was to cover the inspection of the items in the car,
that's correct.
and then the second report was to cover the items that were found at the recovery site.
That's correct.
Okay. And a third one was like a supplemental that you got from the vacuum sweepings of the trunk.
That's correct.
And you were hired in September of 2008.
That's when I started working on the case. Yes.
And that's when you did everything in the car.
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And then in December 2008, you came down and did everything in the site.
And the Emmy's office.
And then you submitted a report. Do you recall when you submitted the report for your work?
I think I submitted both reports. At least are signed September 22nd, 09.
September 09.
Yep.
And when did you do the report for December 2008?
I think both of them were signed off at that time.
Okay. When you say signed off,
When I signed it, put the date.
that's when you signed them? And then you
Signed
send them to the
and
prosecutor,
then I
right?
sent it, yes.
That's when you sign them and you send them to the prosecutor.
My recollection, yes.
Okay. And both of these dates are almost a year after you did the car.
Yeah,
And 8 months or 9 months after you did the site report.
that's correct.
And the result was your opinion that you testified here today.
That's correct.
Sir, you have been retained by the state attorney's office, have you not?
That's correct.
And How much have you been paid today?
To my recollection, about 20 to 23,000.
And that was before you've ever even had your deposition taken by the defense, correct?
The defense deposition?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Baez, I haven't collected from that yet. You haven't.
You haven't billed for that
You haven't sent me. I have sent you a bill, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting. I'm hoping I don't have to wait till next Christmas. You know.
The check's in the mail, sir.
Thank you. Coming from an attorney, I appreciate that and
No problem.
understand it.
And that doesn't include your testimony, sir, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. And how much do you charge for your testimony?
400 an hour.
Okay. And that includes travel time.
No, that travel time is 150 an hour. Case workup is anything that have to do with research, whatever. It's 200 an hour.
So by the time you've sent your final bill for this case, you would be in the area of $40,000.
I don't know. I haven't worked up the time yet.
And this is going back to 2011. Not bad.
If I can have a moment, I'll see if I have. I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Haskell. It's a pleasure
You're
seeing
very
you again, sir.
Redirect.
We've all been laughing through this trial about the difference between trash and garbage. Is there
That's not a laughing matter necessarily.
Well, that's what I want to ask you. Is there actually a
It is not. It is not a laughing matter. The difference between trash and garbage. Okay, in case you think that is a laughing matter, it's not.
difference in scientific terminology between trash and garbage?
In my opinion, there certainly is. To my thinking, garbage is primarily decomposing organic material, whether it's plant, whether it's stuff you throw out like your lettuce and your French fries or whatever, versus trash, which can be any non-organic stuff that you're throwing out and have the trash guy pick up.
Now, in this particular case, is that distinction significant?
Absolutely, because what we're dealing with is the insects that I'm dealing with. They don't go to an empty cardboard box. They don't go to an empty can of aluminum can. They go if there is organic material. These little guys, these little fords, will go to that and colonize and try to raise their kids in that.
You're aware of the contents of the trash bag,
That's correct.
and was there any food in that trash bag?
Not that I could see at all. It was trash. It was inorganic materials, and they weren't decomposing.
So empty soda cans,
Correct.
piece of paper,
Correct.
empty food containers, no food.
Correct.
Did you find these floor flies in anything other than the atmosphere on tap?
Of course, there were some loose in the plastic bag itself, the white plastic bag. But the majority of the forage that I found were on those paper toweling, and in my opinion, that is the atmosphere was the source. And in my opinion too, I think that it's very likely that rather than the forage flies, mother flies coming in and, oh, here's some atmosphere on this paper towel, I think that a number of these specimens could have been picked up in the fluids when they tried to clean that material up. Eggs and larvae, because they're very tiny, could have been swept up, mopped up with that as the paper towels were used to clean up the material. That's my opinion.
So the fly, eggs, and larvae that were in the fluid in the trunk, if the paper towels were used to clean it up, would have gone with the fluids into the garbage bag.
Absolutely, and that's why they were successful in growing to adulthood through their life cycle in those paper towels.
Now, even if the forage flies were not attracted to human decomposition, they would have to be attracted to decomposition of something.
Absolutely.
And
It could be plant decomposition. It could be any animal carrion.
but was there any plant decomposing in that bag?
No.
Now, the council has brought out the interesting absence of the early decomposed low flies, either in the trunk or at the scene. Do you
Correct.
agree that there was an unusual lack of those flies both at the scene and the trunk?
Yes.
Is there any explanation for that other than that the flies couldn't get to her?
We have exclusion, and then the time passed where the food material was no longer attracting mother flies to come in and lay eggs.
So even if the body had started to decompose at another location and been moved, would the flies and larvae have come with the body?
That is possible, yes.
But there don't seem to be that many.
No. And the few that were there, I mean, that one leg could have been from a mother fly that laid a few eggs while she was there. I mean, one mother fly can lay up to 400 eggs. And we certainly didn't have 400 period.
Now, just so we're clear here, you indicated that your opinion was that a portion of decomposition had occurred at another location. I just want to make sure we're not confused about that. Are you talking about the 3 or 4 days of decomposition in another location?
That's correct.
So you're not talking about a body almost skeletonized being moved to this location?
Absolutely not.
No further questions.
Reprocess to those issues and those issues alone.
Sir, you weren't present when they collected the trash or garbage, were you, sir?
No.
And trash or garbage depends on the person and how they interpret what it is, correct? You're just giving us your definition of what you
That's
consider.
my opinion of what the difference between trash and garbage would be.
But your definition could certainly be different than mine.
It probably is.
And it could certainly be different than Mr. Ash's.
Could be that too.
Okay. Now, again, you weren't present when this bag was collected, were you not?
No.
And you don't know if it was soaking wet with organic material or not?
There's nothing to suggest that it was.
No.
If it's C, it had been admitted in evidence. You want to use it as demonstrative aid and reference it to the two exhibits. Okay, they are photographs of two states exhibits. You may approach.
Yes, I looked at some items when I was down on the 16th or 17th of December.
Well, can I get to where I can see it? May I move?
Yeah, you may move. You probably need to show it to him first so he can see what he's looking at if you're going to ask
It's a long way over there, Your Honor.
Why don't you show it to him first so he can see what's on it since you're going to be asking him questions?
The items of trash that you inspected were these items, correct?
But I looked at obviously I had the bag at my laboratory.
You had this bag, correct?
Yeah, and the paper towels.
Okay, it's all here.
Mhm.
And these items here is what you looked at.
That's correct. Yeah.
Here are the two items,
Thank you.
and then you can use it as demonstrative aid.
Let me identify the record. Record, you just put them on the computer.
If they can pull them up and put them up.
This will be brief.
Okay, go ahead.
States Exhibit 128 and States Exhibit 133. 133 is the actual items of evidence that you inspected, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not inspect them, the items of evidence as they were in item 128, correct?
Well, okay, refresh. What do you mean as they were? You mean like this?
The condition of photograph 128.
Probably not.
And publish the jury, Your Honor.
Yes?
And you would read out Haskell that the items on 133 are wet and moist.
I don't know.
Liberty Mutual customers.
Overrule, he can answer the question if he can.
I don't know.
When you inspected the trunk of the car, you didn't do any tests to see if there was easy access when the trunk was closed, did you not, sir?
No.
Okay. So you don't know how difficult it would have been for blowflies to get in the trunk of that car, since you really never tested whether there were any openings that a blowfly could get through.
No.
No further questions.
You see any organic material?
Nope.
May the doctor be excused.
I'm sorry?
Are these items spread out like a left photograph?
Obviously not. Well, to have organic material to the extent that we would have the decomposition would be a pretty good pile of garbage. Well, I saw the items when they were inventory. No, I didn't do it at that time.
May the doctor be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, doctor. You may be excused.
You're very welcome.
All right, state may call the next witness.
Jennifer Welch.
So she spoke about the skull last time.
My name is Jennifer Welch, W-E-L-C-H.
You may proceed.
Ms. Welch, you are the crime scene investigator that testified about arriving at Suburban Drive on December 11th and beginning the photography process, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how long the Orange County Sheriff's Office crime scene personnel, as well as FBI evidence response team and other agency members, were at the scene on Suburban prior to its being released?
Yes. With it beginning on December 11th to the last day, we were there a total of 10 days.
Now, during that 10 days, it was your responsibility to photograph things as they were discovered or collected, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, how many people, just an estimate, how many people do you believe were there assisting?
I would say 50 or over. I'm not sure of the number.
Now, in order to try to document the collection process, what did you all set up out on Suburban Drive?
In order to document the process, we began with setting up a baseline. From the baseline, we then set up search lanes. And then later, during the period of being out there, we set up wooden stakes that helped to serve as a grid.
And as items were found within that grid or on the search lanes, would that item be flagged and then photographed by you prior to its collection?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury a little bit more about the environment where this was taking place? We saw the initial photographs of the wall of vegetation. Once you got past that, was that an open clearing? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as an area of dense vegetation. There were the hanging vines, there were trees, there were palmetto trunks, as we began searching and clearing the scene of the leaf litter, getting down into the actual surface, there was roots, and then going deeper, there were larger roots.
All right. Is this a situation where it's actually difficult to walk on the surface because of all of the roots of various sizes?
Yes, initially with the large amount of vegetation, it was difficult to walk around. As we began to clear and we started coming across the large trunks and large roots, then yes, it was still difficult.
Now, in order to assist in clearing the area, you all normally are provided with certain instruments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If I may show the witness what's introduced as 201 in evidence, Your Honor.
You may.
And since it's in evidence, may I publish during the testimony?
You may.
Do you see 201?
Yes, I do.
What are these items that are shown in this photograph?
It appears to be on the far left a machete, and then to the right, when viewing the photo, it looks to be sheets.
The sheath for the machete?
Yes, the cover for the machete.
Right. Are those standard issued items for crime scene investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, machete with the sheath is issued to crime scene investigators.
When you were documenting this scene, was that something that was at the scene when you got there, or do these items belong to somebody with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
These items may belong to someone at the Orange County Sheriff's Office because while out on the scene, I don't recall seeing a machete already out on scene.
If I may have GX for identification. Ma'am, can you see GX for identification in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the surface of the scene after some clearing?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GX for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Can you describe what we are seeing here for the members of the jury?
Yes, this is a photograph showing palmetto trunks that we were able to see after searching and doing some clearing. And in this photograph is also an evidence flag indicating an item of evidence.
Now, how much clearing has been done prior to when you took this photograph?
We would have cleared to the west of the baseline that we had set up, and this photograph is representing approximately clearing from the surface of 0 to 4 inches.
If I may have GY for identification. Do you see GY? Tell me when you do.
Yes, now I do.
All right. That evidence flag that we saw in GX, does that appear in GY?
Yes, it does.
All right. And what is it that that evidence flag is denoting?
The evidence flag is being utilized to indicate a bone that was located on scene.
Can you annotate the screen with the location of this bone?
Yes.
Did you draw the attention of Dr. Schultz at some point to this bone?
I don't recall if I did or if the person who located had.
Did you ultimately collect that bone?
Yes, I did.
Did you endeavor to make some measurement of how far into the dirt or the surface that bone resided was?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish this?
You may.
Wait, is this a fair and accurate photograph of that
Yes,
we're
it
trying
is.
to depict? Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce GY for identification into evidence and seek permission to publish.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence, the state's numbered. You may publish.
If I may have HA for identification. I'm sorry, HB. Ma'am, can you see HB?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph of the depth at which this item was found?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that depth?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce HB for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
And if I may have HF for identification? You collected that item, you said?
Yes, I did.
Do you see HF on your screen?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that location?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce HF for identification into evidence.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
In addition to photography, were you responsible for the collection of, for the documentation and collection of other items of evidence at the scene?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect how many different items were documented and collected?
Yes. Actually, on the scene of Suburban Drive, I collected over 390 pieces of evidence.
Did the majority of that consist of bottles and other types of trash?
Yes, it did.
Does that number include pieces of black plastic bag that were scattered about the scene?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect a piece of duct tape that
Yes.
was at the scene?
Sorry, yes, I did.
Where was that in relationship to the main site where the skull was recovered?
That piece of duct tape was located near the area where the skull was collected to the southwest.
If I may have LB for identification.
You may.
I'll show you what's been marked as LB for identification. Tell me if this is something that you recognize that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the label, and I recognize it by my initials on the evidence tape.
Is there an item inside the package that you recognize as well?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a piece of duct tape that was collected on the scene.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce LB for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
And maybe publish this item to the jury.
You may publish.
Can you extract that from the bag and show the members of the jury? Are there markings on that piece of duct tape?
Yes, there are.
And what do they say?
The imprintations on the duct tape say,
Yes, just a second. You may proceed, ma'am.
the imprintations on the duct tape say Hinkle Consumer Adhesives, Avon, Ohio, 4401, max temp, 200 degrees F, and that's all I can read.
Did you also collect on the scene plastic pink strips with words?
Yes, I did.
If I may have LC for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize the packaging as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize this by my initials on the evidence tape, and I recognize this as I had placed in this brown paper bag pink wording strip of packages and in.
There's another item inside the exterior packaging. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the brown paper bag.
All right, let me tell me if you recognize what's contained within the bag.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those items to be?
I recognize them to be lettering that I had collected out on the scene.
You can hold that up here and see the exterior package. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce LC for identification and evidence.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Your Honor, may the witness publish the items in the package to the jury.
She may. Can't see it. It may be helpful if you put the document camera up and then have them placed on the document camera.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean,
You may want to zoom in a little bit.
those the pink plastic word items that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. I have no further questions of the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Welch.
Good morning.
May I publish what's in evidence as 201, Your Honor? Do
States Exhibit 201, you may publish.
you see that, Ms. Welch?
Yes, I do.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see that? This is a photograph of the street, correct?
It's a photograph of wooded area with a section of the street. That's correct.
Sorry. How far from the edge of the street to the first area where the weed line begins would you say that is?
I don't know. You would have to ask Supervisor Murdoch with the diagram.
Okay. Did you document in your report how far that is?
No, I did not.
Do you recall approximately, and I'm not asking for an exact figure, but how many feet from the edge of the cement before you get into the woods?
Before I get into the woods or to the grass line?
To the, I guess, the weed area where there's more vegetation.
I would have to guess 10 feet,
Okay. And
possibly.
how far from the cement to where the skull was found, how far from the street from the cement was the skull found?
I would have to refer to a report that I brought with me, another CSI wrote up.
Please go ahead and refer.
According to the report written by the other CSI who took the measurements, the skull was approximately 19 feet, 8 inches from south of Suburban Drive.
So, Your Honor, may I have a witness stand down to measure, demonstrate for the jury how far that is?
You may.
Can you please step down and see that? Now, you testified up to the main area was 10 feet, correct?
Okay.
Yes. So if you were standing or walking on the grassy area, this is how far away you would be from the skull.
For what you had asked about the actual vegetation. And yes.
Everyone's here.
You know from the scene.
Now, the piece of duct tape that was just introduced into evidence, and I'm referring to State's Evidence 277. Where was this item found?
That piece of duct tape, again, was to the southwest of the area from which the skull was collected.
Okay. How far away?
I don't know. You would have to ask Mr. Murdoch with the diagram.
Okay. Do you have any reports or indication as to how, was it in area A?
No, it was not.
Okay. So is it your understanding that it was approximately 10 feet away?
I don't know. You would have to ask Mr. Murdoch.
Okay. But it certainly wasn't in the area where the bag and the skull was found.
That's correct.
And that duct tape appears to be the same make of, or the same kind of duct tape with the same insignia as the one found near the skull.
It had the same imprintations. That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect?
Sorry,
Okay.
question. May I publish GY, which is State's Evidence 274? Your Honor?
You may publish.
Can you see that, Ms. Welsh?
Yes, I can.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these items here that I'm pointing, these items that I'm pointing out, you know what they are?
Yes, they are stones.
Okay. And were they found throughout the area where the remains were found?
Yes, they were.
In fact, there were some that were very close to the remains, were there not?
I recall one that was close to the remains.
And they're like stone pavers?
I don't know what type of stone, but yes, it could be consistent with papers.
I have no further questions.
Recross? I mean, redirect, I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Okay. But witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Do we need to take a recess? Okay, we'll take a recess to 11:30. Okay, court will come to order. Both sides ready to proceed? Okay, let's return to jury. State recognized presence of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
State may call in next witness. Okay.
Ronald Murdoch.
Yes, sir. It's Ronald Murdoch, M-U-R-D-O-C-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury your occupation.
I'm a forensic supervisor at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff?
I've worked at the Sheriff's Office for approximately 11 and a half years.
As a forensic supervisor, what are your regular duties or obligations?
As a supervisor, I go to major crimes such as homicides or officer-involved shootings to act as a supervisor to ensure that all the work that needs to get done gets done, and also administrative duties as far as reviewing reports, other administrative payroll, that type of stuff. But I also take call and work calls myself.
Did you have any supervisory responsibility over the scene on Suburban Drive beginning December 11th of 2008, where the recovery of Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains was ongoing?
I didn't respond on the 11th, but I did respond to that scene on the 12th. And would you like to expand on what my duties were there? Okay.
Exactly. What was it that you were responsible for at that scene?
I was assisting the other supervisor within our unit, but I assisted with clearing debris like vegetation, trees from the area, getting supplies that were needed. Primarily, my duties was diagramming that scene and all the evidence that was located within it.
Did you utilize any particular programs to assist you in documenting or diagramming the scene?
Yes, I used what we call a total station, which is similar to what you see surveyors use on the side of the road when they have it up on a tripod. We'll use that to create a two-dimensional or a bird's eye view diagram of that scene. So we use that total station. It gathers all the evidence, the points or the measurements of the location of those items, and then we put it into a software to create an actual diagram.
Where are you getting the information that you ultimately put into the total station program?
I got the information from the evidence that was marked by crime scene investigator Jennifer Welch. So when she would mark an item, then I would come in and take the measurements from that item, and then that was the information that I got. And then also placing items such as just the roadway, lights, just other auxiliary stuff that she may not have marked, but as far as evidence, that was strictly what she marked.
Would that have included documenting the location where, say, each bone that was first flagged and then recovered was located?
Yes.
Did you group those bones once you placed the information from the measurements into the total station into various?
Yes. When we looked at the amount of bones that were located, and some of them were so close that they're very densely populated, so it would be very hard on a diagram to see them in separate locations. So I met with Dr. John Schultz at UCF, and it was determined to go ahead and circle areas where there was a lot of bones together. That way it would be easier to see, the distribution of the bones, but then place within the report what bones were in that circled area.
Did you also mark other evidence items? For example, we saw a piece of duct tape that was recovered away from some of the bones.
Yes.
For a few minutes, the train passes by.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The total station program, is that one that is available to you on your laptop?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you?
Yes, I did.
The program that you utilized enables you to print out some of the screens, the various screens that you can go through as you testify, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this point, if I could show the witness QJ and QK for identification.
You may.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, the first item marked QK.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a diagram of the scene. It has the circled area, but it also has all of the bones shown that were in those circled areas, as well as the roadway, light posts, brush line, baseline, and duct tape.
Now, even though it shows all of the bones collected, is there such density of the bones within the area that you cannot make out each individual marking for a bone?
That's correct.
The other item that I handed you, is that QJ?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
It's very similar to the first one that we just discussed. However, the actual location of the bones are removed, so it's just the circled areas.
Do those two diagrams fairly and accurately represent screens of the total station program that you have available to you on your laptop?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce QK and QJ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
I apologize, Mr. Rain, I just see one diagram on my screen.
You may. They will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Your Honor, may the witness publish those items from his laptop that is hooked to the monitor?
Any objections from the defense?
No, sir, no objections.
He may publish from his laptop those two exhibits.
All right, let's start with the first that you had described, QJ, correct? Which is 279 in evidence. And if, let me,
That's the ones with the bones located within the diagram.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Can you, first of all, explain to the members of the jury what they are looking at?
Okay, we're looking at basically an overview of the scene. You can see the roadway here of Suburban Drive, and then within here is the location of the bones. And you can see the red circles are the circled areas, and then all the black marks within there are representing the individual bones.
Is there any way to zoom into the specific location marked with the red circles?
Yes.
All right. Explain that again, if you will.
Okay. So again, these are the circled areas representing the areas where bones were found. And as you can see, some of them are very densely populated, meaning there's a lot of bones within those locations. Specifically, if you look at like areas A, H, and I, there's a lot of bones within there, almost to where it looks like an ink blot. So that's why those areas were circled. So the circled areas in red represent that grouping of those bones.
If you zoom into area A specifically, can you see any of those markings?
Yeah, so you can make out a few of them, but not very many. I mean, really the only one we can really see here is bone 326. And the skull would also be one of those dots there too, because we can see the letter S. But other than that, I'd refer to my report.
You'd have to refer to your report to
Yes.
tell us exactly which bone is where.
Which bone was in which circled area, yes.
All right. If we could just go back out to the unzoomed. Did the system that you utilized enable you to give us the distance from the edge of Suburban Drive to area A?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what that distance is
It's approximately 19 feet from the edge of Suburban Drive to the center of that area A. I can actually demonstrate it if you would like.
on the,
Yes.
go ahead with the court's permission?
Right.
First, I'll zoom in. So to the center, roughly 18.8 or 19 feet.
All right. Now, your screen displayed 19.0, I believe.
Yes.
What is that representative of?
19 feet.
From what point to what
Oh,
point were you
I'm sorry.
utilizing?
From that point there, which is the south edge of Suburban Drive, so the roadway.
Now, you have another line prior to getting to area A. What is that line representative of?
Kind of represent the brush line, or the area that's kind of maintained by the county where they'll cut the grass and just kind of keep that clear. So that area from that line to the roadway is representing that clear area, and everything else was just kind of free to grow.
And what would the measurement be between the edge of the roadway and the brush line or the tree line?
Okay, let's see here. It's approximately 4.95 feet, so approximately 5 feet.
All right, if we could publish the other screen, which is now 280 in evidence. Let me clear some of these annotations. And if you could just zoom into these red circled areas with the one black marking. You have a letter and number D1 indicated in black near area A. Do you know what that is representative of?
Yeah, that represents duct tape. That was the code that I gave for any duct tape that was found in the scene was a D. If I can look at my report, I can tell you specifically what that duct tape was.
Your Honor, may he refresh his recollection as to what D1 was?
You might.
Okay, D1 refers to a piece of duct tape with the brand name Hinkle Consumer Adhesives.
Now, you have two other D markings over to the right, D2, D3. Is
Yes.
that duct tape also?
Yes.
Did that have any marking on it to your recollection?
No.
Did you supply photographs and measurements to a surveying company, Allen and Company?
Yes, I did.
Were the photographs supplied and the measurements fair and accurate representations of the scene as you documented it using your total station equipment?
Yes.
We can unpublish this item. In addition to your responsibilities at the scene on Suburban, did you participate in a search warrant at the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, I did.
Were you the individual who was responsible for collecting items of evidence located at that residence?
Yes, I was.
If I may have AY for identification. Do you see what I'm showing you marked as AY for identification?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what is depicted through the use of photography?
Yes.
Was this a photograph taken in the evening hours of December 11th of 2008 at the Anthony residence?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition or the items enclosed within one of the sheds on their property?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce AY for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
No objections.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
And permission to publish?
You may publish.
Thank you, davidlore.net, for this trial.
May I unpublish at this time?
You may. Members, you had a chance to look at it. Thank you.
If I may have AZ for identification. Investigator Murdoch, do you recognize what is shown through the use of photography and AZ for identification?
Yes.
Is that the interior of another shed located on the Anthony property as it existed on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition and the items inside that shed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce AZ for identification into evidence
No objections.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
and permission to publish that item as well, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Is there an item in that photograph that was collected?
Yes.
Can you circle the item on your illustrator? If I may approach the witness with what has been marked as JV for identification.
You may.
Also marked as JW of St. City. Investigator Murdoch, do you recognize the item marked JV for identification?
Yes, it does appear to be the item collected and photographed there.
What is it?
It is a red metal gas can.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce JV with conditional introduction of JW for identification since it's attached.
No objections.
Okay, they will be received in evidence.
If I may have BA for identification? Sir, do you recognize what is shown in BA for identification?
Yes.
Is this a variety of stickers that were collected at the residence on Hope Spring?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately show those?
Maybe approach.
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you. Before I attempt to move BA in for identification, if we could switch over to AW. Investigator Murdoch, can you see AW?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
Appears to be the bedroom of Casey.
Casey Anthony?
Anthony, yes.
Okay. Is that the condition in which you and other crime scene investigators found it on December 11th of 2008?
I don't recall exactly how that room was that night. I'd have to refer to the photographs that were taken that evening.
May the witness have an opportunity to refresh his recollection of photographs taken during the search warrant on December 11th of 2008?
You may.
Okay. Yes, they do. It does appear to be the same condition.
Okay. May I also show the witness AX for identification?
You may.
Is that another photograph of the same room?
Yes.
Is that the condition in which it was found during the search warrant on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce AW and AX for identification into evidence.
What says the defense? You may.
Object as to relevance, it would have been approximately 7 months before since Miss Anthony had lived in that room.
Objection will be overruled. Be received in evidence as.
If we could go back to BA for identification. Investigator Murdoch, can you say that the picture in BA for identification was a picture taken of items that were found in Casey Anthony's room?
I don't believe that photograph was taken on the evening of the 11th.
When was this one taken?
I believe that was taken during the search warrant on December 12th of 2000, or December 20th of 2008.
All right, let me come back to that then. If I may have BB for identification. Do you recognize what is shown in BB?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the bedroom of Kaylee Anthony,
Right. Do you know when that photograph was taken?
the evening of December 11th.
Does that
2000.
photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the room belonging to Kaylee Anthony on that date?
Yes.
Now, at this point, I would seek to introduce BB for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence, states number.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
May I unpublish at this point? If I may have, I'm sorry. Did you collect items of evidence from that room?
Yes.
If I may show the witness KF and KE for identification?
You may.
Do you recognize KF? I'm sorry, did I show KE first?
Yes, I do.
Which, the item that you are holding, is that KE or KF? Since I have
It's
to
KE.
here. KE, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is Winnie the Pooh bedding from Kaylee Anthony's bedroom.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KE for identification into evidence.
We received an evidence, states number.
You see KF right there next to you?
Yes.
Is that an item collected on that date?
Yes.
And what item is that?
It's also Winnie the Pooh bedding items collected from the guest or office dresser drawer.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KF for identification into evidence.
It will be received in evidence, it states number.
Did you collect items from the garage of the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
If I may show the witness BD for identification.
May.
Do you recognize what is shown in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the garage of the Anthony residence on December 11th of 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BD for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence, it states number.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Unpublished.
You may.
Did you take a close-up photograph of items that were on the shelf in that garage?
I didn't personally take the photographs, but close-up items were taken of the items on that shelf, yes.
All right. Did you see the items in the position that they were in, and then you were responsible for the collection
That's
and preservation of those items?
That's correct.
If I may show the witness BE for identification.
You may.
Are those, is that photograph taken of items enclosed in bags on the top shelf in the garage?
Yes.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the condition of those items on December 11th, 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BE for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit.
No objections.
We received an evidence, it states number.
Permission to
We're taking a very brief break. We'll be right back.
publish to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Ready to unpublish?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the items that were in those garbage bags on that shelf removed and photographed?
Yes.
I may show the witness BF for identification.
You may.
Is that an item that was removed from the garbage bag on the shelf?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate picture of that item?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BF for identification into evidence
No objections.
You may.
and permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Murdoch, what is that item?
It's a canvas type cloth laundry bag with brand name Whitney design.
Thank you. If I may have KD for identification.
You may.
Do you recognize the packaging of KD for identification?
Actually, the only part of the packaging I recognize is the sticker that's on it here, which is produced by our evidence section, which has the bag number and item number of that item that we're looking at in the photograph.
Can you open the item and tell us if the item in the photograph is in the bag?
Yes, this bag does contain that item.
All right, so we had a package inside of the package.
Yeah.
All right, how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize it by the label that I made to depict what was in the item, as well as the evidence tape that's on the back that has my seals.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KD for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
Will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Going back with them.
Did you also collect various garbage bags from the residence?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with KA, KC, KB, JY, and JX for identification. Let's start with KA. Do you recognize KA for identification?
Yes, I recognize the packaging. It has my seals across.
Okay. And did you affix a label to some part of the package that tells you where that item was collected within the residence?
Yes. Well, written on, it looks like the label itself is no longer on here, but written on the bag itself, it does say it was taken from the garage wall.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KA for identification into evidence.
What says the defense? You may.
What is the item packaging?
The item is, there's a number that I have written on there which corresponds to my property form, which is a black garbage bag.
You receiving evidence that states numbered.
Do you recognize KB for identification?
Yes, I do.
And what is that item?
It's also a black garbage bag
Where was that collected from?
from the east garage area inside of a suitcase.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce KB for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
You receiving evidence that states numbered.
Do you recognize KC for identification?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the north garage inside of the cooler.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce KC for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Do you have JZ for identification there?
No, I don't.
All right. Do you have JY? Do
Yes.
you recognize JY?
Yes, Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the south garage wall, top shelf.
At this point, I would seek to introduce JY for identification into evidence.
You may.
Do you have JX for identification?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
For the record, I had no objections to that previously.
Okay.
No objection.
He had no objections. Go ahead.
JX?
It is a black garbage bag with yellow handles from the south shed.
At this point, I would seek to introduce JX for identification into evidence.
There being no objections, it will be received in evidence. States number.
Do you recognize JZ for identification?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
2 black garbage bags with yellow handles from the north garage wall, upper shelf, inside of a dog crate.
Inside of?
A dog crate.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce JZ for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. States number.
May I publish the photograph that is currently displayed, which has been introduced as 292 in evidence? Investigator Murdoch, was that laundry bag that's in 292 in evidence inside one of those plastic garbage bags?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect which of those items in front of you contained that laundry bag?
That was the laundry bag. Actually, the garbage bag that was around the laundry bag was packaged with that laundry bag. So they should be in the same packaging.
I have no other questions of the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murdoch. Nice to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
The diagram that you showed us earlier, it showed us a piece of the Haskell duct tape outside of area A. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know the measurements between where the skull was found as to how far away that duct tape was?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I could
Is there a way
retrieve
of-
it.
Can you? Can you?
Yeah, I could the same way that we just did it earlier.
Okay. With the court's permission, can you go ahead and do that?
Yes.
You don't have to put it on screen. Just
Okay,
go
I
ahead and
can
do it yourself and let us know. Unless it's easy to put it on screen.
I can do this right here. It's fine. So you said from the skull to the piece of duct tape?
Yes. May I stand by you, sir?
Yes.
You may.
So it's approximately 6.27 feet.
6 1/4 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the search warrant, when you went to do the search warrant on the Anthony home, you knew you were looking for a special kind of duct tape, correct?
Yes, I knew the brand name that was found on the scene. Yes.
Something distinctive, correct?
Yes.
It's a little different. It's not your average duct tape, which is just plain gray.
I just knew that it had a brand name on it.
And that's what you were looking for.
It was one of the items, yes.
And when you did that, you didn't find it in the garage? You didn't find any duct tape in the garage?
None was located, no.
Did you find an area where there was a lot of tape? Other types of duct tape? Or other types of electronic tape, things like that?
I don't, honestly, I do not recall.
Okay. You didn't find it, the Haskell brand, wrapped around any items, like wires or anything like that?
No, if we had seen that, it would have been collected.
Okay. And you didn't find it wrapped around any pipes somewhere in the house?
No.
Okay. And you searched the entire garage, correct?
I didn't personally search the entire garage. I was in charge of the
You were
collection.
in charge of the recovery.
Right, so when items were discovered, they were photographed, and then I would collect them.
And they would call you over because you're in
Yes.
charge.
I was in charge of collecting, yes.
Okay. And you even went up to the attic?
I did not
Not
personally.
you, but your team went into the attic?
Yes.
And searched that area and didn't find anything wrapped up with Haskell duct tape?
No.
You went throughout the house, your team, correct?
Yes.
And nothing was found in the house, correct? As far as the Haskell duct tape?
No, not on the inside of the house that I know of, because it was not collected.
Then you went out by the backyard area?
Yes, we were
Okay, that
searching
was
that.
also searched?
Yes,
Searched around the pool?
yes,
Searched in the sheds?
that's correct.
And every item was taken out of the sheds, weren't they?
Yes,
And it was thoroughly searched?
to my knowledge, yes.
And there was no Haskell duct tape there, except for the one that you recovered?
On the gas can?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So after an extensive and exhaustive search, how many people were there searching?
I don't know the exact amount. There were 3 people from the forensics unit there. There were other investigators with our agency as well as the FBI there as well. So I would say approximately 10, 15 people, I would imagine.
So between your agency and the FBI searching the entire Anthony home, this is the only item where you found Haskell brand duct tape,
That's correct.
and it was attached to this gas can.
That's correct.
Can I have a photo?
282. Your Honor, may I show the jury evidence item 282?
Main public states 282.
Can you see that, Mr. Murdoch? Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, please see the photo. Now, while you searched for the duct tape, you, of course, all of these items were taken out,
To my knowledge, yes.
including these shovels over here,
Again, my knowledge, they were.
and there were no Henkel duct tape wrapped around shovels or anything like that,
Not to my knowledge.
and none wrapped around any of the other yard items, like a rake.
Again, not to my knowledge. No.
This weed eater here, nothing was wrapped around that for Henkel duct tape.
Not to my knowledge.
And is that like a saw?
I'm not sure what that item is.
All of this lawn equipment, none of that contained duct tape, Henkel brand duct tape, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And this lawnmower as well, nothing there.
Correct.
You know if there was a lock on that shed?
Yes, I believe there was.
And how was that open, sir?
Not sure. To be perfectly honest with you, there was people searching and collecting. I mean, I was notified when something was found to be collected. I'm not sure how that was open.
And all of the items that you found were black garbage bags, correct?
All of the
All of the
items?
items that you just finished introducing today, with the exception of the blankets and the bedding and bag, were black garbage bags, correct?
Yes.
Including the one right here in this garbage can.
I'm assuming that was one of the ones here. If I could refer to, can I
Sure,
refer
go
backward? Yes, I do have a black garbage bag that was collected from that shed.
Okay. May I unpublish the photograph here?
You may.
So what, as it relates to any duct tape, I know you've already touched about this is the evidence you found it in the home. Did you ever find the roll anywhere?
No.
Did you search the vehicles that were in the home?
The vehicles were part of the search, yes.
Okay. And that includes a green 4Runner, Toyota 4Runner?
I believe that was the maker's vehicle.
Okay. And also a black PT Cruiser?
Yes.
And you didn't find any duct tape in any of those?
Again, I didn't personally search every item in the home, but nothing was brought to my attention that was found in there.
And you would have been notified if that were the case?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you. You may be excused.
My name is Gerald M. Johnson, Gerald M. Johnson, Johnston.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you tell us how you are employed?
I am owner of a land surveying firm in Winter Garden, Allen Company.
In connection with that employment, were you contacted in December of 1998 by the Orange County Sheriff's Office in order to provide a survey and 3D animation of a location off of Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Were photographs and measurements supplied to your firm to accomplish that task?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to see the,
Can we do the correction? It's 2008,
did I say something other than 2008?
1998.
I don't know why I'm a decade off, wishful thinking, I guess. 2008, December
Yes.
of 2008. Have you had the opportunity to see the video and animation produced by your company for the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes.
And that video is accurate based on the photographs and measurements provided to you or to your company?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce QI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
And may we have permission to publish this item to the jury and then have the witness ultimately explain what it shows?
You may.
All right, so I've asked that be paused. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at?
That is a combination of a point cloud and photo merged together, and it's representative of the ground topographic conditions at the time we were on the scene that day. At the top where it's cut off, for clarity, just showing just the existing ground conditions only, we stripped away the trees, probably a couple of feet above ground level, just for clarity to show what's going on ground.
Is the surface of Suburban Drive higher than the ground level in the areas depicted? Is that what is being
Yes.
shown here?
Yes, the edge of pavement curb line are several feet above the ground as it falls away from the road.
What is a three-dimensional fly-through?
Basically, you are in space, if you will, and everything actually has three-dimensional qualities as if you're in this room, put you actually in there in a virtual environment, not unlike being in a video game, three-dimensional environment. And then you just go through with a bird's eye view as we track you through to see different elements.
In the three-dimensional fly-through, are elements that were present at the scene removed again for clarity's sake? Trees
Yes.
and other ground cover?
Yes, trees removed. A lot of the ground cover, I believe, was already gone as a function of the CSIs.
So the witness testifying to matters of which he has no knowledge of.
He indicated he was provided photographs by the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Judge overruled.
You can finish your answer.
The area, much of the existing ground cover, except for the trees and root systems, were all gone at that time we were there.
There were some purple markers in the three-dimensional fly-through. What were those representative of?
Bones that were recovered by the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
They had Ron Murdoch with the Orange County Sheriff's Office provided you with data from his total station program to enable you to place those purple markers in the fly-through.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions for the witness.
Cross-examination? And Mr. Johnson can be excused. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, moving right along.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 11 to.
Thank you, David Lord, on that.
You may be seated. Good morning. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present, along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, who will be the state's first witness?
Stephen Shaw.
Okay, let's bring the jury in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonition during your semi-weekend break? Okay. Does the state recognize the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
State may call the next witness.
They will call Stephen Shaw.
I'm Stephen Shaw, S-T-E-P-H-E-N-S-H-A-W.
And Mr. Shaw, how are you employed?
I'm a hair and fiber examiner for the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
I've held my current position for approximately 6 years.
What educational background do you have that led you to your present position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science and a Master's of Science. Both degrees are in textile chemistry, and both degrees are from North Carolina State University.
After obtaining your degrees, did you immediately go to work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
No, after getting my degrees, I was a research associate for the university for approximately 6 months. Then I took another job in the textile industry where I was a senior research associate for approximately 6 months, and then I began work at the FBI laboratory.
During your time with the FBI, did you have additional education through the FBI itself?
Yes, I did.
What type of training was that?
I received, to become a hair and fiber examiner, I received approximately a 1-year training program where I was under the direct guidance of qualified hair and fiber examiners. And during that time, I examined numerous hairs and numerous fibers, and I had to complete tests throughout my training program, including identification tests, matching tests, oral boards, as well as moot court exercises.
And how long, and after that year period of time, did you then become working independently as a hair and fiber examiner?
After completing that year time, I began working independently as a hair and fiber examiner.
And have you previously testified as an expert in that area in courts of law in the United States?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
12 times.
And in how many different jurisdictions?
I testified prior in Florida, in New York, Virgin Islands, California, Montana, Illinois, Virginia, or a few.
All right. This time, Your Honor, would submit the witness as an expert in the area of forensic hair and fiber identification and analysis.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of hair and fiber identification. You may continue, Mr. Ashton.
Sir, back in the middle part of 2008, you were working at the FBI lab at that point, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you become involved in doing a confirmation examination of a hair in the case involving Kaylee Marie Anthony, which was designated as Q12, that Karen Korsberg-Lowe had previously examined?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that process of confirmation, as I think you call it?
Yeah, the confirmation process is really a quality assurance step to make sure anytime we have.
Apologize. At this time, we would object, and we know our previous motions and objections on the front.
Based upon that objection would be overruled. You may continue. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So it's a part of our quality assurance procedure. So whenever we have an identification or we associate an association, we then have a second examiner to do an independent examination to see if they can reach the same conclusion or not.
Now, when you do that, do you already know the conclusions the other examiners found?
Yes, we do.
So in this case, were you looking to confirm the identification of a parent decomposition? Is that just that, or the comparison to the purported known hair as well?
It was a confirmation for the apparent decomposition, as well as microscopic similarities to a hair collected from a hairbrush.
And did you confirm both the apparent decomposition and the microscopic similarity to the hair from the hairbrush?
Yes, I did.
Did there come a time later in 2008 when you were called upon to examine some additional evidence as to the same case?
Yes.
And what came into the laboratory? First of all, why did you do the second examination as opposed to Ms. Lowe?
Because Ms. Lowe wasn't available at the time.
Now, what came into your laboratory? Were you submitted what is referred to as a hair mass?
Yes, I was.
If I could have State's Exhibit 271, Madam Clerk. Let me show you State's Exhibit 271 and ask if you recognize that as the item that we referred to and submitted to your laboratory.
I do recognize it.
And should that contain the hair mass that was submitted by Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, according to the laboratory markings, it should.
Now, what type of examination did you perform on, you designated as Q59 for your purposes, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what type of examination did you do on State's Exhibit 271, your Q59?
I examined the hairs from the hair mass microscopically, and I also then compared those hairs to the hair previously reported as originating from the trunk of the vehicle.
Now, when you examined the hair mass, did you find evidence of apparent decomposition on the hair mass?
Yes.
Did you find a band similar to what you had seen on the Q12 hair in the hair mass?
There was a band just above the end of the root. It was not similar, I would say, to the hair in the trunk, the band itself. It was a band just above the root, and the root itself had sort of brush-like appearance. So it's really a later stage of apparent decomposition than what was seen in the trunk.
So the hair in the trunk, it had the band and still had the root? Do I understand that correctly?
It had, the hair in the trunk, yes, still had a band with root material below the band.
And the hairs in the Q59 had the band, but the root had a brush-like appearance?
That's correct.
And is that brush-like appearance associated with later stages of decomposition?
Yes.
Now, did you also compare the hairs in Q59, in essence, as a purported known sample of the victim's hair to the hair from Q59 to determine whether they were microscopically similar?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conclusion of that comparison?
The previously reported Q12 hair, Caucasian head hair exhibiting characteristics of apparent decomposition at the root end, exhibited the same microscopic characteristics as the Caucasian head hairs from the hair mass. Accordingly, this hair and the hair mass are consistent with originating from the same source. However, it should be noted that hairs are not a means of positive identification. In other words, I cannot say that a hair did originate from a person to the exclusion of all others. I can say it is consistent. It should also be noted that the hair mass itself is not a suitable known hair sample. In other words, I did not have hairs plucked from an individual scalp, from a known individual scalp.
And the reason you had that caveat is because obviously you as an examiner cannot testify that the hair mass came from the victim, just that all you know was found with the victim. Is that the correct assessment of your caveat?
We don't know, I don't know the source of those hairs.
All right. Now, have you, in your work at the FBI, participated in a research project to further the scientific knowledge in the area of this decomposition artifact that we've been talking about?
I have, yes.
What type of research project have you been involved in?
I've been conducting a study that is still ongoing. I've just started writing the manuscript in that phase right now. So the preliminary results are 600 hairs stored in various locations. And these 600 hairs were collected from 15 living individuals, so 600 ante-mortem hairs. And the hairs, again, were stored in various conditions, to include indoors on a windowsill, indoors buried in potting soil that was watered and fertilized weekly, indoors submerged in water, outdoors in a grassy area that received direct sunlight, outdoors in a wooded area that did not receive direct sunlight, and in 3 different vehicles. In the trunk of a vehicle that was used during the time periods, underneath the seat of a second vehicle that was also used during the time periods, and on the dash and in the trunk of a third vehicle that was not used during the time periods. And this vehicle was parked in a location where it could receive direct sunlight. The time periods varied anywhere from approximately a week to approximately 7 months. At the end of those time periods, I then examined hairs at the root end microscopically to determine changes, if there are microscopic changes at the root end. No hairs stored in the vehicles and no hairs indoors on the windowsill exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition. Some of the hairs stored outdoors, most of the hairs buried in potting soil, and most of the hairs submerged in water did exhibit characteristics of apparent decomposition. And some of these characteristics are similar to characteristics we see in hairs removed post-mortem. However, no post-mortem banding was observed in any of these hairs. Okay, so they did exhibit some apparent decomposition, but no banding. I then set up a test where I included all hairs that had any possible changes at the root end in the test, I also included hairs known to be removed from deceased individuals, so known postmortem hairs. Those also were included in this test. The test was given to 2 different examiners, not involved in the initial analysis, but 2 different examiners. And they were given 3 answer sheets total. They were each given an answer sheet to do their initial analysis, and they were asked to identify any hairs given to them that exhibited characteristics of parent decomposition with postmortem banding. Besides their initial analysis answer sheet, they were also given a confirmed results answer sheet where they discussed their initial analysis to come up with one confirmed result. In the confirmed results, the hairs correctly identified all the postmortem banded hairs and excluded all of the environmental hairs in the study as being banded. In their initial analysis, examiner 1 correctly identified all of the postmortem hairs that were banded, but also included one of the antemortem hairs, so one of the environmentally studied hairs in the study as banded. Examiner 2 correctly, in his initial analysis, identified all of the postmortem banded hairs, but also identified one of the hairs, one of the antemortem hairs, as banded. So each examiner initially made an error in determining banding. With their confirmed results, they excluded those two environmentally stored hairs and only had the postmortem banded hairs as their confirmed result.
Let me clarify one thing on that. Did each of the 2, and again, was this test a blind test?
It was blind in that they didn't know the answers. They didn't know if any postmortem hairs were actually put into the test. They were aware that I had been doing a study on the environmental impact of hairs from living individuals, but that's all they knew.
All right. And just to clarify, one examiner in his initial examination picked out one hair as possible banding, and the other examiner in his initial examination picked out a different hair as possible banding. And then when the 2 got together, they agreed that both should be excluded as postmortem banding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to demonstrate the results of your study?
Yes, I did.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit QL for identification and ask you, is that the PowerPoint to demonstrate the study?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, for demonstration, which is like published to the jury, State's QL, I'm not moving the evidence, it does not involve the evidence in this case.
Your Honor, may we approach the disclosure?
You may continue, Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Jolly, we were discussing the study that you have performed. Let me go back and ask you, what caused you to become interested in doing a study like this? What was the inspiration for that?
It really was started because of a thesis that I came across at John Jay College, where they had taken hairs from living individuals and placed them in soil and in water, and had gotten decomposition in those hairs at the root end, or apparent decomposition. And it was suggested in that study that these hairs, additional research is needed, and that these hairs be compared, or hairs like them compared to postmortem hairs. So that's what I did.
So the thesis study found some sort of artifact in hairs from live people in those environmental conditions, but suggested that further study to be done, comparing them to actual postmortem hairs.
That's correct.
Now, did this particular case, your involvement in this particular case, have any, give you any additional interest in doing this study?
I think I probably would have done the study anyway, just not when I did. I think it was more of a priority because of this case.
Because of the issues in this case?
Correct.
Now, was the purpose, if you can put it in one line for us, what was the purpose of the study? What were you trying to figure out?
I was trying to recreate banding in hairs from living individuals.
Now, do hairs even that are not connected to living individuals still decompose in some respect?
Yes, they can if they're exposed.
Was the purpose to determine whether this particular artifact of decomposition could come from a live person's hair? Is that what you're looking for?
That's correct.
And again, how did you get the hairs for the study?
I went through an approval process to collect the hair samples, and then I asked for volunteers to volunteer their hair samples.
Request that this testimony be limited. Lack of disclosure, we don't have a copy of what he's testifying about.
Objection.
Again, how many individuals did you take hair samples from?
I took hair samples from, I received hair samples from 18 individuals. I used 15 in the study.
And were these hairs that were actually pulled from the volunteer individuals?
Yes, correct.
What were the gender distribution of these individuals?
Males and females.
And what were the age ranges of the individuals?
And I don't know why sometimes the audio kind of drops off. There's nothing really I can do about that. It's set to full audio on my side, but sometimes, and maybe just because of the recording, the audio is off or just lower.
The youngest was
Apologize.
3, the oldest was 53. I may have to check. It's 52 or 53.
In their 50s?
Yes.
Okay. And what variety of environmental conditions did you expose these hairs to in order to do the study?
Indoors on a windowsill, indoors buried in potting soil with plants that were watered and fertilized, indoors submerged in water, outdoors in an area exposed to sunlight, outdoors in a wooded area not exposed to sunlight, and in 3 different vehicles. In the trunk of a vehicle that was used during the time period, underneath the seat of a second vehicle that was also used during the time period, and on the dash in the trunk of a third vehicle that was not used during the time period and was parked, remained stationary throughout the time periods and was parked in direct sunlight.
When you say used during the time period, you mean someone's vehicle that was actually used on a daily basis.
Correct. I mean, someone continued about their normal use with the hairs in their location.
And how did you, place the hairs or isolate them so that they would be undisturbed for the study, like in the cars, for instance?
I used tape to fold over the distal ends, the tip ends of the hairs, leaving the proximal or root end of the hairs exposed. And then I gave these hairs to individuals, place in the vehicles, and told them, not to clean their vehicle or anything, but just place these hairs as they are, as the vehicle is, or whatever conditions, however they exist.
All right. And did you check the hairs at intervals as to each environmental condition, or just at the end?
I would check sort of an earlier time period, so around 1 to 4 weeks. Then I would check at a longer time period. So the ones collected at a shorter time period were collected and examined. There were additional hairs that were not disturbed, and those were placed between 3 months and approximately 7 months.
Is the difference between what you refer to as a postmortem banding and other types of decomposition a subtle difference?
In my opinion, it's an obvious difference.
And in your study, when you examined all of these hairs from all of these different environmental conditions from live people, did you find any that, in your opinion, would qualify as postmortem banding?
No, I did not.
Now, you discussed a blind study that you did of some of these hairs and the outcome of that. Tell us about that.
Yes, I included all the hairs with any possible change at the root end into this test, as well as hairs known to be removed from deceased individuals. They were also included in the same test. And the test was given to 2 different examiners who were asked to identify any hairs exhibiting characteristics of apparent decomposition with postmortem banding. They were given 3 answer sheets total, an answer sheet each for their initial analysis, and then a confirmed results answer sheet, where they discussed their initial analysis to come up with one confirmed result. In examiner 1's initial analysis, he correctly identified all the postmortem banded hairs, but also identified an antemortem hair, so one of the hairs in the study, as banded.
That's a question about before you go on. So this examiner number 1 picked out one of the hairs that was from a live person, as initially indicating it might have postmortem banding. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay. And how about the other examiner?
The second examiner also correctly identified all the postmortem banded hairs, and also in his initial analysis identified one of the antemortem hairs in the study as banded.
But did he identify the same one that the first examiner identified?
No, they were different hairs stored under the same conditions, but different hairs. And so in their final, when they discussed and they came up with one confirmed results, they excluded those 2 hairs.
Now that coming together, that conferencing, is that something that examiners would do in a real case if they disagreed on a call?
Yes.
So that basically, did that imitate the real world environment of how examiners come to decisions?
It's similar.
So in the end, they agreed that neither was postmortem banned. Is that?
That's correct.
Now, in this study, did you find hairs with apparent decomposition?
Yes.
And is postmortem banding a sort of a specific subset of various artifacts of decomposition of the hair?
Yes, it is.
So while you found decomposition in the hairs, did you find any that had postmortem banding?
Not in the study, no.
Now, did you also bring with us today a copy of a photograph, a digital copy of a photograph of the actual Q12 hair that you examined as a confirming examiner with Ms. Lowe back in 2008?
Yes.
Right.
What says the defense?
Object.
Be receiving evidence that states number. Right.
Mr. Shaw, you see the state's exhibit 301 that's on screen in front of you.
Yes, I do.
And is that the photograph of the particular hair, which is designated Q12 in this case?
Yes.
The single hair.
Okay. Now we
Showing
have the actual photograph
decomposition.
in front of us. Can you show the jury the postmortem band that you saw in this case upon your confirming examination?
Sure. The bands
Here's the
is
band.
in between these 2 lines, so that dark, opaque area above the root.
And is that a fairly classic example of postmortem banding?
It's what I would identify as postmortem banding. Yes, it's a band above the root bulb.
And again, is that artifact we see in this photograph, was that seen in any of the photographs of in your study involving live persons?
No, it was not.
No further questions.
Motion to strike will be denied. Cross-examination. Mike.
Please, court.
You may proceed, Mr. Baines.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Shaw.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Very good.
I want to ask you just a few questions about, first off, the hair that you observed in this case, the Q12 one, we saw the photograph. You testified that when you got the Q59, which was the hair mat from Suburban Drive, that the characteristics were not similar, correct?
What I was speaking of is the characteristics of the root portion itself. I did not do a side-by-side comparison of the root portions, but the hair from the trunk had root material below the band. The hairs in the hair mass had a dark band just above the end of the root, but it had more of a brush-like, what I would classify as a brush-like appearance to it.
So it was a different appearance to you?
Yes.
And that's why you testified that you would not say it's similar?
Speaking just about the root portions, that's correct. They were dissimilar.
Okay. And when you observed and you did the study, you were prompted to do it based on the thesis from John Jay College, the graduate student, correct?
That's correct.
And this study found live people to have apparent decomposition and postmortem root banding, did it not, from live people?
No, they did not make that conclusion. They referred to some of their changes as fraying, darkening, and they did refer to some of their changes as banding, but they indicated it was a band further down into the root, so closer to the end of the root than postmortem is observed.
Okay. And that would be the one you would find similar from, that description would best fit the description of the Q59 sample that you examined?
It's closer to that, but what they were seeing as decomposition in the actual root material itself. The hair mass did not have much of any root material remaining. It was mostly just a shaft, the band just above the end of the hair.
Now, the study that you have, you were, and from what you've also seen in your experience, you've seen darkening near the root, or actually on the root, correct? From live people?
In this study, down into the root bulb, yes.
Okay. And you've also seen it further up the hair, correct?
We've seen striations further up the hair.
Okay. And I know in your testimony, you claim that the difference is obvious between what you call apparent decomposition and postmortem root banding, right?
Correct. Well, I'm sorry. Apparent decomposition is an umbrella of different types of decomposition that we see. As far as apparent decomposition removed from individuals after they're deceased, postmortem banding is one of the types of apparent decomposition that we see.
It's a broader term.
Apparent decomposition is a broader term. Yes,
okay.
correct.
And that's what Ms. Lowe indicated in her report, that there was apparent decomposition, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had mentioned that the differences, of course, are obvious to you.
Yes.
Okay. But they weren't quite obvious to the examiners that assisted you in the study, correct?
Correct. In their initial analysis, they did identify one of the antemortem hairs each as banded.
So what we're really talking about when you look at some darkening, and let's take this step by step. You get a hair, you inspect it under a microscope.
By the way, I believe the second half of day 17 is going to include the recall of Cindy. So we'll get some more exciting testimony then, hopefully. I don't know for sure. Maybe Poetic can let us know. But that's what I believe.
Right?
Correct. I examine it using a microscope.
And you make a call. You make a decision. You give your opinion.
Correct. We examine the hair and the characteristics that are present, and based on our training and our experience, we reach conclusions.
Okay. And when these two different examiners on two different hairs gave their opinion, they were wrong.
Correct. They did commit errors.
Okay. And when we say they were wrong, we're really just saying that they said what was banding is different than what you say is banding, correct?
No, that's incorrect. They realized between themselves that they made errors in their initial analysis and were able to exclude, with the confirmed results, we're able to exclude those two hairs.
Let me see if I can redo the question, because I'm not certain I asked you this correctly.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
Let me rephrase this, sir.
Sure.
You don't know if postmortem root banding is exclusively from people who are deceased, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can never testify in a court of law to such a fact.
That's correct.
Okay. So when someone says this is postmortem root banding, they're not saying it's from a dead person, correct?
That's correct. Not
okay. So that's what I meant when I said the person who made the call, they were wrong according to what you consider postmortem root banding.
Well, not just what I consider postmortem root banding, but also the two of them. I mean, once they did initial analysis and discussions, they excluded those hairs.
Okay, let me take this step by step. There's examiner A and examiner B.
Correct.
And these are people who are just as qualified as you are.
Yes, that's correct.
They have the same training you go through.
That's correct.
And they have the same amount of experience as you do.
No.
More?
Less.
Less? Okay. And why did you choose someone for your study with less experience?
They were two examiners that were not involved in my initial analysis of these hairs.
Okay.
So
and they have observed the same characteristics in other hairs.
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
They have, examiner A and examiner B have both seen apparent decomposition in hairs. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they've also seen what is called postmortem root banding in hairs.
Yes.
So when examiner A inspected the hair and found postmortem root banding, his opinion from that inspection is different from what you would say is postmortem root banding.
In that initial analysis, that's correct.
Okay. And when examiner B did the examination,
and found postmortem root banding, his opinion is different than what your opinion would be.
Correct. In that initial analysis, correct.
Okay. Now, this is still a very ongoing area of forensic science, is it not?
There's still research being done. I mean, I'm conducting research myself. It's pretty well established discipline, but it's mostly, for the most part, based on the experience of hair examiners and observing hairs known to be from deceased individuals, hairs known to be from living individuals, and noticing these differences.
Now, you've never testified in a court of law about postmortem root banding, have you, sir?
I have not.
Okay. And this is your very first time in the United States testifying to such a thing.
That's correct.
And when you, after you submitted a deposition in this case, correct?
I did.
I was present,
Yes.
and Mr. Ashton was present,
Yes.
and this occurred in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to us taking your deposition, you submitted for an approval of a validation study of postmortem root banding. Did you not?
That's correct.
And in that submission, you requested approval for this project to be expedited.
Yes, that's right.
And that is in order for it to be complete before trial.
Yes, correct.
And this was subsequent to you giving your opinion in this case.
It was after the deposition.
And after also reports that you submitted in this case.
Yes, that's correct.
So to sum it up, you wrote your report, correct? So
Correct.
yes,
Correct.
Let's say yes for the court report. Sure. And you testified under oath.
Correct.
And then you did a validation study for postmortem root banding.
That's correct. The postmortem root banding was already what I would consider valid. It was based primarily on experience. Not a lot of research studies have gone into studying the effects of environmental hairs on antemortem. So that's why I did look into that, especially after coming across the thesis from John Jay College.
And a huge part of that, what's established, is that you cannot say postmortem root banding comes from a dead person.
That's correct.
And from what you observed, even in your own study, after you gave your opinions in this case, was that subjecting hairs to different environments can alter the appearance of a hair to include darkening on the hair, correct?
You can get darkening on the hair, yes.
To the point where even a trained forensic examiner would call it postmortem root banding.
That's what occurred in their initial analysis, correct.
Now, again, what you received in this case was only one hair.
I'm sorry.
From the Q12, and what was given to you initially was only one hair.
Correct.
And in your experience, human beings shed many hairs all the time.
Yes, they do shed. We shed on average around 100 hairs per day. Most of the hairs, though, that are shed are naturally shed hairs that have a club-like appearance to them.
And then sometimes someone brushes their hair or something happens and someone's hair will stick on some clothing, right?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you have a job is because hairs are found everywhere at scenes, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, it's one of the most frequent things that are left at a scene.
We see hairs at scenes all the time.
And a lot of these hairs aren't coming off of someone pulling hair or brushing their hair or anything like that. There are things called transfer, correct?
Correct.
And when we say transfer, we're referring to I have some contact with you. Somehow your hair ends up on my jacket sleeve, and I could transfer it somewhere else, correct?
Correct. That's called an indirect transfer.
Okay. And also called secondary transfer.
Yes.
Okay. Other transfer would be my own hair is on me somehow, somewhere, and I come into contact with something, and that sheds a hair.
Yes, that's correct.
Right? And the likelihood of transfer, or saying if you only find one hair, that is consistent with transfer, is it not?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
If I have one hair that I leave at a crime scene, and that hair is there, doesn't necessarily mean the person was there, does it?
That's correct. I can't tell how that hair got to that location.
And the fact that you would find one hair at a scene and not a bunch of hairs, that is consistent with transfer, is it not, sir?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
I'll rephrase it, but no problem. If you find multiple hairs, numerous hairs, that's not as consistent with transfer as much as if you only find one hair, correct?
Well, finding any hairs separate from a person's scalp would be a transfer.
It would be consistent with transfer, correct?
Finding any hairs in a location other than the person's scalp would indicate a transfer occurred.
And the likelihood is even increased more so if you only find one hair, correct?
No, it's a transfer, whether it's one hair or many hairs.
What I mean, sir, is rather than the actual person being at that location, that's what I'm referring to. I know that they're all considered transfer, but generally speaking, as opposed to the person actually being at that location, it is more consistent with transfer if you just find one hair. Wouldn't you agree?
So direct transfer, where it may indicate that. I mean, again, we don't know, even from a single hair, how it got to that location, whether it was directly transferred, meaning it went directly from the source to that location, or indirectly transferred, meaning it went to another intermediate object and then to that case, and then to that location.
And to conclude on your study, the environmental conditions were completely different from your study than they weren't done in Florida, were they?
No, they were not.
Where were they done, sir?
They were conducted around Quantico, Virginia.
Okay. What time of the year?
Between the months of August and April.
It get pretty cold up there during those months?
It does.
And of course, climate and heat is the biggest factor that speeds up the decomposition process, does it not?
That's my understanding.
Heat plays a major role in decomposition, does it not, sir?
My understanding is that heat can increase the rate of decomposition, but that's really not my area of expertise.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just a couple of questions, sir. The brush-like appearance that counsel asked you about that distinguished the Q59 hairs found at the scene of the body and the Q12 hair from the trunk, is that an indicator of more advanced decomposition?
Yes, the hair mass and the brush-like appearance is an indicator of further decomposition.
The two hairs that Mr. Baez spent some time speaking to you about that initial examiners included as banding and excluded, what were the environmental conditions under which those two hairs were maintained?
They were both submerged in water for approximately 17 days.
So neither one of those hairs was in the trunk of the car?
That's correct.
The Q12 hair that counsel was asking you about, he talked about shed hairs. Was Q12 a shed hair?
No, Q12 was an anagen or stretched root hair, which would indicate some force was required to remove that hair.
In all of, and counsel correctly pointed out that you see hairs all the time from crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
Over your career, would it be a fair statement that you've seen thousands of hairs?
That's fair, yes.
Aside from this particular case, the Q12 hair, have you ever seen a hair with the decomp band that didn't come from a corpse?
No, I have not.
No further questions.
Recrosses to those issues as well.
My last question that Mr. Ashton asked you, you've only this is the first time you've testified about this topic, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you aware of the thesis that was conducted that you based this study on? The underlying conclusion?
I've read it. I'm familiar with it.
Okay. Are you aware of the conclusion that?
Objection. Hearsay.
You may. You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shaw, just two quick points that I'd like to touch upon. Based on your studies and experience, it is true that environmental effects could cause confusion in identifying or misidentifying postmortem root bandings, correct?
Without proper training, there is that possibility.
Now, when you testified about the type of root on the Q12 hair, and you said that some force would have had to been used, that doesn't mean that someone pulled that hair out, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
In fact, it could have come out through a brush.
It could have.
And numerous other ways as well, correct?
Correct.
No further question.
Yes, sir.
Would moving a dead body be one of those ways that the hair could have been pulled out?
It could, yes.
No further question.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call in next witness.
Call Elizabeth Fontaine.
My name is Elizabeth Fontaine, and my last name is spelled Fontaine.
Thank you. How are you presently employed?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your job with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I'm a physical scientist forensic examiner in the Latent Print Operations Unit.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity in that unit?
For 4.5 years.
And what is your education that led you to that job?
I have a Master's of Science degree in Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences with a concentration in Forensic Drug Chemistry from the University of Florida, located in Gainesville, Florida. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Microbiology with a minor in Chemistry from the University of Rhode Island, located in Kingston, Rhode Island.
And have you had any training within the FBI that led you to your present position?
Yes. I successfully completed an approximate 18-month training program in the Latent Print Unit at the FBI. During that training program, I learned about the biology of friction-rich skin, how to record known prints, how to properly handle and process evidence for the detection of latent prints, and how to actually conduct comparisons. During my training, I processed hundreds of items of evidence and completed approximately 75,000 comparisons. Towards the end of my training, I worked cases under the supervision of a certified examiner, and upon completion of the training program, I successfully completed the FBI certification exam in the area of friction ridge analysis.
And when did you become, is there a point when you become an examiner that's permitted to do examinations after training is over?
After I was certified in July of 2008. Following that period, I was on what we call a probationary period for 6 months. This is when a supervisor looks over your work for a period of time, and after that 6-month period is completed, you are able to work cases without having someone check over your work completely. However, our work still goes through a technical and administrative review process.
Now, is the period of what you call probation, is that standard for all new examiners?
Yes, it is.
So it's not like a punishment for anything?
No.
Okay. Now, direct your attention to December of 2008 and ask if you had occasion
Not a
to
punishment,
examine some evidence submitted in the investigation of the death of one Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Yes, I did.
And was that in the form of some duct tape that was reported to you as having been obtained from the remains?
Yes, it was 3 pieces of duct tape.
All right. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit for identification KN. May I approach the witness? Let me show you State's Exhibit KN for identification and ask if you recognize it.
Yes, I do, and I know I do because my initials appear on the white tag on the outer packaging of the bag.
And is this the bag that you were sent which contained the duct tape?
Yes, and again, I know this because my initials appear on one of the seals of me indicating that I sealed this package.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, I move into evidence states exhibit KN for identification.
What says defense?
The package, Your Honor.
You may. We received an evidence that states numbered.
Ms. Fontaine, when you got this item of evidence, did you have to go any efforts to separate the three pieces, or were they already separated?
May I refer to my case notes, please?
You may.
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Upon initial receipt of the evidence, how I receive evidence is a item of evidence receives a Q if it is a questioned item. Other items receive K if it is a known item. In this case, those three pieces of duct tape were received to me as Q items, and I refer to them as Q62, Q63, and Q64. Q62, upon initial receipt, was a separate piece of tape, and Q63 and Q64 were initially received on top of each other or stuck together.
Did you have to use any efforts to separate them?
I actually did not separate those two pieces of tape that were stacked or stuck together. An examiner in the trace evidence unit did this.
All right. Did you, however, later examine them separately?
I examined them stuck together and separately.
Now, can you describe first Q62 as far as its size and its condition, according to, and if you need to refer to your notes, refresh your recollection, go right ahead.
My notes indicate that Q62, Q63, and Q64 were each approximately 6 to 8 inches in length.
All right. And what was their condition as far as, did you know that they are weathered, or did they look new, old, any of those observations? Okay.
I have indicated in my notes that the glue was almost gone and that the duct tape was no longer sticky. And the glue had migrated along with the strings or fibers within the duct tape towards one end and it formed a glob of glue and fibers. Basically, the duct tape was no longer a sticky type tape, but rather the plastic with the glue and strings hanging on to the rest of the plastic.
So had some of the strings separated from the plastic or vinyl part of the tape?
That's correct.
Now, did you subject Q62, Q63, and Q64 to examination in an effort to find possible latent fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Now, were you given a history of where this tape was found, under what conditions?
I was told that the tape was found on the remains and that it was found in an area that was periodically subjected to flooding.
Exception.
She is an expert, Your Honor, and she's permitted to base her opinion on hearsay, and I'm going to ask her opinion in a moment.
Overruled.
All right. Now, based upon the history you were given, did you have an expectation of any probability of finding latent fingerprints?
Overruled.
Sorry.
Evidence that is subjected to environmental factors, I would not expect latent prints to be found. This is because latent prints are very fragile and are comprised of oil, sweat, or similar substances. However, I do not go into an examination process if I have the thought that I will not expect to see latent prints. It does not change my examination of that item of evidence. My process and my examination, regardless of what I think the end outcome will be, does not change.
Now, when examining Q62, were you able to find any latent fingerprints?
No, I was not.
In examining Q63, were you able to find any latent fingerprints?
No, I was not.
And in examining Q64, were you able to find any latent fingerprints?
No, I was not.
During your examination of these exhibits, did you note in your notes something that you did see?
Yes, I did.
We would renew our previous motions and objections.
Renewed objections will be overruled.
And on which exhibit did you see that this item we're going to talk about?
Let me refer to my notes, please.
Please do.
It was on Q63.
And what did you see?
During my examination of Q63, an outline of a heart appeared in one of the corners on the edge of that piece of duct tape.
Now, what process were you using when you noticed this artifact?
I was using an alternate light source called RUBIS, which is an acronym that stands for Reflective Ultraviolet Imaging System. This process is utilized after superglue, and it helps visualize a three-dimensional object or an object that has different depths or dirt or not a flat surface. It also helps visualize reflective surfaces. It helps minimize the glare and any bumps or distortion that flat surface may have. This alternate light source helps make that a flat, non-reflective image.
Is that process used normally to raise otherwise invisible fingerprints?
It helps eliminate any background that the object that you're processing for the development of latent prints may have, interfering with properly visualizing latent prints.
Now, can you give us any further description of what this shape looked like? About how big was it?
It was approximately the size of a dime. And the best way to illustrate what I saw was if you were to wear a Band-Aid for an extended period of time and eventually remove that Band-Aid, you have that glue or debris surrounding the outer edges of that Band-Aid. The outline of the heart resembled that glue or debris that if you had been wearing a Band-Aid for an extended period of time. However, rather than in the shape of a Band-Aid, it was in the shape of a heart.
Now, upon seeing that, did you believe it to be of any special significance in the case at the time you saw it?
At the time, no.
Did you note it in your file?
I noted it in my file, and I notified the appropriate people involved in the case.
Did you also call over a supervisor to view it as well?
Yes, a supervisor was with me that evening and also observed the heart shape on the duct tape as well.
Sustained. Motion to strike the last answer will be granted.
Thank you. Without saying what she may have said, did she come over and view it in your presence?
Yes, she did.
All right. Now, did you photograph it?
No, I did not.
Why not?
My job is to process evidence and examine evidence for the detection of latent prints, to then take those latent prints and compare them to known prints, other latent prints, or to search them in the FBI's fingerprint database. When I observe something that is unexpected, I note it and continue on with my examination. The FBI does not require photographing of unexpected items to be done. In this case, when I observed the unexpected item, I continued on with my examination. And upon completion of processing and examining the duct tape, I did attempt to photograph the heart. However, at that point in time, it was no longer visible on the object.
Now, what had you done to the object between when you first saw it and when you, let me stop. Did you later come back and photograph it based upon discussions with law enforcement that it might actually be something important?
No, I did.
Overall.
No, I did not.
Why did you go back and attempt to photograph it later?
I had completed my examination and felt that at that point it was appropriate to attempt a photograph.
What processes had you used on the tape in order to try to lift prints between seeing it and then not being able to find it again?
I conducted an alternate dye stain known as RAM. Each of those letters stand for a different dye stain. RAM is a strong solvent that colors superglue so that I can visualize white superglue prints on white objects or objects that have a reflective property to them underneath an alternate light source such as a laser. This allows, I'm sorry. Sure. RAM is a dye stain that dye stains white superglue prints. This dye stain enables a fingerprint examiner to look at white fingerprints on white objects and also on reflective objects by utilizing alternate light sources such as a laser. The print, rather than being white underneath the alternate light source, will then glow an orange type color. I use that examination as well as black powder, which is the typical black powder as you see on CSI with the brush. And I also used alternate black powder, which is that same black powder mixed with a solution to process anything that is sticky or glue-like on the items of evidence.
But when you went back to try and photograph the whatever it was, you couldn't find it anymore.
That is correct.
Now, do you know what that artifact was?
Other than stating that it was in the shape of a heart, approximately the size of a dime, I cannot go further.
And do you have any idea how it got there, when it got there, who put it there, or why?
No, I do not.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Please record. Good morning, Ms. Fontaine.
Good morning.
The items that you were given to inspect, you were given them second, correct? Q62 to Q64?
What do you mean by second?
Who was the first person from the FBI to receive these items?
All items of evidence are received in our evidence control unit as a standard policy and protocol inter-unit, and they conduct an inventory. After the 3 pieces of duct tape went to our evidence control unit, it did, according to my chain of custody, prior to me going to the trace evidence unit. However, how the evidence went from the evidence control unit to the trace unit is not detailed in my case records.
Okay. I apologize. I'm not sure I understood that.
That's okay.
Okay. First, it's collected at the scene, right?
Correct.
And then Orange County Sheriff's Office has it, right?
I do not know the travel path of these 3 pieces of tape other than once they were received in the FBI laboratory.
Now, it goes to Tampa first, does it not?
Again, I don't know the path until it enters into the laboratory.
Okay. And then it got to the evidence control unit.
That's correct.
Okay. These are the people who kind of distribute which evidence goes to where, correct?
That is correct. And they also conduct an inventory of evidence received.
They basically are the ones inventorying everything and saying, okay, this is going to go here first and this here second, and so on and so forth.
That is correct.
Okay. So evidence control unit got it, right?
Yes.
Then it was taken to your division, correct?
Prior to me receiving it, it was received in the trace evidence unit. That is where I received the 3 pieces of duct tape from.
And the trace evidence unit searches it for trace evidence, correct?
Upon their initial receipt of the items of evidence, they contacted myself so that I can conduct a visual examination on the items. This is typically done because latent prints are generally latent print unit generally receives evidence last. So we work closely with other units so that if there's any fingerprints that may be seen visually, we can photographically capture them then, rather than waiting for it to be received in our unit at a later point in time.
Okay, so now we're at trace evidence unit.
Correct.
And they call you over while they are conducting their examination.
That's correct.
And they're searching for hair,
I assume so, yes.
fibers,
Again, I assume so.
anything that would assist the jury in determining what's going on with this piece of evidence, correct?
And again, yes, I assume so.
All right. Now, then it goes to you.
Yes.
Okay. And the very first thing you did you start with Q62?
I initially started, I don't exactly remember if I started with 1, 2, or 3. Since they were 2 stacked together and one was separate, I'm sure I started with the one that was separate first, which was Q62.
Okay. So you're the second division, so to speak, to get this, or the second person to get this type of evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got Q62, you then began, what was the first process you did for fingerprinting?
Initially, when I received the 3 pieces of duct tape after being notified by the trace evidence unit, I conducted a visual examination. This is very basic by holding items of evidence and maybe rotating or tilting it slightly for different lighting to see if any latent prints are visible without any chemicals or forensic processes.
And this helps you in your normal course. This is something you're trained to do because this often allows you to pick up latent prints, correct?
It is always the first step in our examination process, yes.
Okay. What's the second step?
The second step is a laser, which is just like you see on TV or the laser pointers. It's very similar to that. It's at a wavelength that allows us to visualize or potentially visualize latent prints.
And the wavelength of the laser is what allows you to see any types of items that may or may not be on the tape, correct?
Yes, a certain percentage of the population has fingerprints that naturally fluoresce, given the lotions that they use on a daily basis or the items that they handle. So we look at we second look at evidence using a laser to see if there's any naturally fluorescing fingerprints.
Okay, and then what's the third step you take?
The third step is UV or ultraviolet. It's very similar to the laser. It's just at a different frequency, again, to visualize any potentially naturally occurring fluorescing fingerprints.
And these different frequencies are what allows you to sometimes pick up on latents that the previous alternating light sources do not, correct?
That is correct. Our processes are in a sequence that allows us to optimize the visualization of latent prints.
And then what is step 4?
In this case, step 4, the items of evidence actually went back to the trace evidence unit for them to do a full collection of their evidence that they needed to do.
And then at that point, that's when they may take out any fibers or anything that's there.
That is correct.
Then it came back to you, did it not?
That is correct.
And what happened when you got it on that occasion?
When I got all 3 pieces of tape back the second time, I redid the first 3 steps that I just told you about: visual examination, laser examination, and ultraviolet light examination. This was done because Q63 and Q64 were once stacked on top of each other, and now they no longer were.
And that was disconnected by the trace evidence unit?
Yes.
Okay. A completely different person?
Correct.
Okay. So now we're at, I believe, step 6.
Sure. Step 6 is super glue. And I'm sure if you've seen CSI, you see them stick the tube in the car and the white fumes super glue the interior of the car. It's the same thing, just on a different scale, and all 3 pieces of tape were super glued.
Okay. And how does that assist you in being able to lift fingerprints?
Super glue is attracted to moisture. So when the evidence is super glued in a humidity chamber, which means we add moisture to the air within that chamber. That moisture is attracted to any latent prints that may be on the item of evidence. That moisture then attracts the super glue to that moisture and eventually allows the super glue to harden, making almost like a coating or a shell over that latent print.
Okay. And then what did you do after that?
The next after super glue was
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop. That's step 7, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The next step after super glue is RUBIS, that reflective ultraviolet imaging system that I spoke of previously.
Now, the RUBIS system is fairly advanced, is it not?
I don't know what you mean by advanced.
Let me rephrase that. For the layperson, describe to us what RUBIS is.
Sure. The RUBIS system is an ultraviolet light that is shown down through a filter and a camera onto the object. This camera then presents an image onto a computer screen very similar to the one next to me and allows you to visualize the object. So you're actually not looking at the object, but you're looking at the monitor while you visualize what the RUBIS is doing. And the RUBIS, as I spoke of earlier, shines down onto the object, helping eliminate any reflective properties that the item may have, and also helps take away the 3D effects that may be on that item as a result of debris or dirt or crinkles in the actual material.
And the filter is what allows for that to occur, correct?
I'm not sure how it works exactly. I know when all put together, that's how it works.
Okay. And that comes up on a screen. It's also blown up for you and somewhat, I don't want to use like a microscope, but basically enlarges it for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, since the imaging system, the image is portrayed on a monitor very similar to this size, the object that is visualized through the imaging system is enlarged to fit onto the monitor screen.
Okay. And that is step 8.
I guess, yes.
Okay. Anything else after that?
After the RUBIS, the next step is the RAM, which is that alternate dye stain that I spoke about, and the final process is black powder.
Let me stop you there. Explain RAM for us.
Sure. RAM is a dye stain that is used on top of super glue. The super glue I use is the same super glue that you guys all have at your house. It dries white, clear type color. So sometimes it is hard to actually visualize that cloudy white type print that may be on an object. So we utilize a dye stain, and at the FBI, we mostly utilize RAM. This dye stain stains that super glue rather than a white color. It gives it fluorescent properties to it, so that I can utilize the ultraviolet light and a laser to help visualize that latent print, and now it will glow orange.
And then after the RAM, that's after step 9, what happens on step 10?
In this case, step 10 for me was alternate black powder. This is regular black powder mixed with a solution, which is then painted onto any glue or sticky substance that may be on the item. Typically, step 9 or alternate black powder is utilized only when there is a glue type substance. It is not a normal procedure on items of this type.
And that was your final test, correct?
No, I have one more.
Oh, okay.
The final step was black powder. This is the traditional black powder that you've seen on where they dust and they powder with a brush on the counters. This is just black powder that is applied.
And why is that used? I'm sorry if you can throw that in there as well.
Latent prints, because they are comprised of oil, sweat, or similar substances, when you touch an object, you leave behind a fragmentary reproduction of your friction ridge arrangement that leaves behind oil or sweat. So when you powder, and you all seen them when they do on CSI, they take the brush and they... I'm sorry. When you powder and you move the brush between your fingers over the latent print that is comprised of oil, sweat, or similar substances, that powder is attracted to and adheres to, in a sense, to the moisture of that latent print.
And 11 is where we conclude.
I've lost count, so I guess yes.
Okay. Now, after you've done this, you of course do this on both sides, correct?
The alternate black powder is only applied to the glue type area, so that was a specified area that was applied to.
But all the other steps were on both sides of the tape.
That is correct.
And that's because someone could touch both sides of the tape with either finger, correct?
Yes, I don't go into processing an item of evidence with any expectations. So all of our processes and all of our examinations is conducted on the entirety of the object.
Now that's how you went through Q62.
And Q63 and Q64.
I'll have to go there. So Ms. Fontaine, then you went to Q63. Don't worry, I won't make you repeat all that stuff again. But
please.
You started on Q63. Now I recall in your testimony, you were very specific that you didn't want to say any more than what you saw, right?
That is correct.
And you can't speculate any further than that, right?
That is correct.
Now, Q63, when you saw this small item, it was just something visual, correct?
It was something that I visualized in the RUBIS system, or that reflective ultraviolet imaging system.
And that was step 7.
I don't remember.
Okay. And then after you had completed step 11, you came back and it was no longer there.
Upon completion of processing the item of evidence, it was no longer visible, yes.
Okay. So, however, when you saw that item, this was after you had gotten it, or after you had gotten it back from the trace evidence unit for the second time, correct?
All of my processes were done after the examination of the trace evidence unit.
Okay, so it goes, so you have something that is received at the FBI, it goes to trace evidence, you're there, you do a visual there, then it comes to you, correct?
Correct.
Then it goes back to trace evidence unit, correct?
Sustained.
And then you get it back, and that's where you started step 1 through 11, correct?
I restarted steps 1, 2, and 3, and then introduced 4 through the end.
Okay. And after you received something, you actually did a report in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the report, You indicate that Q62 through Q64 had no fingerprints whatsoever.
That is correct.
And this is including your thorough examination of each piece backwards and forwards, correct?
Yes.
And you follow, or you're aware of this item of evidence because it's an item of evidence that you may testify in this case, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
What I mean is, you're aware that the item of evidence, after you're finished with it, goes back to evidence control and then probably to another division.
That is correct.
And you're aware that the item was later contaminated by another member, right?
You're saying, here we approach.
You may. Objection sustained. You may continue.
Ms. Fontaine, after you conclude your examination, you just fill out a report of what you know and what you don't know, correct?
I fill out a report with what my conclusions are.
Okay. And your conclusions when inspecting Q62, Q63, and Q64 was after doing a complete and total workup using multiple different techniques, you were not able to find any fingerprints on either piece of duct tape.
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
You said that Q63 and Q64 were stacked.
That is correct.
Which was on top?
According to my
Overruled.
Q63 was on top of Q64.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
As we indicated earlier, this are only other witnesses we have. The next witness available will not be here till tomorrow morning, so we have no further witnesses to present this afternoon or tomorrow morning. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the schedules couldn't be adjusted.
The witnesses for tomorrow will be here tomorrow when?
They will, I believe they arrive at 11, so they should be here and ready to testify at 1:30, which is normal afternoon schedule.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me give you an update as far as I know what's going on, and that is subject to change. Based upon what I know and what the lawyers.
All right, trial at day 18. Let's go. Moving right along.
You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present, along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed?
Stage ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready. I just wanted to know if the court would like an update, housekeeping update after these witnesses or before, whichever the court's preference. I'm available.
You can give it to me now. All right, state may call the next witness.
The next witness will be Catherine Tyson.
No. Okay. All right, you may return to jury. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And did you heed my previous admonitions not to discuss this case among yourselves along with the rest of the admonitions? Okay. State recognizes the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
And does the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
State may call the next witness.
They will call Catherine Tyson.
Solemnly swear or affirm
I bet you she's not a scientist.
My name is Catherine Tyson. Catherine is spelled with a C, and Tyson is spelled T-H-E-I-S-E-N.
You may proceed, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as the Chief of the Quality Assurance and Training Unit at the FBI Laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI?
For 23 years.
What work did you do while with the FBI Laboratory before your current position?
For 6.5 years, I was a research scientist, and in that position, I researched and developed new forensic DNA typing techniques for the FBI Laboratory and for other laboratories. Then for 5 years, I was a quality assurance specialist in the FBI Laboratory, and I developed quality assurance procedures and practices for use by our laboratory. And then following that, for 9 years, I was a forensic mitochondrial DNA examiner.
What's your educational background that led you to your positions with the FBI?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Virginia and a PhD in human molecular genetics from Johns Hopkins University.
Have you taught any classes in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I have. Over my career with the FBI, I've taught numerous classes, mostly at the graduate school level, to personnel from crime labs from around the country, as well as other labs in the world.
And what specialized training, or have you received any additional training with the FBI Laboratory since the PhD and the master's you told us about?
Yes, specifically for my position as a forensic mitochondrial DNA examiner, I was in our training program for over a year, and that training program consisted of formalized lectures and independent study, as well as lab work, and the culmination of that was being subjected to numerous examinations, which qualified me to be a forensic mitochondrial DNA examiner.
Have you ever testified as an expert in that area in the past?
Yes, I have.
On approximately how many occasions?
This is my 20th time.
And in how many different, all federal jurisdictions, all state, or mix?
A mix, mostly state and local jurisdictions.
This time, Your Honor, I would submit the witness as an expert in the area of forensic mitochondrial DNA analysis.
The witness will be accepted as expert witness in the area tendered. You may proceed.
Thank you. Pardon me. Would you tell us, if you would, what type or types of DNA testing are done by the FBI laboratory?
The FBI laboratory conducts nuclear DNA testing and mitochondrial DNA testing. Nuclear DNA is inherited from both of our parents, from our mother and our father. And nuclear DNA testing then gives us the ability to potentially identify a person as a source of an item of evidence to the exclusion of any other individual. Mitochondrial DNA, on the other hand, is inherited only from our mothers. So we share our mitochondrial DNA type with our mothers, with any siblings we have that share the same mother. And also, by chance, we share our mitochondrial DNA type with other non-related people. So therefore, mitochondrial DNA testing does not give us ability to identify a person to the exclusion of anybody else.
How is a mitochondrial DNA examination conducted?
There are several steps that make up a mitochondrial DNA examination. First, the DNA is extracted or isolated from an item of evidence. That DNA is then subjected to a process that we call PCR, which copies that DNA or amplifies it, which then gives us enough DNA to take further along in the following steps of the test. Once we amplify that DNA, we then type it through a process called DNA sequencing. And that DNA sequencing allows us to look at the individual building blocks of a portion of our mitochondrial DNA. That by looking at those building blocks, we can establish or determine a mitochondrial DNA type. And in a forensic examination, we'll typically compare mitochondrial DNA types from different items of evidence, both items of evidence of unknown origin and items of evidence which may be known reference samples from individuals involved in a case. And finally, those mitochondrial DNA types can be subjected to a search in a mitochondrial DNA database.
And what are the possible outcomes of a mitochondrial DNA analysis?
If a mitochondrial DNA type from an item of evidence from a crime scene is different from a mitochondrial DNA type from an individual from a known reference source, that item of evidence can be excluded as originating from the source of that known reference sample. On the other hand, if two mitochondrial DNA types are the same, the source of the reference sample can be included as a source of that item of evidence.
If an individual cannot be excluded and is a possible source, what is the significance of that?
If an individual cannot be excluded as a source of a particular item of evidence, we then calculate an estimate of how common or how rare that mitochondrial type is in the general population. And that estimate is based on the results of our database search.
Why would a particular piece of evidence why would a mitochondrial test be used as a piece of evidence as opposed to a nuclear DNA test?
We use mitochondrial DNA testing in or on items of evidence which we would expect would not give us enough nuclear DNA to conduct that kind of test. Typically, that kind of evidence may be a shed hair or skeletal remains. Those items may not have enough nuclear DNA. Therefore, mitochondrial DNA typing gives us some DNA evidence, some DNA type, which then is a powerful tool for excluding a person as a source of an item of evidence.
In July of 2008, was some evidence submitted to you for possible examination in reference to a victim by the name of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, it was.
Did those, did those exhibits include a portion of a hair designated by your laboratory as Q12 that was identified by trace evidence examiner?
Yes, the designation of that hair was actually Q12.1.
The portion that you got was 12.1?
That's correct.
All right. Well, you also submitted some purported buccal swabs from someone named Casey Anthony.
Yes, that item was identified in our laboratory as item K1.
Madam Clerk, could I have items for identification IU and IV? Let me show you what's been marked for identification as IU and IV and ask if you recognize those as containing the buccal swabs purported to be from Casey Anthony that you examined.
May I open this package?
You may.
Yes, this item is identified as K1, identified as a buccal swab from Casey Anthony.
Right. That was in reference to State's Exhibit IV. If you do the same examination of IU.
Yes, this is another sample of item K1, identified again as a buccal swab from Casey Anthony.
And is that one of the items that you looked at in your examination?
Yes, it was. I can identify that by the initials of the staff in the laboratory.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Mr. George, would you mind getting a bottle of water? I think we have one on the table there. This time, Your Honor, State will move into evidence State's Exhibit IV and IU.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
You received an evidence that states numbered.
All right. Did you do a mitochondrial DNA test on State's Exhibit, on your Q12.1, which is a portion of the hair purported to be from the trunk liner of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to get a mitochondrial DNA? Would it be called a profile?
A profile or a type, both are appropriate. Yes, I did.
Did you also obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from the exhibits I just showed you?
Yes, I did.
Based upon those two profiles, can you come to any conclusions?
Yes, I can.
What would those conclusions be?
The mitochondrial types from the Q12.1 hair and the K1 buccal sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony are the same. Therefore, neither Casey Anthony nor Kaylee Anthony can be excluded as a source of that Q12.1 hair. Further, I would not expect to see that mitochondrial DNA type in more than 0.26 of the African American population, nor in more than 1.85% of the Caucasian population, nor in more than 3.9% of the Hispanic population.
Now, when you indicate that that result cannot exclude either Casey Anthony or Kaylee Anthony, your understanding is Kaylee Anthony is the daughter of Casey Anthony.
Yes, that is how it was identified to me.
Would that result, also not exclude Casey Anthony's mother?
That's correct.
Would it also include, I'll just use that word include, you could say, Casey Anthony's brother from the same mother?
That's correct.
It would also include Casey Anthony's maternal grandmother?
It would.
And any maternal uncles?
It would as well.
Now, turning now to December of 2008, did you receive an additional sample for mitochondrial DNA examination?
Yes, I did.
And was this designated by your laboratory as Q59.1?
Yes, it was.
And was this a portion of an exhibit identified as Q59, identified as a hair mass?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you subject portions of that to the same mitochondrial DNA examination as the 12.1 hair?
Yes.
And what were the results?
The mitochondrial DNA type from the Q59.1 hair is identified as coming from the Q59 hair mass is the same as the mitochondrial DNA type of the K1 buccal sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony. Therefore, Kaylee Anthony cannot be excluded as cannot be excluded as the source of the Q59.1 hairs from the hair mass. I would not expect to see that mitochondrial DNA type in more than 0.26% of the African American population, nor in more than 1.85% of the Caucasian population, nor in more than 0.39% of the Hispanic population.
So therefore, based on your examinations, the hair from the trunk, Q12, and the hair mass Q59 are a mitochondrial match. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they would match either Kaylee Anthony, Casey Anthony, or anyone in the maternal line.
Yes.
Now, would then you look to other disciplines to further narrow down the possible contributors beyond that?
Yes, mitochondrial DNA alone cannot make those distinctions.
But other disciplines such as trace analysis might be able to further limit the possible contributors.
That is possible, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Please, court. Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Ms. Tyson.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you were, or the quality control officer for was it the DNA2 division?
No, I'm the quality manager of the FBI laboratory.
So that's the entire laboratory?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what that means?
What that means is that I oversee a group called our Quality Assurance Group, and that group is responsible for putting into practice numerous policies and procedures which ensure the quality of our casework. And we also evaluate proficiency tests, conduct audits of our laboratory, ensure that we meet all the standards of our accreditation.
And just to kind of break that down a little bit more, the policies and procedures, they're often called protocols, are they not?
We do use those terms slightly differently, but in general, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what you do basically at times is you develop the rules of how each item is processed and how each item of evidence moves forward throughout the laboratories, correct?
In our unit, we do that to a general degree, and then each individual discipline or caseworking unit has further procedures which specify how items of evidence are moved through and processed through their individual units.
And what that and part of that, even for your area of mitochondrial DNA, at least when you worked in that division, there would be like a checklist of things that you have to do and check off as you process that item of evidence, correct?
We don't actually use a checklist, but there is a set procedure that is used as cases and evidence are processed.
And as part of quality control, you also have sometimes people checking up on the first examiner's work, correct?
Yes, all of our casework is subjected to, at a minimum, 2 levels of review.
And what's done in addition to that is each person who works in your laboratory also has proficiency tests to make sure their work is up to par, correct?
Each person who handles and processes evidence in a particular forensic science discipline is indeed subject to proficiency tests, yes.
Okay. And the reason that you have all of these steps in place is to prevent contamination, correct? I believe that this witness has testified about that area, Judge.
Sustained.
Yes, sir. Now, the laboratory, and part of your job as the quality control officer would be to ensure, as you mentioned, that everything's in compliance with the accreditation of the laboratory, correct? This is something the witness has testified both on the direct judge and cross.
Sustained.
Now, your job as the quality control officer, of course, is to ensure that the integrity of the evidence is handled in its most efficient manner, is it not?
Sustained.
Ma'am, as you testified, the entire maternal line in mitochondrial DNA cannot be excluded as to either piece of evidence that you handled, correct?
In general, that is true, yes.
Okay. And the item of evidence, specifically the Q12.1 item, that there is no indication as to, or you were not given any information as to its history, correct?
That is incorrect. I was presented with information as an examiner in a caseworking unit. I do get the communications that come into our laboratory about the case in general and have those to review during when I'm conducting my casework.
So, okay, so you were informed then that Lee Anthony once owned the Pontiac Sunfire, correct?
I did.
Hearsay.
I think this witness has testified that she was given information to help base her conclusions, Judge.
I don't believe that she indicated that was the basis of any conclusions she drew.
Sustained.
Do you use this information to assist you in carrying out your work?
No, I do not.
Okay. So it's just gratuitous information that you read because you like to read up on those topics? Or do you find that useful in your work?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. All of our case files are required to have in them by our policies what we call our incoming letters of communication, the letters that come in with the evidence that describe the case. It is a requirement, and we do read those. It's not used as a basis for my conclusions.
But it is still used throughout the course of your work, is it not?
I
Because
guess
you read a file before you actually go on and do the work, do you not?
I certainly do read the letters, yes.
Okay. So in those inclusions, as you read your file, did it include the fact that Lee Anthony once owned the Pontiac Sunfire before Casey Anthony did?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you given any further information about the potential people who could not be excluded, such as Cindy Anthony and her maternal line?
Objection, hearsay, because the question is vague.
I don't think the question's vague, Judge. It's pretty
can be answered simply by yes or no. Objection overruled.
Could you please restate the question?
Sure, I understand. Were you given any other information as to the other people who could not be excluded on the maternal line, such as Cindy Anthony and other relatives?
I'm not sure what you mean by information. It may have been in the communications, the names of the parents of Casey Anthony.
And other relatives as well who could be excluded?
Would be, excuse me, excluded?
That could not be excluded, excuse me.
I don't recall specifically the mention of a Lee Anthony in the particular communications that I have.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect? No, sir. May the witness be excused.
As far as the state's concerned, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call their next witness.
I'm Alina Burrows, ALINA BURROUGHS.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the court and the members of the jury your occupation.
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for Orange County?
I've been with Orange County since November 18th of 2003, which is approximately 7.5 years.
Were you working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator back in December of 2008?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist other crime scene investigators in the collection of evidence at the recovery site of Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains in December of 2008?
Yes, I did.
Can you see that on your monitor, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with the locations? I have it on unpublished.
Is it still on? Okay, go ahead.
Are you familiar with the location shown in the photo?
Yes, I am.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the distance between the two locations, that being the Anthony residence on Hope Spring Drive and the scene where Kaylee Anthony's remains were recovered on Suburban Drive?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BT for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
May I appropriately publish this to the jury at this point?
You may.
Ms. Burrows, we have a notation on there as to the location of the Anthony home. Can you circle the area, the screen is a telestrator. Can you circle the area where the remains were located?
Yes, the approximate area was right there.
May I unpublish?
May.
Now, you had indicated that you also assisted during the execution of a search warrant on December 20th of 2008. What role did you play during that process?
During this process, I facilitated the location, collection, and documentation of evidence pursuant to a search warrant at the Anthony residence.
If I may, did that include your seeing items before their collection?
Visually seeing the items before I handled them?
Yes.
In some cases, I might see them in their present location, or in some cases after they had been discovered, they had been brought to me.
Are you familiar with whether or not there were heart stickers located in the bedroom of Casey Anthony during the execution of that search warrant on December 20th of 2008?
Yes, there were.
If I may show the witness QV for identification?
You may.
Do you see QV?
Yes, I do.
Is QV a fair and accurate photograph of an item that was located in Casey Anthony's bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce QV for identification into evidence.
What says the defense? You may. You may approach, along with the court report. You may proceed.
Thank you. Investigator Burrows, where was this item located?
This particular item was located inside a yellow type of box, inside a dresser along the north wall of Casey Anthony's bedroom, just east of the head of the bed.
The box where that was located, did it contain other items?
Yes, it did.
Did the other items include an envelope?
Yes.
When the item was photographed, was the envelope just part of the background of the location where the sticker or the part of the sticker was found?
Yes, it was.
Is the sticker affixed to the envelope in any fashion?
No, it is not.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QV for identification into evidence.
Just renew our previous motions and objections, Judge.
Noting the defense's previous objections, it would be admitted into evidence over defense objections as states exhibit numbered.
Permission to publish this item to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish.
And permission to unpublish.
You may.
May I have QW for identification, please? Do you see that item in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is this a close-up of the same item that was displayed in 306 in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Does that also accurately depict the condition of the item when it was discovered during the search warrant?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QW for identification into evidence.
Same motions and objections.
Noting previous objections, objection will be overruled. It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
If I may approach the witness with what has been marked as QN for identification.
You may.
You would take a look at the packaging on that item and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the same red and white heart-shaped sticker backing that was shown in the previous pictures.
Was that collected and packaged by you and sealed in that envelope?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce QN for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Same motions and objections.
Noting previous stated objections, objections will be overruled. They will be received in evidence as states numbered.
If I may have QX for identification. Do you see QX?
Yes, I do.
Are there other stickers in that photograph that were collected and seized by you?
Yes, there are.
Where were those stickers located?
This is a sheet of heart-shaped stickers that appeared to have been cut in half. It was located inside of a black binder in that same cabinet as the previous sticker, which was located along the north wall in Casey Anthony's bedroom.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict those stickers that were located in Ms. Anthony's bedroom?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QX for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Same motions and objections.
Noting the defense's previous stated objections, objections will be overruled. They will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Right. Can you indicate by circling the item that you were speaking of? If I may approach the witness with what's been marked as QP for identification.
You may.
You would take a look at the packaging associated with that item and tell me if it's something that you believe you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, it is.
What is it?
This is the sheet of heart-shaped stickers cut in half that was previously shown in photographs.
Were those collected by you, placed in that envelope and sealed?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QP for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Same motions and objections, Judge.
Noting previous motions and previous objections, they will be received in evidence over defense objections and be given what number, Madam Clerk?
If I may have QY for identification. Can you see QY?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that as an item collected from the bedroom of Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes, I do.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the item collected?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QY for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Same motions and objections, Judge.
Noted same motions and objections. Objection will be overruled. Be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And if I may approach the witness with QO for identification.
You may.
If you would take a look at the packaging associated with that item and tell me if you believe that is something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, it is.
What is the item in QO for identification?
This is a sheet of metallic red heart-shaped stickers with 3 stickers remaining on the sheet.
If you look at QY, which has been introduced as 311 in evidence that is still on your screen, can you circle the item that is contained in QO? Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QO for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
Same motions and objections.
Noted previous motions, noted objections, objections and motion. Objection will be overruled. It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Thank you, Ms. Burrows. Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burrows.
Afternoon.
The photograph on Your Honor, may I publish number 307 to both the witness and the jury?
You may.
Can you see?
Just a second.
I'm sorry. Can you see it, Ms. Burrows?
Yes, I can.
Can the ladies and gentlemen? No. Okay. Can you see the stamp on the right-hand corner of that item?
The postage stamp?
Yes, postage stamp.
Yes,
Do you see 37 cents?
I do.
Okay. Do you know how long ago it's been since we've had 37-cent stamps?
I couldn't recall.
Okay. So obviously this is a very old letter, is it not?
The date of the letter with a 37-cent stamp, but I couldn't say when that was actually mailed.
Right. I understand. There were items in this box that were significantly old.
I wouldn't feel comfortable making that statement.
Did you see scrap items, like baby shower items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you see other items for scrapbook
In that box or in the cabinet?
in the box?
No, I believe mostly baby shower items.
Okay. Can I have Q? May I publish item number 311 to both the jury and the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you see that, Ms. Burrows?
Yes, I can.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it as well? Now, there are also star stickers here.
Yes, there are.
There are a whole bunch of different stickers.
I see star stickers and the heart stickers.
See Mickey Mouse stickers.
I don't recall if those are stickers or if they're just on a paper.
Do you see Pluto and other Disney characters, Minnie
Yes.
Mouse?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see other scrapbook items in the room?
In
Or
the
did you
room?
see? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This was a room that had a lot of children items in there, correct?
Would you define children items?
Scrapbooks for kids, things like that.
I don't recall seeing scrapbooks for children.
Did you see artwork of a child?
I don't recall.
You don't recall on the wall seeing different pieces of artwork that might have been done by a small child?
No, I don't. I recall seeing pictures, but no artwork.
Did you also search other areas of the home for stickers?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any stickers in Kaylee's room?
I don't recall if they were stickers, but there was a scrapbook page.
Okay. And did you take photographs of those of that scrapbook?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they're not listed here or introduced into evidence?
No.
Okay. And what about in Cindy and George Anthony's room? Did you find anything in there? Or did you search there, I should ask first?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any sticker type items in that room?
No stickers were recovered from the master bedroom, no.
Even ones that were actually placed on items? Or did you not consider those?
I honestly don't know what you're referring to.
I'm asking, did you find anything stuck to a piece of paper that would be considered a sticker? Cindy and George Anthony?
No.
Now, I'd like to show you, that's Exhibit W, which is a photograph of an item introduced into evidence in this case. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Show it to counsel. May I approach?
Yes. Since it's not introduced yet, I just want to ask you, do you understand that item to be something recovered off of Suburban Drive?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and that is what you believe to be a sticker, correct?
I never held this object. I've seen photos of this object, so I wouldn't be comfortable determining whether or not it had an adhesive side.
Okay.
Just want to give everybody an update that we did get a response from David Yannetti, Boston Defender, to my question on Twitter, which was, what is the song, the pump-up song that he likes listening to going up to trial, walking up the steps, or in the car? So he responded, Bachman Turner Overdrive, taking care of business. Got our answer. Now we can go on with the Casey Anthony trial.
Did you find anything remotely, well, did you find that item at the Anthony home?
This exact item?
Correct.
Because I've never actually held this item and I've only seen it in pictures, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
Okay. From what you see there, do you recognize what you see there from any item that you saw in the Anthony home?
She can answer the last question.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you find that item at the Anthony home?
Not to my knowledge, without actually holding the item.
Okay. We'll follow up with that later, but from what you can see, you didn't find that item at the house, right?
Again, I'm really not comfortable because I don't have measurements. I haven't held this item. I wouldn't be able to say what size and if it was comparable to other items found in the house.
We understand you have limited knowledge. You've just seen it in photographs.
Yes.
But from the items you've seen in photographs, you never saw that item at the Anthony home, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. How far away from an elementary school was Suburban Drive?
There was one in the vicinity.
Okay. How far would you say the vicinity?
I don't like to make estimates.
Just a very rough estimate. Was it next door, across the street?
There was one
Down the
not directly across the street, but it was on the opposite side of the street, some distance away.
Okay. Closer, about 100 yards?
Like I said, I don't feel comfortable making estimates on measurements.
Okay. Can you have that picture up? Okay. Would it be fair to say that there is an elementary school about, I'm sorry, Judge, BT 305?
You want to publish the jury?
Yes, sir. Can you see that, Ms. Burrows?
Yes.
I apologize. Can everyone see that? Okay. Would it be fair to say that approximately 30 yards from here is an elementary school?
Again, I'm not going to make an estimate as to distance, but there is an elementary school in the vicinity and it is not present in that picture.
Okay. But my question is it fair to say that it's about 30 yards from there? Or if you want to give it more, you can say 50, 100, however.
Because I've never been to that elementary school nor walked the distance from the crime scene, I'm not going to make an estimate of distance. I will say that it was in the vicinity.
Okay, so you can't help us any more than that. Right here, ma'am. If you go further, that's a dead end, is it not?
If you continue all the way down that road, does dead end.
Okay. And there is nothing, no homes or anything else but an elementary school there, correct?
I did not travel to the dead end of the road to be able to say there weren't residences.
You were involved at the scene at Suburban Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And you were there for how many days?
Roughly 9.
9 days. And you're aware that right here, it was cut off from the public, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're also aware that the only traffic that was allowed through were school buses, were you not?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that is because no other cars other than police cars were allowed through there, correct?
I believe families that were picking up children from that school were allowed down that road as well.
Okay. And no homes, no people, there was nothing else but a school there, right?
Again, I didn't travel that road to be able to answer that question.
Sustain.
Could you see anything other than a school there? A home, a barn, a shack, anything? I don't believe that. Is there anything to give you any indication other than there was a school there, madam?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect? Thank you, ma'am. May be excused.
KD for identification of evidence item previously identified by Robin Maynard.
What says the defense?
I would object. The proper foundation, and we wait till this witness leaves the stand before we introduce that, so I couldn't ask her about it.
You have some questions you want to ask her about?
That's the item, that's of the photograph.
Stop the witness before she leaves the floor. Let me, well, he said he wanted to ask no questions, so just in case. Ask who?
Last witness.
Go ahead. Return the last witness to the stand. Ms. Burrows, you're still in oath. Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
My apologies, Ms. Burrows. We happen to have the item that you looked at, the photograph of, so that way I wanted you to see it. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. What is the item's number?
States identification KB, which would be?
KB, it's not in yet. That's what she had offered. She had offered it, and there was an objection that you wanted to question the witness. So.
I'm drawing my objection, so I can ask her about that.
Okay, and since there's no objection, that item will be received into evidence. The state's numbered.
Put that open.
Thank you.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the item?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now you have it. It's not a photograph, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you find that item at the Anthony home?
I did not find this exact item.
Okay. Did you find that appears to be thick, does it not?
Yes.
Not a flat sticker?
Correct.
Something that would be called, I guess, a bevel?
Yes, it's a raised surface.
Raised surface, yes. You didn't find anything like that at the Anthony home, did you?
No.
No further questions.
Any questions about the item? Ms. Burrows, be excused. Mr. Baez? Thank you, Ms. Burrows. You may be excused.
Thank you.
You may collect. Yeah. State may call in next witness.
Your Honor, the next witness is Cindy Anthony.
All right, here we go with Cindy again. Everybody wake up. This should be a little bit more interesting than the past few days where it's just experts.
Cynthia Anthony, CYNTHIA, ANTHONY.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, when you testified last, we had gone up through the time periods involving July of 2008. Do you recall?
Yes.
When your granddaughter was found on December 11th of 2008, where were you?
We were at the airport in Los Angeles getting ready to board a plane to come home.
So you were not present then when the Orange County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant at your home on that date?
No, ma'am, we were not.
Between the end of July of 2008 and December 11th, had you noticed whether or not any items had been removed or not at the house? Things that normally would have been there that belonged to Kaylee?
From July, July what date?
Anytime in July of 2008 through December 11th.
July 3rd, I remember Kaylee's teddy bear, Teddy, was missing.
Did Kaylee also have a blanket with Winnie the Pooh on it?
Yes.
Do you recall during that time frame noticing that the blanket was missing?
No, prior to that time frame, it was missing.
All right. When did you notice that the blanket was missing?
I hadn't seen it since the end of May. It had been a while since I'd seen that blanket.
Now, we've seen some video of you and your husband, as well as your son and your daughter, taken in July of 2008. Is the hairstyle that you had in the videos taken when you visited at the jail the same hairstyle that you had had for a significant period of time?
What's a significant period of time?
6 months to a year.
6 months to a year, yes.
How about the length of your hair over a period of time, a year or more?
My hair grows very fast, so prior to that, my hair was longer.
How long?
Well, even in the last several years, my hair's been down here ever since Kaylee's missing, so my hair grows very fast if I don't cut it. I have to cut it every 3 weeks.
And do you do that regularly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you keep it in the approximate style or length that it is currently?
Until recently, I just started wearing my hair like this again for the summer, but all through the winter months, I had grown it out again.
So how long?
It was probably past my shoulders around Christmas time.
The length of hair that we see in the July and August of 2008 videos, how long was it at that length?
Probably maybe a year and a half. Prior to that, I remember in 2006, my hair was long again. It was as long as yours is.
Now, has your hair been processed?
Yes.
In what way?
2001, I started, actually 2002, I actually started putting hair color on. Prior to that, I just used highlights. I just would take strands of my hair and highlight it. I actually was brunette back in 2004.
As we move from 2004 through 2008, did you continue to either highlight or dye or otherwise process your hair in some fashion?
Yeah, since 2002, I quit highlighting and I just would color my entire hair.
If I may have 2 in evidence, please. Ma'am, can you see 2 in evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
May.
Do you recognize that to be a photograph of your granddaughter, Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you have any idea when that photograph was taken?
I'm not sure the exact date, but I believe it was early in 2008, like the first couple months of 2008.
Do you see the length of Kaylee's hair in that photograph?
Yes.
As we moved into the spring and early summer of 2008 before June 16th, had her hair grown?
Yes, but I would trim it every couple months. I would trim the ends off just to keep it healthy.
Aside from trimming her hair, would you subject the child's hair to any sort of processing?
Absolutely not.
Do you have knowledge, permission to unpublish?
May.
Do you have knowledge as to what processing your daughter Casey had done on her hair in 2008 or earlier?
Casey started doing different things after Kaylee was born. She never really did much with her hair as far as color treatment or anything, but after Kaylee was born, she started cutting it shorter, and once in a while she'd either highlight it, and occasionally she'd dye it back to its natural color, and then let it grow back out.
Okay. And what is your daughter Casey's natural hair color?
It's a brown.
If I may have QQ for identification. Ma'am, can you see QQ for identification?
Yes.
Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Yes, it's Casey and Kaylee.
Do you know when that photograph was taken, approximately?
I believe in the beginning of 2007.
Why do you think that?
Because Casey, her hair was short then, but it's because of Kaylee. Kaylee was a little bit chunkier, and you can definitely tell that she was a lot younger. Plus, I remember the clothing that she wore, and that her hair was a lot shorter and curlier, and her hair was a lot curlier when it was shorter when she was younger.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QQ for identification into evidence.
What's the answer to defense?
No objections.
You received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish the item, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Ma'am, when would Kaylee's second birthday have been?
August 9th of 2007.
Permission to unpublish?
You may.
If I may show the witness page 497 of her deposition. Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to lines 1 through 6.
I don't see it.
I think there's a question pending. And doesn't ask. This witness has not expressed any inability to recollect.
All
Your Honor, the witness has given a statement regarding when the picture was taken, and I would like to ask her about a prior statement she made regarding the same issue.
Rule at this point.
Statement is inconsistent.
She hadn't asked her question yet. She's just showing something.
Ms. Anthony, do you recall making a prior statement in deposition that the photograph was taken around Kaylee's second birthday?
Basis of objection.
It's leading. This is improper impeachment.
No impeachment yet. Objection overruled. May continue.
Ma'am, do you recall making a statement that the photograph was taken around Kaylee's second birthday?
Yes, I remember making that statement.
Her second birthday being in August of 2007?
Correct, but I don't think that we qualified, months prior or anything.
What hairstyle has your son Lee had in 2008 and before?
Lee usually keeps his hair short for the most part. We would shave his head, not all, but shave it down to just, the smallest cutting on the electric trimmers. And occasionally he would let it grow out, and about every 4 to 6 weeks we cut it, but it would never get more than like an inch long.
Do you know if your son Lee processed his hair in any way?
No, he never has.
Does your mother live in the area?
She lives in Mount Dora.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not she was ever in the Sunfire?
I believe she was.
When?
We've had that car a long time, and I know that both Lee and Casey had driven the car up to visit my mom, and I know that they've taken her places when they were up there.
Prior to June of 2008, when was the last time that you recall your mom was in the Sunfire?
I can't recall a specific date, but I know, that she had been in it before. I mean, George and I drove the car as well. So I know a lot of times we would trade out cars. The kids would trade the Sunfire for my 4Runner if they needed a bigger vehicle. So I would drive that car quite a bit, and I know I drove it up to Mount Dora as well.
All right, the question pending is, when was the last time your mother had been in the car prior to June of 2008?
I couldn't say for sure.
What kind of hair does she have?
She's had it different lengths, but never longer than her shoulder in the last 10 years. It's always been shoulder length or a little shorter.
And what color is her hair?
She's got blonde and a little bit of brown and mostly gray and white.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not any of your brothers have been in the Sunfire?
The only one that could have possibly is my oldest brother, but I don't think he has. But it's possible he could have ridden with either my son or Casey to the store or something.
And what sort of hairstyle would he have had at that point?
He keeps his hair very short, and his is blonde.
In 2008, were you aware of whether or not there was any duct tape in your home?
I recall black duct tape that we had, and I think we had blue at one point and possibly silver. I'm not sure. I'm not one to really use it. I know I did use the black when we had protesters because I used it to wrap the no trespassing signs.
Was any of the duct tape that was in your home kept anywhere other than the garage?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was any duct tape that was in your home used at a command center that was set up by the family?
Not ours. I know that the Kid Finders Network and George had purchased supplies for the command center, and I know that they did use duct tape to hold up some of the other children's posters and some of Kaylee's posters at the command center. But I don't believe that came from our house.
Do you recall making a statement that duct tape from your house was used at the command center? Have you ever made a statement?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Have you ever made a statement that duct tape from your house was used at the command center?
If I did, I don't recall it. I could have.
All right. May I show the witness? Do you remember giving a deposition in this case back in July of 2009?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you were placed under oath and you answered questions for a period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was present as well as Mr. Baez.
Yes.
All right, if I may show the witness page 511. Actually, on this issue, if we could go to page 570, line 13.
I remember telling you about that episode. Yes.
Okay. What do you recall saying about the duct tape that was in your house?
I remember George telling me about putting a piece of duct tape on the gas can. I never saw him do that.
Forget about that.
I remember him telling me that when the gas can came back from the sheriff's department that the little vent cover had been missing, and he placed a piece of tape over it.
All right. If I may refer you to 512, line 24. If we can get a question before that as well. Do you recall my asking when you explained about the use of the duct tape that was in the home on the gas can, do you recall my asking where the roll of duct tape was currently at the time of the deposition in July of 2009?
I'd have to look at line 26 to be able to tell you that. Can I have the, yeah, sorry.
All right, can you give her the whole answer? It spans 2 pages. You might as well go through line 12 on page 513. Through line 12, please. Read that to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
I recall that, but again, I recalled using duct tape at the command center, but did not know the origin of the duct tape if it came from our house. I think I was, you know, I didn't specifically say who got the tape, but I know at some point that they did go and purchase duct tape.
I may have QS. Can I show the witness QT for identification?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize anything in QT for identification?
I recognize Kaylee signed her poster for from the Kid Finders Missing, the children's poster that they made for her.
Do you know where that poster was?
I'm not sure if it was on the inside of the tent in the middle part or on the one of the outside legs of the tent. That tent was moved so many times that I don't recall, and I wasn't there as often as George was, so I'm not sure if that was in the center post or on the outside post from that picture. I can't tell.
And when you're referring to a tent, are you referring to a tent that was used at the command center?
Yes, in the beginning we had those little pop-up tents that you purchase at the store, and then at one point Kid Finders had a very large tent donated that had center poles, and that one we used at our last center on Goldenrod up by East Colonial, and I can't tell where this one's taken. I can't tell from this if this is one of those pop-up ones with a large tent.
Do you see an individual in the background?
I see someone, but I don't know who that is.
If I may have QZ for identification, please.
Are you going to be introducing this photo?
At the appropriate time.
Just let you know, we have no objections to the introduction of this photo at this time.
All right. Ma'am, do you recognize QZ as something that you've been shown before?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
And those are pictures of similar canvas items that we had purchased and had at the home.
Do those pictures on that item accurately reflect items similar to what you had in your home at one time?
The top item, I can't tell the size. It's blurred. I can't see it. The bottom one, it looks like the one that we used in Kaylee's room for her stuffed animals by her bed.
All right. Can you testify that you had items similar to both of those items pictured in your home at one time?
The bottom one with the measurements for sure. The top one I don't know because I can't tell the size. I'm not sure how big it is.
I have QZ for identification. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you QZ and Exhibit 29 from your deposition. Tell me if those are identical. Yes, they appear to be. Can you see the size designation of the top item, number 2516?
I can't on this one, not this one.
All right, on the one that was attached to your deposition as Exhibit 29. Can you
This
read it
one,
on?
the one with the holes in it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. After reviewing that, does that size that's indicated in that photograph comport with your memory as to the size of an item similar to that one that you had in your home at one time?
Yes, it's similar.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce QZ for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. It states numbered.
Permission to publish at this time?
You may publish.
All right, Mrs. Anthony, the item at the top of the screen, would you describe as cylindrical?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an item like that at your home? Kept.
At one point we had it in one of the sheds. I remember putting
The video just froze a little bit. Nothing for me to do about it. Just letting you know.
storing some of Kaylee's little plastic balls for a ball pit. And then at some point I got a laundry bag that had a zipper so the balls wouldn't fall out. And then I put that in the garage up over the laundry area on one of the shelves.
Is that the last place that you saw the item on the top, the cylindrical bag?
Yeah, I hadn't looked for that item or seen that item in a very long time since I used that, and it probably had been maybe 8 or 9 months prior to the summer of 2008.
Now, the item at the bottom of the exhibit, which is labeled 2213, did you have an item such as that at your home in
Yes,
2008?
Yes.
And where was the last place that you saw this item?
We had recently removed it from Kaylee's bedroom. We had stored her stuffed animals in it, but then I found a hanging storage thing for stuffed animals where she could actually see them. It was like a tree. And at that time, we moved her stuffed animals to that and then put that in the garage area.
Do you recall, or did you ever make a statement that the last time that you saw item 2213 or the similar item that was in your home, the last time you saw it was in Kaylee's bedroom?
Yes, I remember stating that because that's where at the time I thought I had remembered seeing it, but I recalled that the reason why I got the other thing was to put that away, and I had forgotten I had switched it out. Because there's a space between Kaylee's bed and the wall where we had kept that. And after a while, when I was going into Kaylee's room, I remembered certain things, and I remember taking that one out.
All right, so you agree that your memory in July of 2009 was that the last time you saw this item 2213 or the similar item in your home, it was in Kaylee's bedroom.
I'm sorry, repeat it. I didn't follow you.
Do you recall making a different statement in July of 2009 about the last place that you saw the item in your home that resembled 2213?
Yes, I recall making that statement that I last had seen it in Kaylee's bedroom.
Do you recall, or did you make a statement that after the police had executed the search warrant, you believed that the item was no longer in Kaylee's bedroom?
Again, that whole period of time, it was very difficult for me, and at that time, I thought it was still in her bedroom. But as I stated in a previous questioning with you, that my memory has gotten better
Over
of
time.
certain things. Yes, over time.
Okay. Permission to unpublish.
You may.
If I may have 290 in evidence. May I publish, since this is already admitted into evidence, Your Honor?
You may.
The two bags that we were just referring to, the white bags that you kept stuffed animals in at one point, and then those plastic balls that you made reference to, were either one of them stored in this location in the garage?
Yes.
Can you circle and let the members of the jury know where they were? Okay. What is that they are being stored inside of?
We would put anything that would collect dust, something that we couldn't wipe off like fabric, or we had like the cat carrier and dog carriers up there. We would store the items in a trash bag.
If I may have 291, and permission to publish that one as well, Your Honor.
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize the close-up of that portion of the garage in 291 in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Is the type of container that you would have those white bags in consistent with the container shown, the black plastic bags, in 291?
Yes, it would be in either one of them. I wouldn't know which one it would have been in.
After the execution of a search warrant on December 11th of 2008, did you see either one of those items again?
No.
If I may have 281 in evidence and permission to publish that as well.
You may.
Do you see the item that you were referring to that used to be kept in the cylindrical
Yes.
bag?
Yes.
Can you circle that and point it out for the jury? Okay. What is inside of that?
Little plastic balls that you'd find in a ball pit.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I show the witness 13 in evidence.
You may.
Mrs. Anthony, do you recognize 13 in evidence to be a photograph of your daughter and granddaughter?
Yes.
The shirt, and if we could zoom in on Kaylee, please. Do you recognize the shirt that Kaylee is wearing?
The first time I'd ever seen that shirt was during my deposition.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Did you do the laundry at the home?
Yes. Most of the time, George and Casey did it once in a while too.
Would it be fair to say that you've never seen that shirt at your house?
I don't ever remember seeing that shirt.
And you never saw the picture of Kaylee in the shirt until July of 2009?
No.
Thank you, Mrs. Anthony. I don't have any other questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, be a good time to take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll be in recess to 3 o'clock. Members of the jury, please do not discuss this case among yourselves. And please remember all of my previous admonitions. We'll be in recess. You may be seated. We have a question from the jury. Can we see Exhibit 313? We did not see it after it was introduced. I think 313 may have been that heart-shaped item. You may want to take out the overhead document. They asked for Exhibit 313. The other question, I can't answer them now. It has to do with deliberations. They want to know during deliberations, will we get a tight list of all exhibits? So what they want is an exhibit list, which we can provide them.
Did you say which we cannot provide?
I say which we can.
Okay.
So how do y'all want to handle the request to see 313?
I don't have any objection if they want to pass it around. I don't have gloves available for them at this juncture.
Okay. Well, they asked specifically for Exhibit 313. So pull out the document camera and put it on that so they can see it. Once they see that, then you can begin your cross-examination of Ms. Anthony. As they will probably do.
It's through the handling of the evidence. The sticker has now fallen off of the cardboard, and it was stuck to the cardboard, and I'd like it to be shown in the condition of which it was when it was collected, which I think would be the fair and more accurate representation of the actual item.
State comments?
To that person, collection to that, that.
That when a jury sees and later on
Requesting that board election.
Let's get to Cindy.
Leaders who jury to take a look
Judge, is that we have was stuck to
that testimony to look at it. By that time, we should have an answer to Mr. Bayer. Let's return. Let's have Ms. Anthony back on the witness stand. All right, let's return to jury. All right, state recognized presence of jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony. I want to try and take things back into perspective, if I can. Your granddaughter, Kaylee, was found on December 11, 2008, correct?
Yes.
And on December 11, 2008, the police executed a search warrant for your home.
Yes, I found out after that, yes.
And you weren't home.
No.
In fact, you didn't go home for a couple days later.
We went home the next day to gather our dogs.
But it was a couple days before you actually went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, you were home for a few days and you got to see what the police had done in your absence.
Yes.
And then on December 20th, the police came back and executed a second search warrant of your home.
Yes.
And during that second execution of the search warrant, well, actually, let me backtrack for a moment. When you got home, you saw a copy of the search warrant there and the items that they had confiscated from your home, correct?
No.
Okay. Did they give them to your attorney at the time?
I'm not sure at what point we got them. It took us a while to get the copy of the items.
Okay. And the 20th, when the police arrived at your home, it was a difficult time for you.
Absolutely.
And the rest of your family as well.
Yes.
And there was somewhat of a confrontation when the police arrived. Isn't that correct?
Relative?
It relates to the items listed. It relates to the issues raised during direct examination. I can tie it in fairly quickly, Judge.
Overall, for now.
Fair to say it was somewhat of a confrontational moment.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, George had to be taken to the back area, correct? I'm going to tie it in within a matter of 3 questions, Judge.
Sustain this for the last question. Next question.
Mrs. Anthony, at that point, did you tell law enforcement that that's when you told them there was a missing blanket?
I don't know when I told him about a blanket.
Okay. Are you aware that that's a statement you made to them at that time on December 20th?
Not until you're telling me right now.
Okay. Are you aware that on the search warrant of December 11th, there was mentioning on the actual warrant for Winnie the Pooh blankets? These are direct lines of questionings by Ms. Drain-Burdick.
Approach. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Anthony, when you came back home a couple days after December 11th of 2008, your house was a mess.
Yes.
And the police had basically turned the house upside down.
Yes.
And they didn't put anything back.
No.
And they took items, did they not?
Yes.
And included in the items was Kaylee's bedding set, correct?
Yes, at some point her bedding set was taken.
So you were aware when you came back that they were interested in her bedding material?
I wasn't sure what they were interested in. They opened just about every drawer and looked under every little thing.
Now, Ms. Drain-Burdick had, may I put this to the witness, Judge? States 5-7.
That's the deposition.
Yes, this is testimony that she was shown during her direct examination. I want to ask her some questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you see that, Mrs. Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like for you to read for a moment lines 10 through 15.
Yes.
And during direct examination, when you were asked along this line of questioning, what exactly was the question asked to you during this?
It's the lawyer who has to ask the question, which is improper. There's no impeachment going on with this question and answer.
I'm not impeaching her. I'm asking her questions that she was asked during direct examination. She was shown this item, discussed it.
The page that he's referring to is hearsay, and we would object on that basis.
The page
Position,
hearsay in terms of who was the person who was being questioned.
right? It's not a court statement. If he wants to ask for it independent of it rather than reading from a hearsay document, that's one thing, but it would have to be impeaching information.
He can ask the form of the question and the leading question, so you can read the question and give an answer. You're on cross-examination. Go ahead.
10 through 15. Mrs. Anthony, were you asked by Ms. Drain-Burdick if Casey removed any duct tape from the house when she was out of jail for the period of time, the 2 periods of time? Were you asked that question?
I don't remember, but if it's in my deposition, then I must have been asked that question.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were asked that question? You see that there?
No, I don't remember I don't remember them asking me if Casey removed any duct tape, but if it's in there, then I had a 2-day deposition, so I don't remember every single thing that she asked me.
I understand it's a couple years later. But did you respond, as far as I remember, no? Because I think we only had 1 roll of duct tape.
For impeachment, the witness said she did not remember if he wanted to try to refresh her recollection, but at this juncture, she says she does not remember the question. So I object to counsel reading it in proper impeachment.
Mr. Bayet?
This testimony was elicited by, we're in a little bit of a unique situation because Ms. Drain-Burdick had questioned her.
Go ahead and establish predicate for past recollection report.
Sure. If I can have just a moment, Judge. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, ma'am?
Yes.
And if you could look at the front of the first page and give the date. And the first, hold on. Yeah, very fine.
29, 2009.
Okay. And were you placed under oath at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that 10 through 15 lines, 10 through 15?
10 is question, okay, did Casey remove any duct tape from the house when she was out of jail?
Wait, slow down. She can't hear you.
Okay.
Take it back.
Question was, okay, did Casey remove any duct tape from the house when she was out of jail for that period of time, the 2 periods of time?
Can you give the answer?
As far as I remember, no, because I think we only had 1 roll of duct tape and George was using that.
So it was your understanding when you took the deposition that you only had 1 roll of duct tape, correct?
Yes, during that time period when Casey was out of jail, we had a black roll of duct tape and we were using it all the time to repair our signs that the protesters would knock down in front of our house. So yes.
And your understanding was that the only one using that 1 roll of duct tape was George?
Well, I would be using it too for those signs.
The answer you gave in the deposition was that the only person using that 1 roll of duct tape was George Anthony, correct?
Probably. Again, it's the context of the questioning.
I understand that. Now, I'd like to talk about the May I show the witness, Your Honor, states evidence 314 and publish for the jury as well?
You may.
Can you see that photograph, Mrs. Anthony?
Yes.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see the prior to me getting into the photograph, Mrs. Anthony, I'd like to ask you, how long have you owned the Pontiac Sunfire?
I think since 2000.
Okay. So you had owned it for 8 years in total, correct? Prior to it being confiscated in this case.
Yes.
And your hair length has changed numerous times throughout that time period.
Yes.
And so has that of Casey.
Yes.
And so has that of Caleb.
Yes.
And I know we touched on your mother as well, having access to the car, but I presume her hair has changed as well.
Her length hasn't ever gone past her shoulders.
And how many inches would you say the length of her hair was?
The longest, maybe just right to here,
Can you give us a guesstimate?
5 inches.
Okay. And Lee's hair is also varied in length, correct?
Yes, his hair is usually very short.
Okay. Now, turning your focus to the photograph, this photograph was taken in early 2007, correct?
Yes.
And Kaylee would have been, at that time, younger than 2 years old?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 15 months, would you say?
I would say maybe 18 months.
Okay. And the shorts are 24.
Correct.
Correct. And in June 16th of 2008, a year and 3 months later, Kaylee has grown significantly, has she not?
Yes.
In fact, Kaylee no longer fit into these shorts, did she?
I don't believe so.
She had outgrown these shorts.
She was in 3Ts.
And these are 24 months, correct?
I think so.
So would it be a fair statement to make that whoever put these shorts on her were not familiar with her size?
Sustain.
But as you testified under direct examination, ma'am, that... Oh, never mind, I'll withdraw the question. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Redirect. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Anthony. You may stand down. Opportunity to see document. Would you like the document item brought in?
Heart-shaped material attached.
This is what the jury wants to see. So they're showing it to the jury. Here's a quick trivia question for everybody. Do you remember the tech guy's name in Karen Reed's case? Let's see who the first one to get it is.
Okay, please let us know when you're finished, and we will pass it around. Ready? Okay, please pass it around.
As evaluating the evidence, they should consider it attached.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when this item was taken into evidence, it was one complete. The heart was attached to the cardboard liner. Stephanie, call the next witness.
Your Honor, this time, after consultation with the defense, there were several stipulations.
We need the microphone on the front court reporter here.
After consultation with the defense, there are several stipulations that we'd like to announce at this time, if I may approach
You may.
with those. And there are 2 exhibits that go with this first item, QT and QI. Sorry, QT and RA.
No, the tech guy. There we go. Nikki's got it.
What says the defense as to this stipulation?
Nikki B's got it. Mr. Wolk.
We have no objections to those 2 items.
Yes. Okay. You want me to read them?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Not only the stipulation, but there's an affidavit as it relates to one of the items, actually to both of them, that is QT and RA.
You want the affidavit, and do you also want the notice of intent to rely upon the affidavit of professional journalists?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the following stipulation between the state of Florida and the defendant. The copies of the video and still photographs from the video taken by WF-TV on July 20th, 2008 agree to this fact is upon affidavit of Florida at a hearing or the statute television F video at the public video the oath.
RA for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibits.
And that's the exhibit that the affidavit is referring to.
Correct. One is a photograph and the other is a very brief video.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence as states number.
May we publish 317 first, followed by 316?
You may.
Mr. Perez, zoom in on the area inside the red.
And that's exhibit what?
Pixelated. That would have been 316.
Okay.
Permission to unpublish?
Have you had an opportunity to review it, members of the jury? You may unpublish.
We have several additional stipulations.
Remember, she cannot hear you without the microphone.
Hi, everybody. It looks like we had a little bit of technical issues, but we are going right back. Just give me one moment.
Stipulation to the clerk. Mr. Paul. And when the stipulation is accepted, we would move RV for identification into evidence as the next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense? I see it in the defense. Health, but in Sidney Anthony's employment from January 1st to operations. I will not read the entire thing, but it is.
None from the defense, sir.
It will be received in evidence as. Okay.
There's additional stipulation which we've asked the clerk to label as RW.
It's RC.
Oh, I thought the first one.
Attached documents are true and accurate copies of the business records of Security Forces Incorporated regarding George Anthony's employment from January 16, 2008 through July 4, 2008. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Bearing the signatures of Linda Drain Burdick, Assistant State Attorney, Mr. Jose Baez, certificate by the use of.
Just get through these stipulations.
There are two.
What says. True and accurate records of the business records from Photo Bucket relating to photographs from May 24, 2007 through July 16.
Final stipulation.
Identity, Marie, Linda, defendant, that at all times agree to this fact. Verification. Welch.
All right, moving on to the witness.
While this witness is coming forward, members, there were one question that you asked concerning doing deliberations. Will you get a tight list of all exhibits? The answer to that question is yes. Madam Clerk.
Welch, W-E-L-C-H.
Objection will be overruled. Thank you, Mr. Baez.
In total, how many photographs did you take?
I took a total of 23 photographs in this instance.
They weren't all of it. Were they all of the tattoo?
No, they were not.
All right. Let's go first. I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification QU. Oh, I would. That would probably help a little bit.
Here's the tattoo.
Yes, I can.
All right. Do you I'm sorry. QU? Do you recognize QU?
Yes, I do.
What is that? Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the photograph you took of the defendant on August 13th of 2009?
Yes, it is.
Cite no predicate.
Overruled.
Let's go to and now showing you what's been previously marked for identification HJ. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Did you take?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions of this witness at this time?
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Okay. May the witness be excused. Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
At this time, the state called Bobby Williams.
Bobby Williams, Bobbywilliams.
You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Williams, how are you employed?
I'm currently employed at Cast Iron.
What do you do for Cast Iron Tattoos?
I'm a tattoo artist and manager.
How long have you been a tattoo artist?
As of June 5th, 2011, I've been there 8 years.
That kind of answers my next question. Were you working at Cast Iron Tattoos back in July of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known her?
Roughly, say about 7 years.
Sir, directing your attention to July 2nd of 2008, did you see the defendant on that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm in more previous motions objections.
Objection overruled. Note in previous objections. You may continue.
Thanks. Where did you see her?
At the shop.
All right. Why did you see her at the shop?
She came in to get tattooed. She had an appointment.
Okay. Do you know when she made that appointment?
It was probably 3 to 4 days prior.
Did she make that appointment with you?
Yes.
Was that appointment in person or over the phone?
Over the phone.
Did you recognize her voice?
Yes.
Did she identify herself?
Yes.
When you spoke with her a couple of days before and she made the appointment, did you ask her what she wanted done?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell you?
Bella Vita and a feminine type font.
In a feminine type font?
Feminine.
Okay, thank you. Is that a routine question that you would ask what a customer wants done?
Usually.
Okay, why?
Just to get an idea of what they want and just to give me time to get stuff drawn up and make any changes before they actually come in.
So did the defendant make her appointment?
Yes, sir.
Now, when she arrived, did you already have the design ready to go?
No, I ended up actually drawing it that day.
You drew the design?
Yes.
All right. And did you apply the tattoo?
Yes, sir.
How long did the tattoo take to apply?
With drawing time, roughly probably about 30 minutes or so.
Okay. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification HJ. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Bella Vita.
Is that the tattoo that you drew on the defendant on July 2nd, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate picture of what you did?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification HJ into evidence.
Renew all previous motions and objections.
Approach the sidebar. Let's go back on the record. Let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Your defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Mr. George, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. I guess when we let the state was moving what's been previously marked for identification HJ into evidence.
Same objections?
Yes, sir. Renew all previous motions and objections.
Note in previous motions, note in previous objections. It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would like to publish.
You may.
321. All right, sir. You drew out this design before the tattoo was actually applied, correct?
Yes, sir.
The star-like figures, was that something that you designed?
Yes.
Before applying the tattoo, did the defendant basically sign off on it or agree to it?
Yes, she did agree to it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I unpublish.
Contest to this topic, Judge.
You may answer the questions.
Normal.
What does that mean?
Didn't seem upset about anything.
Did she seem happy?
Yeah, I guess pretty happy for the most part.
Okay. While you were applying the tattoo, did you have any conversations with her?
Not other than asking her if she was doing okay during the process of it.
Did she indicate that she was doing okay?
Yes, she was fine.
What was she doing while you were applying the tattoo?
She was on the phone.
That the majority of the time?
Yes, sir.
After the tattoo was applied, did she, I'm sorry, how much did the tattoo like that cost?
That one was 65.
Overall. How did she pay you?
Cash.
Did she immediately leave the store at that point?
No, sir.
What happened?
Coworker and I, we ended up ordering pizza, and she actually had a couple slices. And then
Who paid for lunch?
she did.
Directing your attention to July 15th, did you have the occasion to see the defendant again?
Yes, sir.
Where did you see her?
Inside the shop.
When she came into the shop, why did she come in? Did she tell you?
She came in to set another appointment.
When did you make that appointment for?
I believe it was 19th. Yeah, the 19th. That's so Saturday.
When she came into the store, well, actually, let me go back a little bit. When she came to see you on the 2nd, did she come by herself?
Yes, sir.
When she came to see you on the 15th, did she come by herself?
Yes, sir.
When she came in on the 15th and made another appointment, how was her mood?
Same.
Overall. Sorry?
Same. Just normal.
Normal meaning what?
Happy. Not seem to be upset or anything.
All right. And she made an appointment for 2 on the 19th?
Yes, sir.
Now, did she tell you what design that she wanted applied on the 19th?
No, not at the time.
What did she tell you about the design?
She just wanted to, it was an appointment for her and a friend that was coming out of town, and she didn't really describe a design that she wanted at the time.
Did she say what the possibilities were?
Chances are maybe I think it was either be a matching tattoo with the friend, or either they could have been getting like something completely different. So I guess she was just pretty undecisive about it.
Knowing her as long, were you aware that she had a daughter named Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
Did she mention anything about Kaylee when she visited you on July 2nd?
No, sir.
On July 15th, did she mention her daughter Kaylee?
Yes.
What did she say about her?
She's with the nanny.
Did she say anything about bringing her daughter into the shop?
Yes, Kaylee would be in the shop on the 19th when she came in for her appointment.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions today. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Sir, is it customary in your business that people get tattoos to remember their loved ones that have passed?
They do, yes.
Okay. And that's something you do quite often?
Yes, sir.
And did you do the tattoo for George and Cindy Anthony that they've done, that they've had to commemorate Kaylee Anthony?
No, sir.
Sustained.
Did you have any other interactions for tattoos for any other members of the Anthony family?
Outside the scope of relevant. Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Mr. George? When she came in on the 2nd and got her tattoo, did she appear to be mournful?
Excuse me?
Was she mourning? Did she appear to be mournful?
Objection, Judge.
Your Honor, this is a direct.
We have
Just a second.
Objection, and we have a motion as well.
Approach the sidewalk. Okay, Mr. George. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions of the witness. May the witness be excused? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this concludes the presentation of evidence for today.
Well, not for us.
And I will see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
Going on to day 19.
Okay.
Thank you, David Lord.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present, along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed? Okay, before we bring the jury back in, there is one issue. I think the state had some exhibits it needed to introduce, and then there was a request that was pending, that you were going to make a request for the court to take. Follow in phrase.
Yes, sir.
Cover take
objection.
Into
any further
understanding.
Point of view, concern was how the jury read it.
Or as they have.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed my previous admonitions, including but not limited, not discussing the case among yourselves or the other things I've admonished you about? Okay. State recognized presence of the jury.
Thank you very much,
And the
Leslie.
defense.
Appreciate that.
All right, state may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state and the defense have entered into a stipulation, and we would ask that the court read that stipulation.
Okay, any objections from the defense?
No, sir.
Stipulation between the state of Florida and the defendant reads as follows. The inscription Bella Vita. This Italian phrase translates to beautiful life. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Bearing the signature, Mr. Frank George, Assistant State Attorney, Mr. Jose Bias, Attorney for the defendant, and Ms. Casey Marie Anthony.
Your Honor, as a final housekeeping matter, the state of Florida would move into evidence states exhibits IP and IQ, which were previously identified by witness Michael Vincent as samples of the spare tire cover that were placed in metal cans.
What says the defense?
Subject to our previously mentioned limitations, yes.
Right, it will be received in evidence as states numbered. State may call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this point, the state of Florida would rest.
All right, the state rest.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has now rested its case. May the attorneys approach the side by for some legal matter.
So it looks like they're going to argue a motion for direct verdict, another motion, so we can move already on to day 20. Now the defense begins their case. So now we're at day 20. We're moving right along. Thank you, DavidMoore.net. State rested.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you hear my previous admonitions over the evening? I do.
My name is Gerardo Bloise, Gerardo Bloise, last name Bloise, Bloise.
Please support. That's right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Bloise.
Good morning, Counselor.
Mr. Bloise, we already know you work as a crime scene investigator for Orange County.
Correct. Yes.
And rather than go through your qualifications, I'd like to just jump right in if that's okay.
Okay, no problem.
Sir, on Wednesday, July 23rd of 2008, you were asked to inspect a vehicle. Were you not?
Wednesday.
Yes. If you want, you can refer to your report.
Say Wednesday, July 30th?
23rd.
23rd?
Yes. Light source.
Correct, yes.
And you also did a presumptive test for blood, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Can you tell us everything you did with that car?
I inspected the vehicle exterior, interior, and also I checked the trunk area, and I observed some stain on the carpet. Before that, I used alternate light sources, give me a positive reaction for stain. Next step is I used a presumptive blood test in that area, and the result was negative.
Okay. And is it your experience that the alternating light source, the purpose of it is to tell you where to look further?
Yes.
Okay. So it's just basically a tool that people's cars have stains, and that's where you should look.
Stain.
How does the alternate light source assist you?
The alternate light sources is tools that we have in order to detect any kind of reaction for body fluids.
Okay. And then your next step would be to do what?
Next step, if I observe any suspected stain, I proceed to do a presumptive blood test.
Okay. And you did that, and what were the results?
Negative.
Okay. And you also then did what next?
After that inspection, photographed interior exterior of the vehicle, and that's it.
Okay. Did you place the car on a lift at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. And can you check your report and see if there was anything else you did?
Yes, I did, but this is the other vehicle.
Okay.
That was the Sunfire. vehicle.
But you didn't indicate that on your report, so I just want to clear that up, right?
Yeah, in the auto-death garage, I mentioned 13 hours that I moved the vehicle from the forensic garage, which was the white Pontiac, to the lift.
Okay.
Yes, it is in my report, but I don't mention the
You don't mention which vehicle.
tag number exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, did you collect any items from Tony Lazzaro's car of evidentiary value?
No.
Okay. Now, I'd like to take you to August of 2008, August 6, 2008. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did on that day?
August 2008.
Yes, August 6, 2008.
May I refer to my report, please?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor? Thank you, sir. That was a search warrant.
And where was this search warrant executed?
At the residence of the Anthony's family.
Okay. Would that be the home on 4937 Hope Spring Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your assignment to do that day?
And that day, that was to check the bedroom belongs to Casey, belongs to Casey, and then to check for clothing, and inspected the clothing using authorized sources, and then collected some pieces of clothing from the bedroom.
Was part of your assignment to search any other rooms?
Not to my best recollection. The only things that we checked was the living room area and the garage area, the car, the vehicle, and that's it.
Okay. Did you check George and Cindy Anthony's room?
I just did visual inspection. I don't remember if I used any kind of light sources, to my best recollection.
But you did do a visual inspection of, excuse me, let me strike that. You did go further in Casey Anthony's room?
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a series of photographs identified as Defense Identification Exhibit X, Y, Z, AA, AB, AC, AD, AE, AF, AH, AG, AI, and AJ. May I push the sir?
You may.
I'm showing now, I'll speak loudly. I'm showing you now Defense Exhibit X. What does that appear to be to you, sir?
That was the bedroom.
Who's bedroom?
Casey.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the bedroom as it appeared on that day too?
Yes.
Unless there's any objections, I'd like to move Defense Exhibit X into evidence.
Z will become defense exhibit number 4, AA will become defense exhibit number 5, AB will become defense exhibit number 6, AC will become defense exhibit number 7, AD will become defense exhibit number 8, AE will become defense exhibit number 9, AF will become defense exhibit number 10, AG will become defense exhibit number 11, AH will become defense exhibit number 12, and AI will become defense exhibit number 13.
May I publish Defense Exhibit 2 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Yes. Yes, sir. Sir, can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see the photograph? Okay. Now, sir, can you describe the room basically for us?
It's a single bed and some people. With the journalized sources, and then collect the clothing, the pieces of clothing.
Okay. And was it your understanding that you were going to look at the clothing that well, let me rephrase that. Was it your understanding that you were going to now look at all of Casey Anthony's clothing?
Yes, just to check the bedroom, yes, clothing.
And what was your goal in looking at all of her clothing?
My goal is to inspect the items with journalized sources. If I see any suspected stain, and then collect the items that I observe some suspected stain.
Okay. And tell the ladies and gentlemen.
Black over on the window.
Why do you do that?
In order to get the room dark, and then use the journalized sources, which give me some fluorescent light and clothing. I'll be able to see any suspected stain, and if I see any suspected stain, and then I separate that item and put in the paper bag, and then collect as evidence.
Okay, let me take you step by step if I can. What is this photograph that you're looking at now?
What's the closet?
Okay, and is that where you got all of the clothing from?
Not all of them. Some pieces of clothing, yes.
Okay, and you also checked the drawers in the room?
I don't recall if I checked the drawers.
Okay. Do you believe you would have done a thorough job in checking the entire room?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you some clothing. I'm showing you now defense evidence 5. Is that one of the items that you inspected?
Yes.
Is that one of the items that you
Because it's
no problem.
ID on it. Number 1, Your Honor, may I refer to my report, refresh my recollection? Thank you, Your Honor. That was the charcoal gray pants, brand name Zinc Site 5, tag number H52175. I checked the item with ultralight sources. No stain was found.
Okay. Was it your under exactly a little bit more of what you did? You put black paper on the windows, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of that was to make the room as dark as possible?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you do when do you take one piece of clothing at a time and inspect it, or how does that go?
One piece at a time.
Okay. And do you photograph certain stains as you see them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 14. Is this what the stains appear to you under the alternating light source?
Yes.
Okay. And you photograph them to document them?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as I observed that kind of stain, what I did, I submit those items to the FBI lab.
Okay. And that would be a large stain in your, well, I'm sorry, I don't mean, describe to us, would you consider that large, small? How would you describe that?
Let's say like a medium
Okay.
stain, yeah.
I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 12. And is that another example of another piece of clothing?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing here, sir?
In this picture, you can observe some scales and arrow that shows the indication that I found. Yes.
And these are the types of details that you're looking for, are they not?
Correct, in clothing, yes.
Okay. And do you even get more detailed than this as far as stains are concerned?
No, that's it, just stain like that.
Okay. Okay, after you have inspected all of her clothing, what did you do next?
Then I proceed to packaging in every single item in a paper bag and submit it to the FBI lab.
Okay. Now, when you do this inspection, what kind of protective gear are you wearing?
Was wearing the lab tie back.
Okay, what is that?
Is it like a jumpsuit?
Okay. And does that have a hood or anything like that?
No. Just
What
like
about
and clothing? I mean gloves.
Okay, so you have gloves on, you have a white jumpsuit, is it?
Yes.
And what about foot protection? Anything there?
No, it's in the lab.
Okay.
In a forensic lab.
Any hair nets or anything to prevent your hair from falling on?
Hair nets, I use hair nets, yes.
Okay, so you're in full gear.
Yes.
Okay. And do you speak while you're doing these things?
No.
And why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Because I'm by myself.
Okay. You mean you don't talk to yourself? All right. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Bladen. Was Alina Burrows with you?
Yes.
Okay. So did you talk to her while you were doing this?
Oh, if you refer to this picture, I took this picture in the forensic lab.
Okay. So
I'm by myself.
So okay. So if we're all to understand what you did, you inspected the items in her room and then decided which ones you were going to take. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then you went to the lab and you photographed them like this so we could see.
Correct.
Okay. But while you were doing this in Casey's room, you were also with Ms. Burrows, another CSI person.
Yes, she was with me.
Okay. And was Detective Yuri Melich with you as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did he go in the room or was it just the crime scene investigators?
No, he spent some time with us inside the room, yes.
Okay. So he was made aware of all that was going on and all that was being taken from the home?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else you did in regards to this search warrant?
That's it. That was my whole involvement in this search warrant.
Okay. And then part of your job at that point would be to do what with the information, what with these items of evidence?
Submit it to the FBI lab.
Okay. And how is that done?
I just photographed the items, prepared the letter to the FBI lab with the pictures that I observed a suspected stain, and submitted with the property phones that we
of evidence protected in any way for the contamination?
Yes.
How so?
There's a paper bag. I seal it and put my initial on it.
Kind of like some of the bags that we see here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Investigator Boise, the scope of the search warrant that you were just speaking of was to locate clothing items of Ms. Anthony's only, correct?
Yes, my best understanding, yes.
And it is also your understanding that the pants that you were looking for as perhaps a garment that Ms. Anthony wore on June 16th of 2008 had been washed by her mother.
Yes, she informed me that she washed a particular item, yes. She did.
When you inspected Tony Lazzaro's Jeep, you recall
Yes.
doing that?
Yes.
Did it smell like there had been a dead body in it?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
When you inspected Mr. Lazzaro's car, did you find a bag of garbage that had been in there in the trunk for 3 weeks?
No.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The defense may call their next witness.
I do. My name is Heather Subert. Spelling of my last name is Seubert.
Good morning, Ms. Subert.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell us what is your occupation?
I am currently the unit chief of the Firearms Tool Marks Unit at the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
And in 2008, what position did you hold with the FBI?
In 2008, I was one of the supervisory forensic DNA examiners in the DNA analysis unit, also at the FBI laboratory.
And how is the DNA analysis unit broken down at the FBI laboratory?
Well, currently there are actually three DNA units. There is the mitochondrial DNA unit, the nuclear DNA unit, and the federal DNA database unit.
And could you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little, just a brief synopsis of what each unit does?
Sure. In the mitochondrial DNA analysis unit, that unit's responsible for examining items of evidence for mitochondrial DNA typing. And the types of evidence that they receive are typically samples, bone, hairs, and teeth. In the nuclear DNA unit, the unit's responsible for also examining items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids such as blood and semen. Michigan.
All right.
And have you taken any additional coursework in the area of DNA analysis?
Yes, I have. I'm actually currently enrolled in the graduate program at the University of Florida, Gainesville, Florida, in a master's program focused on forensic DNA and serology. And I've also taken coursework through the George Mason University, which is located in Fairfax, Virginia, in the areas of statistics and genetics. And I've also taken a molecular biology course from Lansing Community College, located in Lansing, Michigan.
And have you taken any specialized training while employed with the FBI?
Yes, I have. I actually started as a biologist in the mitochondrial DNA analysis unit when I started with the Bureau in 1998. And so I was trained and qualified as a biologist. So I had undergone a specialized training program to perform DNA typing on bones, hairs, and teeth. And then I was promoted to a forensic DNA examiner in 2001. And as a part of that program, or that position, I was trained and qualified under the supervision of a qualified DNA examiner to perform those job duties. And then I had also spent time in the federal DNA database unit. So I underwent a truncated training program to be a qualified database examiner as well.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is serology?
Sure. Serology is the science involved in identifying biological fluids such as blood, semen, and other biological fluids.
Okay. And have you received any training in serology?
Yes, I have. When I started with the Michigan State Police, I been qualified as a serologist to examine items of evidence for blood and semen. And then when I started in the DNA analysis unit as an examiner, I also, as a part of my training, underwent some serology training there as well.
And have you done any teaching or public speaking in the area of, in the field of forensic science?
I have. As one of my job duties with the FBI was one of the primary instructors on the FBI's quality assurance standards. And so I did that for a number of years and probably provided instruction to well over 1,000 DNA analysts on what are termed as the quality assurance standards, which laboratories performing DNA typing and entering DNA profiles into the National DNA Index have to comply with. And so I provided instruction on that for a number of years. And I've also presented at conferences on the area or in the area of the quality assurance standards and provided also specialized topics in DNA at conferences as well.
And are you a member of any professional organizations of forensic science?
I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I am currently one of the proficiency test review members for the biology section for the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board. And I was the vice chair of the scientific working group on DNA analysis methods, but I retired from that position in January of this year.
What does that mean, the scientific working group for DNA?
Well, the scientific working group on DNA analysis is a group of individuals from many different forensic laboratories across the United States and also internationally that are devoted to discussing current topics in DNA and setting guidelines, as well as managing the quality assurance standards for forensic DNA testing laboratories and DNA database laboratories. And they meet twice a year, and they're responsible for issuing documents for forensic laboratories and database laboratories to use in their analysis.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in serology and DNA in the past?
Yes, I have.
Where and how many times?
Since I've been with the FBI, I've provided testimony 18 times and have been qualified as an expert 18 times in the area of DNA and serology, and the federal court systems that I've been qualified in have been Washington, D.C., Albuquerque, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Kentucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of DNA analysis and serology. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Hubert, how were you initially involved in this case?
When I was working as a forensic DNA examiner in the DNA analysis unit, I was the individual assigned to this case when it was received at the FBI laboratory.
Okay. And did you issue a report on October 8th, 2008?
Yes, I did. And at this time, if it would be acceptable that I may refer to the notes that I brought with me today that I used in conducting my analyses.
You may.
Yes, sir. I have the October 8th, 2008 report in front of me, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like to take you section by section, if we can do that.
Okay.
To the relevant sections. Can you first tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Q's and K's mean?
Sure. At the FBI laboratory, there is a process of assigning a Q letter or a K letter to items of evidence when they're submitted to the laboratory. And this helps to distinguish the location or where the item was collected from. So a Q specimen would be a specimen that was collected from a crime scene. It is something that's not known to a person. A known or a K sample would be a known blood sample, a known hair sample, and things that can be associated directly to an individual.
So if you took my DNA with a buccal swab, I would be K1 or K2 or K3, however number of items.
That's correct.
Okay. And if you collected an item off of the floor, that would be Q1, Q2, and so on.
Well, that would depend.
Okay.
Okay. If you were taking a known fiber sample from this floor, that would be considered a known representative sample, and that would be a K. But let's say hypothetically, if you had dropped a mask or a hat, and that was collected off of this floor, that would be a Q specimen.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that up. Now, were you given items having to deal with the car of a Pontiac Sunfire that belonged to Ms. Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you given exactly? And we'll start with, if we can, the first items on your report.
The items of evidence that were received at the laboratory were received into the lab under a cover of communication dated July 28, 2008. And simply cover of communication just refers to an incoming letter which describes the facts of the case to the laboratory for processing.
I do have an objection that I might register the record to whether the items are in evidence. Perhaps counsel can clarify where we're going with this.
I'm questioning the witness what work she's done on this case.
Right, but to testify about matters that are not in evidence, obviously that's a predicate. And I thought counsel could clarify for us, maybe we wouldn't have a problem with it.
Okay.
These are items that are in evidence.
If I could.
Well, let's approach the side by folks. You may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Hubert, we left off talking about some items that you were given to test, and I'd like to take you through those items. First, I'll refer to Q from your report, Q13 and 14, which has been identified as State's Exhibit IJ. Can you look at that item, or what's the first thing you did with those items?
So each of those items were looked at independently. So the first item, the Q13 swab from the spare tire cover, was examined in the laboratory, and a chemical test was actually performed on a portion of that swab.
Let me stop you there if I can. Okay. When you inspect it, you're in a laboratory, correct?
It is performed in a laboratory setting, performed by a biologist of the DNA analysis unit.
Okay. And what is the first thing done? The test that
chemical test, which is a test that will detect the possible presence of blood, and it is the official name it is called by is the phenolphthalein test, correct?
Okay. And what were the results of that test?
On each of those swabs, the test for the presence of blood was negative.
Now, I'd like to take you and direct your attention to the second page of your report on items Q22, which has been entered into evidence as states 143.
On those items, Q23, which was identified as a piece of spare tire cover, a chemical test was also performed on that item for the presence of blood, and it was negative.
Okay. And then after that, with that item, what did you do?
After that item, the testing was conducted on that item. It would have been repackaged up, and then the next item would have been opened up and also tested as well, and that item would have been Q23.
And that is, for the record, states evidence 139. And what did you do with that item?
And that item was identified as a spare tire cover, and on that particular item, there were brown and yellowish stains that were each of those stains that were observed, and those were all negative for the presence of blood.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about spare tire cover, that's a round circle cardboard type carpet material?
Correct. A particle board type backing, correct.
Okay. And then can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the next item is?
The next item that was examined was Q24, and that was identified as the left side of trunk liner. It was
Just for the record, that's states evidence 139. So first describe the item to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so they kind of have an idea what you're talking about.
States Exhibit 139, or my item number Q24, was a dark gray carpeted section with a multi swabbed and tested for the presence of blood, and they were negative.
And then what's the next item?
Q25.
And what is that described in your report as?
Q25 is the right side of the trunk liner.
Okay. And that, for the record, is states evidence 140. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did there.
On that item, it was another section of a dark gray carpeted section with the multicolored backing, and brown and yellow areas were identified throughout as possible stains. And a cotton tip swab was taken, water was applied, and those brown and yellow stains throughout were swabbed, and then the chemical test was performed on it for detecting whether or not blood was there. And all of those stains were negative. Yes, sir. All of those items were tested and were negative.
Okay. What did you do with the swabs that you took from those items after you tested the area for blood?
After a swab is taken and the chemical test is performed on that swab is not retained by the laboratory. The chemical test has been performed. The period to see if a color change is going to take place or not has been observed, and that swab is not retained.
Okay. Did you do any other tests on those items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of test you did after that?
Yes, on those particular items, again, I'm referring to my notes.
Sure.
On specimen Q22, which was the piece of the spare tire cover, Q23, the spare tire cover, Q24, the left side of the trunk liner, Q25, the right side of the trunk liner, a swab was taken of those items and processed for DNA typing.
Okay. And what were the results of the DNA typing for the trunk of the car items that you described?
There was
jury can understand a little more about what you do. The phenolphthalein test the chemical test that you did, that was for blood, correct?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that the reason you took it a step further was because there are more types of bodily fluids that you can pick up with DNA that you can't from that chemical test?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Why did you do the DNA test?
Well, although the chemical test for the presence of blood was negative, the next step was to determine were there any other type of biological cellular material that could be detected through swabbing and a DNA result generated from that. So from any cellular material that could be present, or if there were any other types of stains that were there that weren't necessarily observed that could have contained DNA material.
And what can you get DNA from in a person's body?
Well, DNA is contained within every cell of your body except your red blood cells. They don't contain a nucleus. So any type of cell that has a nucleus is where the DNA is housed. So skin cells, white blood cells, the tissue, if you yank out a piece of hair, the tissue that's contained in there. And all of those cells within the nucleus contain the DNA. And that DNA is the same in all of your cells.
Okay. All right. Now, further down on page 2 of your report, you received, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are from Q33 to Q43? And just for the court, the state and the defense have a stipulation with no objection on these description of these items.
Just remind me which items those are. No objection.
Okay.
I believe the agreement is that those are the items referred to by Investigator Boise as being clothing from the Anthony home.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. You received some items from closet of East Room at 4937 Hope Spring Drive, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you
several different particular items, and I'll start with the first one, which was Q33, which was identified as a pair of pants. They were dark gray color, and that item was visually examined for the presence of any biological stains, and none were observed. So in that case, on that particular item, there was no chemical testing performed.
Okay, and what about Q34?
Q34 was identified also as a pair of pants, and they were actually light blue pants in color, and that item had some faint brown, yellowish brown spots contained on those pants, which were tested for the presence yellow skirt, and there were faint red spots throughout, primarily on the outside, the front left, and those were negative for the presence of blood.
And Q38?
Q38 was identified as a skirt. It was a light beige skirt and had faint yellow areas contained on it, and those areas were tested and were negative for the presence of blood.
Q40? I'm sorry, did I skip 39?
Correct. There's Q39. Q39 was identified as a shirt, a long sleeve collared shirt, and it had some faint discolorations contained on the left breast pocket, and those areas were tested and were negative for the presence of blood.
And Q40?
Q40 was identified as a shirt. It was a light beige button-down, three-quarter sleeve collared shirt, and there were some faint areas of discoloration on the outside front lower right, which were tested for the presence of blood and were negative.
Q41?
Q41 was identified as a shirt. It was a bright pink sleeveless turtleneck shirt, and for any biological stains, there were none observed, so chemical testing was not performed on that item.
Q42?
Q42 was identified as a shirt. It was a light pink button-down, three-quarter sleeve collared shirt. A visual examination was performed on that item, and there were no stains observed, and therefore no chemical testing was performed.
And Q43?
Q43 was identified as a shirt. It was a green button-down, three-quarter sleeve collared shirt, and a visual examination was performed on it. There were no biological stains observed, and therefore no chemical testing was performed on that item.
Did you receive any other clothing that's not in this report that you tested?
From the home?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, I'd now like to take you to the next item that you tested, Q44, which is State's Evidence 323. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Yes, sir. Q44 was a piece of the spare tire cover, and it was a gray carpet cutting. And Q45 was a piece of spare tire cover as well, and it was also a gray carpet.
And Q44, what did you do with that item?
That item had some extremely faint brown dingy areas on it that were spot tested for the presence of blood, and they were negative for the presence of blood.
Did you do anything beyond that?
On that particular item, it was actually combined with the next item for DNA testing.
Okay, let's go to Q45, which is State's Evidence 142.
On Q45, there were extremely faint brown dingy areas on that item that were spot tested, were tested for the presence of blood, and they tested negative as well.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did with both of these items together after you tested them for blood.
On those two items, a swabbing was taken, just a regular cotton tip swab with water applied to it, and a swabbing was taken of the entire item, as well as the Q45 item, and those two swabs were combined and processed for DNA.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were?
There were no DNA typing results obtained from either of those items, and they were combined, so there was essentially no DNA as a result.
Okay. I'd now like to report that you issued on October 9th, 2008. Just let me know when you have it.
Q46, which was identified as a shovel, and Q46.1, which was a label from the Q46 shovel blade.
Okay. And for the record and court, stipulation that we could describe these items without any objection.
These are the items testified to by Brian Berner, the shovel testified to by Mr. Berner earlier in the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did with the shovel?
Yes, the shovel was examined, was performed on that to identify if there were any possible stains. There were some areas that were in fact tested on the shovel, and those areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to your report of December 16th, 2008. I know you issued two, but I'll let you know which one specifically.
Before we leave this report, I wanted just to be sure the testing that we discussed was the specific to the serology, but there was also DNA performed on that, so I just wanted to be clear on that.
Okay, and what were the results of the DNA?
There, a DNA profile was not generated. There was a sex typing result at the locus or the location, but it did not satisfy the reporting criteria of my laboratory.
Okay. And just so we can explain that a little bit. When someone grabs and touches an item, DNA is left, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. But would the touching of how much DNA you recover depend on the item, how much force is used, and other factors? Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
Question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about touch DNA?
Well, touch DNA refers to
Relevance, since there was no, she indicated there was no profile found. I don't know the relevance of this explanation.
I think it goes through.
Well, touch DNA refers to a type of DNA testing where you expect to have very limited amounts of DNA left behind. It's on items that may not have had a lot of contact with an individual, such as perhaps a piece of paper. If you pick up a piece of paper and you hold that piece of paper in your hand for a little bit of time, it's possible that you've deposited some type of cellular material from your hand on that piece of paper. But in order to get a DNA result that is typable or usable depends on lots of factors. How long you perhaps had that in contact, and if you are capable of leaving a lot of skin cells behind. And so that all comes into play.
Now, when we talk about levels of DNA, how is that measured?
Not sure I understand your question.
What are RFUs?
RFUs talk about relative fluorescent units.
The relevance, do we approach?
You may. Yeah, Judge, overrule, make it.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, you've already described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what touch DNA is, right? What is low copy number DNA?
Members of the jury, can you explain?
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, if I can help. Sure. Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me much better? All right. Ms. Siebert, I'm sorry. Can you explain low copy number DNA?
So low copy number DNA is a type of DNA process where going into performing the DNA testing on it, the individual knows there's going to be a limited amount of DNA information there. And so there is a procedure that can be performed to enhance the DNA analysis process to make even more copies, which we haven't really talked about, in the PCR process. So it's actually adding on some of the molecular xeroxing during the polymerase chain reaction when you're actually making multiple copies of DNA to enhance the end result, the DNA profile. So going in, you know you're going to have a limited amount of DNA. And so you're actually enhancing your DNA analysis process to adjust for that to make more copies to generate a result. And with that result, there's certain evaluations that have to go into those results because of the nature of low copy number. Since you don't have a tremendous amount of cellular material at the beginning, there are some things that in the end have to be evaluated.
DNA. I know these two terms are used interchangeably at times, but that's incorrect, right?
That's incorrect. Okay. Right. Touch DNA can be samples where at our laboratory, if a firearm comes in and you think about the nature of when you hold a firearm and you put your finger on the trigger, your hand on the grip, you're coming into contact with it, but not necessarily for maybe an extended period of time. So that would be an area that we would swab, knowing that that's where individuals had contact. I would expect perhaps to get a result for the deposit of skin cells, but I'm not going to enhance my technique to make more of those copies for my normal analysis procedures. I already expect to have limited amounts, but at the current, when I was in the unit, we didn't have procedures to perform low copy number, which is enhancing the analysis techniques.
Now, I want to skip ahead a little bit to when you actually get the readouts of the DNA results. Can you touch briefly on that? Because I don't want to get too technical.
So what the end readout of the profile is.
Correct.
Okay. Can I back up even a little bit more just to talk about the DNA process?
Sure.
Okay. Since we haven't talked about it, the actual DNA process, how that occurs is, let's talk about a swab. We've talked about doing a swabbing of the carpet, out of the trunk, of the spare tire cover. So that swab is put into a tube, and there are chemical where it's contained within the nucleus. And so we're able to do that by adding chemicals, and then that DNA is now taken through the process. And the next step after we're able to extract that DNA away from the item that it's contained on is what's called the polymerase chain reaction, the PCR. And what that is essentially a molecular xeroxing. It's like going to a copy machine and making billions of copies of that one page that you have, that you need copies of, but we're actually doing that at multiple locations on the DNA. We're actually looking at 13 locations on your DNA, and so we're taking all of those 13 locations and making multiple copies of the DNA that's present. And so the next step then is to actually, utilizing an instrument, the DNA is put into a capillary column through a process called capillary electrophoresis. And this instrument has a very small capillary column where the DNA in that liquid form is injected into this capillary column, and we're able to detect it through a process using a laser. And we talked about those RFUs, or those relative fluorescent units. What that's telling me is it's signaling that there's DNA present. And it's able to send that signal to a computer, which is collecting all of that information, and then it's interpreted into a DNA profile. Much like if you've been to the doctor and you have a heart monitor set up and you get an EKG done, you see those peaks on the EKG machine. That's what essentially might And those are representative of the DNA profile from that initial test tube where we extracted the DNA out and we were able to remove it from the inside the nucleus of the cell. And now I'm able to see the end result and generated a DNA profile, which I now will use in my interpretation.
Okay. And what you get through your readout, which are called electropherograms, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what you get are some squiggly lines and some peaks, do you not? Among other things.
Yes, the peaks are what I'm most interested in.
Right. Okay. And what you talked about to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are the 13 different locations of where you search for DNA, correct?
Correct, the 13 locations, yes.
And these are also identified as markers.
Correct.
Okay, points of interest, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay. And depending on how much DNA there is there, well, the peaks also indicate to you how much DNA is present at that specific marker, correct?
Correct. The RFU units will be higher depending upon the amount of signal that's being sent to tell the instrument that it's detecting the DNA that's passing by that laser and creating a fluorescence, which is being collected and is outputted into a peak.
Okay. So if you have, what are the cutoff levels for your laboratory when reporting out something as DNA being at that specific location?
To actually report a DNA type, the threshold for my laboratory at the time I was in the unit was at 200 RFUs. And that was our match interpretation threshold. So anything above 200, I could use to make a match with.
Okay. And there are other laboratories and other kits that can actually report lower levels, correct? That's just that 200 for you to report.
Overall, she can ask the question.
For you, that 200 level number, it's a determination made by your laboratory.
Right, that number was based on the validation by the FBI laboratory at the time when we were validating the instrument and the kit to do the DNA typing in the unit.
But it is common in other laboratories that sometimes the threshold can be lower. Is that correct?
Overall.
Other laboratories will have different interpretation thresholds. That is correct.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what your threshold is to exclude an individual?
Any information that falls below that 200 RFU interpretation threshold can be used for exclusionary purposes. But there is one more threshold that's not depicted on your chart.
Okay, and what is that?
That is at 50 RFUs.
Okay, and what does your threshold with 50 RFUs mean?
50 RFUs is the threshold for where a peak will be labeled a peak. That is our peak amplitude threshold, which is based upon the validation of where a peak will begin to be detected in the FBI laboratory.
Basically, some people will call these other items down here noise or artifacts.
There are other laboratories that may in fact use the threshold below that 50.
Okay, and if in your laboratory, if you see something that's 50, you can call it a peak.
That's correct. That is when the threshold for identifying or labeling a peak begins.
And would you consider the laboratory thresholds that the FBI uses as conservative?
The 200 RFU threshold is a relatively conservative. Well, it's based on the validation, so I would say that is a scientific threshold based upon the validation for when reliable results are generated.
Okay, now you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about you being able to call something at the level of 50 a peak, right?
Correct.
Now, and that would give you an indication that there's something there, correct?
At 50?
Yes, at 50.
Correct.
But unless it reaches 200, you can't report it out.
If it is at the STR loci, it cannot be used for inclusion unless it is above 200. There's an exception with the amylogen or the sex typing locus where information can be used if it's below 200.
And to kind of bring it all together with what we talked about with the shovel and some other items that we're going to talk about. When you say that you cannot report it, it doesn't mean that there isn't some DNA there. It's just something that your protocols preclude you from making or giving an opinion on, correct?
Okay, you can approach.
No, I think based on the earlier ruling. I thought it
Yeah.
One, two. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Ms. Subert, where we left off, and I'm just going to recap for a moment before I ask my next question, is we talked about the different thresholds of how much DNA is present on your electropherograms, the readouts. And when we were talking about the shovel, you mentioned that at one of the markers, there was something that reached above the 50 RFU levels. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. It did not reach the 200 level, and you did not have multiple markers or sufficient markers to be able to report it out, correct?
That's correct.
So is a fair statement that there is something there, you just can't report what with any degree of scientific certainty?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
What's the best way to summarize what's there and what's not there?
Well, at the locations that the short tandem repeats would be present at, the 13 locations, the DNA profile, a result was not obtained at any of those 13 locations. At that location, but it does not meet my reporting criteria.
Perfect. Okay. Now I'd like to direct your attention to the next report that you issued in this case on March 19th, 2008. I'm sorry, that would be 2009. And let me know when you take your time. Just let me know. I know you got a lot of stuff there.
You may. You may continue.
I'm sorry, I forgot where I left off. Can I ask the court reporter to read back where we were, Your Honor?
You may.
Question.
Just having some technical difficulties. We'll be back in a minute.
There's cellular material coming from from saliva.
And if it is attached in a, perhaps skin tissue attached to it, would it not?
I'm not sure that I understand the violent manner.
If it was put on firmly, tightly, that would have skin tissue on it, correct? Or you would expect to find skin tissue on it.
Well, just the contact from the tape being placed on on a person's face. You think about the adhesive, and just like when you pull a Band-Aid off, that hurts, and it's what it's taking with you are part of the cellular material on that topical surface of your skin. So you think about the same adhesive contained in a piece of duct tape being placed on the face. The same type of adhesive is taking place with the contact.
And did you was there a readout?
There was a peak detected at the D3, yes.
Okay. And can you write down or tell us what number that peak came to?
Yes. Okay, it's a 17.
Do you know if Kaylee Anthony is a 17 at the D3 marker?
I'm going to take a moment just to retrieve my profiles. At D3, Kaylee Anthony.
So she does not have a 17 at that?
No, sir.
And if you had a 17 at a D3 marker and she is a 14, 15, could you exclude Kaylee Anthony as being a contributor to that?
Yes, she does not have a 17 at that location.
Okay. And what about Casey Anthony?
Casey Anthony is a 14, 15 at the D3 location.
Okay. So she also does not have a 17 at the D3 marker?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you have one marker that does not match an individual, can you exclude them from being a contributor to that DNA?
Yes.
Are they in evidence?
No, they're not. Just I'll withdraw the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess that's everything that concludes the March 19th report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move to your next report on July 24th, 2009. Just take your time and let me know when you have it.
Can you repeat the dates again, please?
Yes. Identify, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what items, the first item that you received on this report.
Yes, the first item that was received is identified as Q80, which was a pair of shorts.
Okay. And for the record, this is State's Evidence 269. And where did these shorts come from?
These shorts, the shorts were identified as items from the medical examiner office.
Okay. And what tests were done on those shorts?
On the Q80 shorts, the item was examined for the presence of blood and semen.
Okay. And what were the results? Were you able to confirm blood or semen on the shorts?
No, both of those tests were negative for the presence of blood and semen.
Okay. And then on, what's the next item that you received?
Q81, which was identified as clothing.
I'm sorry, we're going a little too fast.
Sorry.
It's my fault. Okay, and when you refer to clothing, you're referring to the item which would include the shirt, which was like the
elastic portion of the shirt and the letter writings of the child's shirt?
Yes, I can read my description if that would assist.
That'd be better. Go ahead.
I have it identified as containing letters, stitching, and stretch material with the letters being spelled or containing BIGTROUBLE. And there was also some stick and other debris contained with that item.
Okay. Were you able to?
No, I could not confirm blood on that item. The chemical test for the possible presence of blood was positive. However, there was insufficient quantity to continue on and confirm the presence of blood.
Okay. So you can't say in any way that there was blood on there?
Only that the possible presence of blood, that it was positive for the possible presence of blood.
Okay. And was that tested any further?
Specimen Q81 was continued on for DNA typing.
Okay. And out of that, what you thought was possible, were you able to come up with a profile?
No, sir, there was no DNA obtained from that item.
Okay. And on what's the next item?
The next item is Q82, which is identified as a blanket.
I'm sorry?
It was identified as a blanket.
Okay. And on the blanket, were you able to confirm blood on that blanket?
Could not confirm the presence of blood. However, the chemical test for the possible presence of blood was positive.
Okay. And did you then take it a step further to see if there was DNA there?
Yes, that item was swabbed for DNA testing, and no, there was no DNA profile generated from that specimen. There was an additional chemical test also performed on that blanket.
Okay. And what other test was done on that?
That item was also looked at for the presence of semen.
Okay. And did you find any?
No, that item was negative for the presence of seminal fluid.
Okay. And the next item?
The next item is Q84, which was identified as a laundry bag.
Okay. And that laundry bag, what test did you run on that?
The chemical test for the presence of blood was performed on that item, and it was positive for the possible presence of blood. However, there was insufficient quantity to continue on for a confirmatory test.
Okay. And did you then take it a step further and try to get DNA?
Yes, sir. DNA typing was attempted on that item. However, there was no DNA typing results obtained.
Okay. And then the next item?
The next item is Q103, identified as a blanket.
Okay. And what test did you run on that?
That item was tested for the presence of blood and semen.
Okay. And what were your results there?
The chemical test for the possible presence of blood was positive on the blankets, and the tests for the presence of semen were negative.
Okay. Okay. And can you give a better description of, actually, if I can have a moment for. Your Honor, my apologies. The blanket that was just described is not an item that's in evidence. It's completely unrelated, and I wanted to move to strike that on my own, and the references to that.
Number?
Q103.
So I agree that you should disregard any discussions about Q103. There's nothing to do with this.
And it's completely my error. Mr. Ashton and I had spoken previously in the process of going.
So that's the blanket that she's just testified to?
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're hereby instructed.
On your report that are not in evidence, so I have to ask you specifically for which ones, okay?
Yes, sir.
And testify only to those. Can you also tell us about Q244, State's Exhibit HR? Can you tell us, give us a description of Q244?
Yes, Q244 was identified as a doll that was received at the laboratory.
And where does the doll, where were you informed the doll came from?
It's identified that the doll was collected from a vehicle, and I can check my notes to determine what vehicle specifically.
Sure, go ahead. Your Honor, we have a stipulation that the doll came from the interior portion of the car, on the car seat.
Which car?
The Pontiac Sunfire.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Can you tell us what you did with that piece of evidence?
The item was generally swabbed for the presence of blood, and that test was negative. So there was no blood identified on. Sorry, can you state the date one more time? On
Yes,
that report?
December 16th of 2008.
Report in front of me.
Okay. On page 2 of your report, were you given the profiles
That from Poetic
of,
Justice.
Cindy, George, and Lee Anthony?
Thank you very much.
If I may refer to one
Yes,
of
go ahead.
the question that you had asked was if I had been given the profiles from Cindy, George, and Lee Anthony.
I'm sorry, buccal swabs from them.
Correct. The buccal samples had been submitted to the laboratory under communication dated October 20th of 2008.
And and I'm referring to State's Evidence 113. Were you asked to conduct a paternity test for Lee Anthony, as to Kaylee, being the potential father, Kaylee Anthony?
You may.
FBI laboratory does not perform paternity testing. They were never asked to perform a paternity test on this case. And in fact, I'll let Counsel respond and deny doing this.
What is your good faith basis for asking the question that you were asking? Just a second.
Two things. Yes, sir.
Just a second.
Sure.
Pardon? I was gonna.
FBI does not normally do that, and that's what she will testify to, but they don't normally do them, but they can do them, and they did. And as far as the statistical analysis portion, they would have to refer it out to a second laboratory. So that's exactly what the objections raised by Mr. Ashton are not true. The FBI in this case did do a paternity test, but he was excluded as the potential father, and end of story. I don't understand where, if it's in black and white in an actual report, how that's not a good faith basis. And I also mentioned this when we were at the break, the items of evidence. I would assume that Mr. Ashton, knowing that it says that, I was going to inquire about.
You may.
Were you ever asked to do a paternity test to determine if Lee Anthony was the father of Kaylee Anthony by the state or by Orange County, by law enforcement?
I may refer to my communication log for the conversation that I had with the special agent in charge before I answer that, to be clear.
Go right ahead.
You may.
Thank you. I have the conversation here noted, if I may read that to answer that question. On September 12th of 2008, I spoke with Special Agent Nick Savage. The inquiry about paternity testing / reports, I let him know we could run sample, generate results, and send our report to a laboratory for the statistical component. And this is referring to the lab. It has been a lab that has assisted us in the past, and he agreed. They do not have the sample yet.
Does that in any way mention Lee Anthony?
No, sir. Not in that particular conversation, no, sir.
Your Honor, that is my objection. While counsel is correct that by looking at the DNA profiles that were run, Mr. Lee Anthony and George Anthony can both be excluded as potential fathers for Kaylee. But to ask that question, suggesting that law enforcement specifically inquired, is not a good faith question. If he wants to bring out that, in fact, coincidentally, these test results exclude them as the father, that's fine. But to suggest by that question that that request was made by law enforcement, there is no good faith basis for that. And also, of course, it's hearsay. What a police officer may or may not have suspected or had a question about is not relevant in this case. And counsel has no good faith basis for believing that it is.
May I inquire as to the witness, if it's
You may.
necessary? Who did you understand they wanted you to compare the paternity test for?
Before I answer that question, there is one more entry that I wanted to read prior.
Go ahead.
So on October 8th of 2008, I also had an additional conversation with Special Agent Savage. And within that conversation, he would like us, it is stated, he would like us to submit the brothers' results with Kaylee and Casey to the UNT lab. The possibility of parentage is present in the results.
So it was your understanding that
Well, there you go.
determine if Lee Anthony was
Read
part
out.
of it?
The question had been posed if we could run the samples and generate a result and do a comparison. Specific to paternity testing, our laboratory does not perform. However, we could have made the determination as a possible biological offspring or excluded as a possible biological offspring and had identified the laboratory that would perform the statistical component if that had been a possibility.
So you run the test. If he's a potential, if he's potentially the father, it would be sent off to another lab for the statistical component.
For this particular discussion, that was what had been laid out for this particular these samples.
And in your report, do you report out that that based on the SDR typing results, the DNA obtained from specimen Q18-1, Kaylee Anthony, could not have originated from a biological offspring of the individual represented by specimen K9, Lee Anthony?
Yes, that is stated in that report.
What is the relevance of what a particular FBI agent thought or a question that he had? What is the relevance of that other than to suggest to the jury that there's some information out there that this jury has not heard? How is a good faith basis relevance of that?
I never asked that question, Judge. I'm going through her results and through the work she's done in this case. That is part of the work she's done in this case.
That is not the question counsel asked, and he darn well knows it. If he wants to ask this witness whether Mr. Lee Anthony is excluded as the father of Kaylee, that's fine. That's in the report. More power to him. But that wasn't the question he asked. That wasn't the implication he was trying to leave with this jury.
Anything else, folks? Let me say this. I don't know what was in your mind. I don't know what was in Mr. Ashton's mind. But you are not to ask questions that may lead to inference that, unless you want to call a law enforcement officer to ask that he specifically asked to have something tested, you can get the results, as Mr. Ashton has indicated. That's a proper question. I'm not going to even venture a guess or speculate on the motivations or whether or not your question even suggested that. I would do what I told both sides to do some time ago. There's a case called the Almonte Banana Company, which is found at 466 7th 2nd, page 1167. Read it. It talks about good faith basis for asking questions. There's another case.
There's nothing
Broxton
wrong with this
versus
question.
State,
There's
which
nothing
is
wrong.
found at 505 7th 2nd 1361 out of the First District Court of Appeals. Please read those two cases. for a good faith basis for asking questions. And that's all I'm going to say. Okay. If there are other exhibits you need to line up for afternoon witnesses, please let the clerks know. So those exhibits may be pulled. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Yes?
To strike, I asked to strike counsel's last question. Have the jury, when you return, be instructed to disregard the question.
Folks, I will look at the question, but all I'm going to say is this. I don't have a hearing problem. And the amplification of questions, objections, I don't need them. Okay? I can hear in normal voices. Okay. I will ask the court reporter to mark the last question. I will review it when I come back, and I will consider that. Okay, we'll be in recess to 1:30. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do we know what your next question is going to be, so we don't?
Well, that's the, I want to know, I don't want any issues, so I want to know how the court.
The last question you asked you asked the following question before we went to sidebar. Were you asked to conduct a paternity test for Lee Anthony as the Kelly Anthony, potential father of Kelly Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that question.
I don't know it.
And Mr. Ashton, your objection, sir.
The objection is it is not relevant whether anybody asked that question. The relevant is whether a test was done with result. The question. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
One at a time.
My apologies, sir. That was my fault.
No, you go ahead.
I can rephrase.
Okay.
I can rephrase the question. Did you conduct a paternity test for Lee Anthony? I won't ask if she was asked.
Okay. All right. Since we're now all on the same page, let's return to jury.
Well, you should ask if she was asked.
Okay, state recognized presence of jury. And the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, members of the jury, did you heed all of my previous admonitions during the noon recess for lunch? Apologize for starting late, but we had elevator problems. All right, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Ms. Subert. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Where we left off, I wanted to ask you if you conducted what would be considered a paternity test to determine if Lee Anthony was the biological father of Kaylee Anthony.
Can I have the date of that report one more time?
Sure.
That we're discussing.
That's December 16th, 2008.
Would it be okay if I looked at the report that you had in front of you?
May I approach the witness,
Oh,
Your
thank
Honor?
you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And can you read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, page 3, with your results?
Yes, on page 3, it states based on the STR typing results, based on the STR typing results, the DNA obtained from specimen Q18-1, Kaylee Anthony, could not have originated from a biological offspring of the individual represented by specimen K9, Lee Anthony.
You may.
Now, these types of tests are not done very often at the FBI laboratory, are they?
Relevancy?
Just explaining the evidence a bit more, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay, let's move on to the same report, which we don't have. May I approach the witness again?
You may.
I found it now, thank you.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Q47 is, and just for the record, the defense and the state have entered into a stipulation to discuss these items without objection.
Does Q47 have a reference exhibit number?
We stipulate that it is a car seat, which is shown in the photographs from the Pontiac Sunfire.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell the jury about the car seat, what you did?
Yes, I can. Q47 was identified as a car seat from the 1998 Pontiac Sunfire, and that item of evidence was examined for the presence of blood, and the chemical testing performed was negative.
Did you do anything further beyond testing for blood?
On Q47, the car seat, no, I did not.
And Q48, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
Q48 was identified as the steering wheel cover.
And what did you do with that item of evidence?
Steering wheel cover from the Pontiac Sunfire steering wheel. So the jury knows what we're talking about.
On that particular item, it was visually examined for the presence of any biological stains, and through the visual examination, there were no biological stains observed, so therefore no chemical testing was conducted.
And Q55 and 56, can you identify what items they are and where they came from?
Yes, Q55 was identified as debris from the spare tire wheel well, and Q56 was identified as a swab from the spare tire wheel well.
And other than the other report that we covered that is dated the 16th, which deals with identifying Kaylee, have we gone over all of your reports?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I want to take some time and go through what these results mean or don't mean. Okay. Let's begin with the Exhibit 15 in evidence, which is identified as the swabbings from the spare tire cover. All right. You indicated that you did a phenolphthalein test on that, which is a presumptive test for blood.
That's correct.
What does the phenolphthalein test actually react to in blood?
It is actually reacting with the heme portion of the blood.
When you say the heme portion, can you let us know what you mean by that?
Sure. It is part of the substance that's carried along on the red blood cell that we're actually looking for. And it's basically a test where it's able, oxidation reduction test. I know it sounds kind of technical, but it's a test where the first chemical that's applied is going to react with the heme. And then once you add the second component, it actually oxidizes it, causing that color change if the heme portion is there and is present.
And is the heme portion only found in intact red blood cells?
Well, certainly, if you had some broken down red blood cells, if it's still attached there, you could have some residual that could be present. But as you start to break down the red blood cells, you're starting to then also break down the heme portion that's present.
So when a body decomposes, blood decomposes, the hemoglobin also decomposes.
That would be a correct assumption, yes.
Is this test in any way indicative of whether a certain substance is fluid of decomposition of the human body? Is it sensitive to that, other than if there's whole blood cells?
I'm not sure if I understand.
Let me rephrase it. That was a little sloppy. Would this test react to other substances in the body, like fat?
If there was any type of presence of that heme portion from the blood that could be connected when you talk about where fat is deposited, it is possible.
Okay, but only if there's relatively intact red blood cells.
Correct.
But if the blood cells are decomposed, then it wouldn't react. Or it's less likely to react.
Less likely.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is the particular stain that you tested has been identified as being decomposition fluid.
From judge assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Has been identified as a stain from fluid from decomposition of the human body. Does your
objection misstates the facts, Judge.
Overruled.
Does your test refute that?
Well, I can't speak to whether or not there was a blood or decomposition fluid present there because my test is negative, so I can't.
All we can say is your test did not detect whole blood cells.
It didn't react with any type of substance that was present there, whole blood cells that maybe were, as we talked about, partially broken down. So I have nothing that would indicate that there was blood contained on those items.
But you indicate it could be decomposed fluid, including decomposed blood, that might not react.
Well, the test.
It's the testimony of the witness. The witness never testified to such a thing.
Objection sustained. Rephrase your question.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does your test indicate that the stain was not the fluid from a decomposing human body, in your opinion?
Based upon my testing results, it's negative, so I can't testify to anything other than the evidence that was there that I tested was negative for the presence of blood, which I can't state anything other than I didn't detect any biological material, blood, or other fluid based upon my results.
Could the stain still be decomposition fluid?
Overruled.
As far as if there were other biological fluids that could have been present in there, it's possible. But based on my test, I can't say anything other than it was negative.
All you can say is it wasn't blood.
Correct.
Okay, I've got that straight down. Now, what happens to DNA when cells decompose?
Well, as cells decompose, the DNA is going to start to also be degraded, because if you think about where the DNA is housed inside the nucleus of a cell, if the cells start to break down, eventually it's going to get to that center portion of the nucleus, which is also going to cause the DNA over time to also start to be diminished, losing the information that's present.
And in order for DNA testing to work, you have to have intact strands of DNA.
Right. With the 13 locations that I examined as a part of my analysis, if I have portions of those locations still present on the chromosome, I may be able to obtain a result.
But generally, with decomposing cells, you don't generally expect to find DNA.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't believe you answered that question. It is cross-examination, Judge, so I would ask for some leeway to it.
One more time.
I get to read back the question.
But generally, with decomposing cells, you don't generally expect to find DNA. Right, as the body breaks down, that information that's housed in the nucleus of the cell is also going to start to break down, and so the likelihood of obtaining a DNA result does start to diminish as the body starts to decompose.
Now, I want to go to this chart. I don't think I need to step down if you can remember what it's written. I want you to clarify for the jury what this result means.
Yes, Mike.
This result that counsel wrote on this chart is 50, like 55 is the RFU. What does that really mean?
Okay, so the two numbers that are circled there, the 50 is what's referred to as the peak amplitude threshold, or the first level of detection for what's considered a peak in the FBI laboratory's DNA analysis unit, which is based on validation and testing to support what's a reliable result in the laboratory. So during the capillary electrophoresis process, when the DNA is injected into the capillary column and the DNA strands are traveling through that capillary column, at the end there is a laser. And those DNA strands have been tagged with a fluorescent tag, which enables then that laser to detect the signal of that DNA strand as it passes by. And that's the fluorescence that's then collected, and that's the end result, that DNA profile, based on how much fluorescent was detected at each of those locations, which is then generated into the peaks that we talked about at each of those locations. So at 50 RFUs, that's when the computer interprets if there's enough signal there to determine that a peak can be called. That's the first initial, it'll flag it as a true peak. And that is based, again, on the parameters that we've set at our laboratory to determine it is a peak. The next level.
Let me stop for a second, because I would ask you specifically about the 55 peak that the advisor was asking so much about. In the context of this evaluation of this evidence, what does that mean, if anything?
A peak at 55?
So when you talk about the emulogenic peak at 55.
So a peak at 55, depending on which location it's detected at, in this case was discussed, it was at amylogenin. Again, there's a peak detected but it's only a sole peak at amyloidonin. And so based upon the information that I collected from that, determined that it was inconclusive. I cannot give any information about what that peak exactly means.
The amyloidonin is a specific chromosome. You're looking at the sex chromosomes, correct?
That's correct.
And this particular result you got is consistent with either being a male or female. You just can't tell.
Well, the only part of that sex chromosome that's appearing is the X. There is no Y, and it is such at a limited level. I felt it was more conservative to say it was inconclusive. There is just information about one peak there, but is it any information that I can give weight to? I couldn't state that, and therefore I said it was inconclusive.
Now, just so the jury doesn't misunderstand, does this mean that there is potentially an entire DNA profile there that could be enhanced with one of these other techniques that counsel was talking about?
Well, to perform low copy number, that would have to be the initial beginnings at the very start of the DNA analysis. So that would be an enhanced DNA process that at the time I was in casework was not being conducted. And so if you were to take that same sample and perform a low copy number technique on it, I don't know what type of result would be generated. I can't speak to that.
It would be complete speculation to say that this would mean anything.
I don't know.
But even if this were enhanced to a readable portion, it would only tell you whether it was a male or female.
Again, I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know.
Okay, there was a discussion about a single result on the sticky side of the tape at a 17 loci. Is that correct?
At the locus D3, it was a 17 allele. Again, well below the threshold.
Well below the 200 threshold.
Correct.
All right. Was there one of the individuals that you tested at the laboratory who had contact with the tape?
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to permit Mr. Baez to ask an additional question that will provide some type of clarity to the issue. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Huber, we're talking now about the 17 marker, the 17 allele that is on the D3 marker on the sticky side of the duct tape.
Okay.
Okay. When you saw this, did you attempt to eliminate other individuals other than Casey and Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do to attempt to do that?
The same process that I did with the top side of the tape, I would have done with the underside of the tape, where I would have compared that type at that one location to all of the reference samples from the laboratory personnel, in addition to the known samples that had been submitted as part of the case that I mentioned previously.
Okay. And this is a little different because you only had one marker, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas with the other one, you had 6? Just clarifying all that.
Let's get to the point. Objection overruled at this point.
You can answer the question.
Correct. On the top side of the tape, there were results at 6 of the loci, or locations, or markers. On the underside of the tape, as far as the locations for the STRs, there was a peak, as Mr. Baez has pointed out, a 17 that was present at the D3 locus.
And how many people did you go through? How many people did you look at to see if they had a 17?
I went through the 5 known samples that were submitted as a part of the case, or the profile that was generated for Kaylee Anthony, the known sample for Casey Anthony, the known sample for Cindy Anthony, George Anthony, and Lee Anthony. And then I compared it to the known reference samples that were from the laboratory staff. And there were a total of 5 individuals from which I collected a sample from, and DNA profile was generated for them.
And did you find someone that could not be excluded?
Again, based upon the report language that I utilized, I did not draw any conclusions to the information at that location. Based on my report, it says that that information was inconclusive and was not utilized for comparison purposes.
So if I understand you correctly, it doesn't meet your threshold to either include or exclude anyone.
It was very limited, so I didn't feel that it was suitable for that comparison, to report out a comparison in my report.
Was there another individual that had a 17 at the D3 marker that you looked at?
There was an individual, as a part of their DNA makeup at that particular locus, the D3, they did have one of their alleles was a 17.
Okay, what did that person have at the D3? What were their?
The DNA makeup at that particular location for that individual was a 16-17.
However, you didn't see any 16 at the D3 local from the duct tape, did you?
This goes beyond the report allowed on crossing around the board.
I don't believe so. This is clearing up the issue, Judge. This is what I would have done under direct.
You may continue.
There was, what was on the duct tape, there was no 16, correct?
The peak that there was just the 17 that was at the level of detection for a peak.
So just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can understand, this could be 2 things. A person can have 2 alleles, or a person can have 1 peak, like you had described earlier, correct?
Correct. You're either a heterozygote or a homozygote. Heterozygote having 2 peaks, like you referenced, or a homozygote just having the 1 peak.
Okay. And the person that is a lab personnel is a heterozygote, meaning they have 2 peaks.
That is correct.
But all you found was 1 peak.
1 peak that was reported, correct.
Now, because it's so low, you can't make a determination at all as to either way, correct?
That's correct. As I stated, it was inconclusive for reporting purposes.
But what you can definitely say is that there is no 16 at the D3 marker for that peak.
Using the thresholds that we've discussed about from the FBI laboratory, that is correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Ashton, you may continue.
This peak really means nothing. It's inconclusive. It really shouldn't be taken to mean anything. Isn't that really the reality of this?
And that is the result that I provided in my report. That was the results for that were inconclusive.
And the reason for that is because at those low thresholds, you can drop out alleles. In other words, you can have someone with a 16, 17, but the 16 is so low it doesn't appear.
That's correct, referring to stochastic effect, where you have alleles that may be there at one amplification, and you may not get the same results at the next amplification because it is such a low level of DNA.
And that's why the scientifically responsible attitude toward this is simply, it's inconclusive, it doesn't mean anything.
That's correct.
But if it meant anything, it's not the DNA of George Anthony, correct?
At that particular location, Mr. Anthony did not have a 17.
Okay. Now,
Mr. Ashton, may I ask one question?
Sure.
Would that be okay, Judge?
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear, the DNA types that we did talk about earlier about the same tape for Kaylee Anthony and Casey Anthony, I just wanted to be clear on the types. I think I may have misspoke with the types that were at D3, so I just wanted to be sure the jury was clear on the types that were present, if that would be appropriate.
Right.
Kaylee Anthony at D3 is a 14-15, and Casey Anthony is a 15-19. And I think I referred to them both being a 14-15, and I apologize for that.
Now, let's see, we've talked about the, Mr. Vice spent a great deal of time asking you about blood. You test for blood on items of evidence for the possibility that blood was shed during some event, correct?
Correct. That's one of the forensic examinations that's performed in the laboratory.
Testify to, she testified that she tested for blood.
Oh, rule.
It's one of the examinations to examine items of evidence for biological fluids, and blood being one of them. I cannot speak to possibly how the nature of the substance would get on the item. I'm just looking for it to detect if there is any biological fluid present.
For instance, if someone is shot, there may be blood spattered or bleeding from a wound, something like that.
That's correct.
Or if someone is stabbed, there can be blood, again, gushing from a wound that might be on a piece of evidence.
Sure. That's correct.
If someone is killed in a manner that does not shed blood, the absence of blood doesn't indicate the absence of the crime. Would you agree?
Judge calls for speculation and outside this witness's area of expertise.
Overrule.
I'm sorry,
Sure.
could you repeat it one more time?
That's okay. I'm just talking about the significance of the lack of blood on a particular crime scene. If a method is used to kill someone that doesn't involve bloodshed, then the absence of blood doesn't really say it didn't happen, correct?
Correct. I couldn't, yeah, correct. I couldn't speak to whether or not it happened or not.
Okay.
Right.
Now, the, let's see, we talked about the items from the trunk. Oh, the tape. Were you involved in any way in the discussions about the order of examination of the tape? In other words, what should come first, second, third, those kind of things?
No, sir.
Okay. It's true, is it not, that you, based upon the history you were given of this tape, would not have expected to find any DNA from the victim on the tape? That's correct, isn't it?
If I may answer without yes or no. The expectation would have been on the sticky side of the tape if it had been, in fact, across the face of the victim. That would be the possible area where I would expect to find DNA. But again, with the information about where the exposure and length of time, I didn't expect that there would possibly, the expectation was neither here nor there. It was a test that was performed. But if there was going to be DNA, the expectation would be that'd be on the underside where cells would be collected on.
But for DNA to survive on an object in a swampy area for 6 months would be unlikely, in your experience. Isn't that correct?
Sustain.
Your Honor, I believe we have expert testimony. May I
Yeah.
bench? Because
Yeah. You may proceed.
Let me just ask, how was the area where the remains in the tape were found described to you?
It was described in an electronic communication as being an area that would have water coming into it in a swampy type area.
Now, what would happen to any DNA on the tape under those conditions in Florida in the heat for 6 months?
If water was coming in and receding out and drying and humidity, it is probable that if there were cells contained on there, that the cells could start to degrade over time, and the DNA that would be contained in there would also start to be diminished and to degrade.
Okay, thank you. And would that same answer apply also to things such as the shorts or the other closing items that you were asked to examine from the same scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this case, Mr. Baez asked you about something he called a paternity test. The FBI doesn't actually do paternity testing, does it?
No, sir.
In testing the known samples you were given from Cindy, George, Lee, Casey, is it possible, and eventually from Kaylee, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, the sample from Kaylee was the marrow from one of her bones. That's what you ultimately tested.
The unspoken direct.
Overrule.
Is that correct?
There were 2 samples that were processed for the identity of Kaylee Anthony. One was initially a toothbrush, and then the tibia was submitted, which was ultimately the powder from that tibia was utilized to process and generate a DNA profile.
All right. And Mr. Baez asked you about a quote-unquote paternity test. What you actually did was look at an existing profile of Lee Anthony, the profile you got of Kaylee, and make a determination as to whether he could be father, correct?
Right, I generated the DNA type from Mr. Lee Anthony and using Casey Anthony's DNA type, taking the 2 of their DNA profiles and comparing that to Kaylee Anthony to determine if there were alleles present that would suggest those 2 individuals.
And there weren't.
That's correct.
So to summarize all of the testing that we've discussed here, the stain that was in the trunk of the car, all you know is it's not blood.
That's correct.
You can't tell anything other than that.
That's correct. I did not generate a DNA profile either. That's correct.
And the only DNA on anything from the scene is explainable by DNA from lab personnel. Would that be fair statement?
Mistakes of facts and evidence.
Overruled.
From the outdoor crime scene, in addition to identifying Kaylee, the only DNA profile that was generated from the outdoor scene was that of a laboratory staff member.
No further questions?
Correct.
You testified, Ms. Subert, about decomposition in the trunk and talked about as cells break down, there's no longer an ability to get DNA, correct?
It diminishes over the time period. That's correct.
And that's what I want to ask you about. You can't testify as to at what point during the decompositional phase that you would not be able to get DNA, can you? Except the later stages.
There's many. It's hard yes or no to answer, Your Honor.
Answer.
And just explain it away.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, well, it depends on what exactly, when you talk about obtaining a DNA profile, you're trying to do. Are you attempting to generate a known DNA profile for the identity of that individual, utilizing a bone, utilizing a tooth? Those are the types of body parts that will remain: the skin, the tissue, the blood, and that over time will start to decompose and start to disappear. But the more hardy, for lack of a better word, hardy areas in the body will remain. But as a body decomposes, all of those tissues, cells, and fluids that are contained within us will start to degrade, and the ability to generate DNA from the collection of those types of cells and body fluids diminishes.
And that happens at the latter part of decomposition, does it not?
Sustain your
Does-
first question.
Yes, sir. Does that happen at the latter part of decomposition?
Overruled.
Like, so when you ask the question at a latter part of decomposition, are we talking, what is the environment for that decomposition that's happening? Is it in a hot environment? Is it a cold environment? Because all of those factors are going to play a part in how the body breaks down.
Right.
And so in order for me to give a scientifically based answer as to where is the period in time that I can no longer generate a result, I can't give you that answer.
You can't say.
I cannot say.
However, what you can say is that you did not get DNA or blood from the trunk of that car, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding that in the early stages of decomposition, there is blood?
If you think about what's running through our bodies, there's the circulatory system comprised of blood. And so as a body starts to decompose, those fluids are going to start to leak out from the body. So the possibility would exist.
And there's also a possibility that blood would leak onto a carpet of a trunk liner. I think it would.
Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you answer that question within the scope of your expertise?
Yes, sir.
Can you be permitted to answer?
Go ahead.
Well, within the confinement of a trunk, if a body is placed there and it's slowly going to decompose, all of those fluids are going to start to dissipate into that carpet or the trunk liner if that is contained within the trunk and the body is just placed there and not contained with any type of protective material. It would just be placed there as such.
And if it is contained in a plastic bag and there's a hole in the plastic bag in front where you tie it up, could it leak out of that area? Is it possible?
Sure, it's possible.
Now, the summary that you gave on as to the items recovered at the scene, you could only testify to the contamination aspect of the potential contamination of the lab person on the non-sticky side, correct? Of the duct tape?
Sustain, rephrase your question.
When you gave that answer, you were considering what is reportable through your protocols, right?
Sustain.
Were you taking, let me ask you this way. As you were giving the answer to Mr. Ashton in reference to what you were able to get out of the scene, did you take into consideration your protocols, what your reporting protocols are?
When I gave the answer to Mr. Ashton, I was giving that based upon what I've issued in my FBI laboratory report.
And that's based on the protocols that you're allowed to report out.
It's based on the standard operating procedure of the laboratory, correct?
And the 17 allele that you can't make any conclusions on, you did not take that into consideration when you issued your report on that.
Well, as discussed, that information for that portion of the tape, could not provide a conclusion to. It was inconclusive. And so in my answer to Mr. Ashton, I was considering what I issued in my laboratory report, and that was a part of it.
And when you discussed about the elements, the outdoor elements, did you consider let me rephrase that. When we were discussing the outside elements and the potential of being able to find DNA, you did say that the expectation, if duct tape were placed around someone's mouth and there was if duct tape was placed around someone's mouth, you would more so expect to find that DNA on that portion than the non-sticky side.
Sustain.
Would you expect to find more DNA on the sticky side or the non-sticky side?
My expectation would be that if there was DNA recovered, it would be more probable or more likely to be on the sticky side.
Thank you.
When fluids leave the body, they continue to decompose, don't they?
Yes, sir.
So even blood that is spilled on the surface, if it's hot or wet, it'll continue to decompose.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 15 minutes to hour 3. We're going to take a recess at this time until you need a special one. Okay. Then we'll take a recess to 5 past the hour of 3. Please do not discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Thank you. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, you may. Okay, who will be your next witness, Mr. Baez? Let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
You may call your next witness.
Defense would call Robin Maynard.
Robin Maynard, M-A-Y-N-A-R-D.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Maynard, how are you employed?
I'm the founder and executive director of Libby's Legacy Breast Cancer Foundation.
And back in 2008, how were you so employed?
I was a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And you were the person that actually collected an item of evidence 313 in the state's evidence 313. May I show you a photograph of that?
Of course.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that item is?
It is a cardboard mat with a pink heart-shaped raised material.
May I publish a copy of that to the jury as well?
You may. Number what?
313.
All right. Photograph.
Oh, the photo. I think the photograph does have a separate number. If I can. Defense Exhibit W.
Okay. You want to introduce it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it'll be introduced. It's defense number.
Ma'am, when you collect an item of evidence like that, what do you do to record where you found it and a description of it?
I was in charge of the sifting operations, and that's quite different than how we would normally collect something because they're coming in, items were coming to the sifting stations in buckets. So, for example, a map couldn't be made in the primary search area of items I found because we only had a baseline measurement. So, as buckets would come to the sifting stations, they would have the searcher's initials, the lane number, and the coordinates for where that item was. We would sift, and when an item of evidentiary value or items to be collected were collected, I would photograph the item, note on the bucket where it came from, which would indicate to me lane, coordinate, and tell me how many feet that was.
And what lane was this found in?
This item appears to be from lane 6.
Okay. And how many feet from the baseline was it?
I have here in my marker that it was 45 feet west of the baseline.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit AT and introduce this with conditions from the state, and I have stipulated that it is not to scale. Is that correct? But it is not to scale, but it's still okay.
What says the state? No objection, stipulation. Okay, you'll be receiving evidence as. You wish to publish?
Yes, I do, Judge. I apologize. My apologies. Was everyone? Did the jury see the last photograph?
No.
That's my fault, Your Honor. Can I publish?
Put the last one back up. Which is what?
This is 16. Defense 16.
Okay.
W.
I think this thing is breathing. Oh, perfect. Okay. Now, can you indicate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you indicate that it's lane 6, 45 feet from the baseline? Okay. Can everyone see that? Okay. Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit AT, which will be admitted into evidence as Defense 17.
You may.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where lane 6 is? And can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me clear this out. Where 45 feet from the baseline would be, and lane 6. And taking into consideration this is not to scale, where are the areas where the bones were found?
The areas where bones were found in the sifting, there are other items that are not here. The bones that were found through sifting only, this is not in the primary search area, are indicated in a general way where it says bone location. It can't be exact because it came from a bucket that was sifted in a general area that was specific to about 5 to 10 feet.
And that's what's indicated in the white dots?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that this is just a general, you're not pointing one bone was found at each dot, correct?
No, those are each bones. I believe there were 13 bones that were found in sifting. And so based on the lane coordinates, I did a general map when bones were found, and I would collect them where they were located based on the coordinates on the bucket.
Do you know if any bones were found in this area here?
I believe there was a bone found in lane 6, and I'm not certain how many feet west of the baseline that it was.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
No questions on cross, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
The defense may call their next witness.
The defense will call Ron Murdoch.
Sorry, sir. Please stand and raise your right hand and step out. Is that swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir.
It's Ronald Murdoch, M-U-R-D-O-C-K.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdoch, how are you so employed?
I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a supervisor in the forensics unit.
I'm going to ask, you had previously demonstrated that you had drawn up a mapping system through a map through a software system. Can you open that up? And because I'm going to ask you to demonstrate something.
Yes. Would you like me to hook it up as well?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yes.
Can you draw I realize you don't have the exact spot to where the heart-shaped sticker on the cardboard that was attached was found, but from lane 6, 45 feet from the baseline, can you tell us how far that is from area A where the skull was found?
So 45 feet from the baseline?
Yes. Lane 6. Okay, can we publish, Your Honor, to the jury?
No. Can I plug it all in the back?
Yeah. Well, it's not up on the screen.
There we go.
Okay. You wanted to publish, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you say members of the jury?
And how far is the distance from the skull area to where 45 feet from the baseline lane 6 is?
It's approximately 30 feet. Again, that's basing that upon the middle of lane 6 and the approximation of the area in which that was taken, that heart-shaped sticker and a piece of cardboard.
Okay. And how far would you say Q63 and 64, the two pieces of duct tape, were away from the skull area? You don't have a measurement like that, or would you say?
Are those the two items that were on the diagram as duct tapes 2 and 3?
Correct.
Okay. I can bring those up if.
Are you? So the best that you can give as far as an estimate as to where the sticker found was compared to where the skull was found is 30 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have you, for the record, mark and give an indication of an X on State's Evidence 279? May I approach?
Right.
And what is it that you want me to mark, this location?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no further questions for the witness, Judge.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please retrieve the exhibit. Next witness.
We would call Crime Scene Investigator Welch.
Please not swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Jennifer Welch, W-E-L-C-H.
Your Honor, prior to this witness testifying, both the defense and the state have entered into a stipulation as to defense exhibit AS, AR, AQ, AP, AO, AN, AM, and AL to admit them into evidence.
What says the state? Then those exhibits will be received in evidence as defense exhibits.
AS will become defense exhibit number 18, AR will become defense exhibit number 19, AQ will become defense exhibit number 20, AP will become defense exhibit number 21, AO will become defense exhibit number 22, AN will become defense exhibit number 23, AM will become defense exhibit number 24, and AL will become defense exhibit number 25.
Good afternoon, Ms. Welch.
Good afternoon.
You were in charge of documenting the scene off Suburban Drive, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And were there a large number of items that appear to be disposable waste in that area?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Summed it up, without getting too technical, would you consider it trash?
Yes, some of them were.
Okay. And were a lot of these items collected?
Yes.
I believe you testified previously that there were over 300 items collected?
Yes.
And did there ever reach a point where you just stopped collecting trash?
I recall there were some large items, but I don't recall at what point that was.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the different lanes and the setup as far as the measurements from the baseline?
Yes.
Can you tell me if there were any bones found past lane 6, 45 feet from the baseline?
May I refer to my documentation?
Absolutely.
I'm having to refer to a printed diagram, and in referring to that, there does not appear to be any bones collected past that location you stated.
And I'd like to show you some photographs, with the court's permission, of different items of trash and see if you would characterize this as some of the items that were collected.
Okay.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, please refer to them by the exhibit.
Yes, sir. Defense Exhibit AM.
Have they been remarked?
Okay.
If you hand them to the clerk so she can remark.
Yes, sir. Does that appear to be, I'm showing you defense evidence 24. Does that appear to be generally what was collected through the area, through the sifting area off Suburban Drive?
I don't recall this being found through sifting, but I recall it being found through searching and clearing of the vegetation.
Okay. Were any of these items submitted to the lab for further testing?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now showing you defense 25. Does this also appear to be certain items that were collected?
Yes.
And do you know if any of these items were sent to the lab for further testing?
Not that I recall.
Actually, let me stop you there. Can you identify what lane this was in based on the photograph?
Yes. As can be seen in the photograph on a card that I had written, these are miscellaneous items collected from lane 4.
Okay. And I'm now going to show you Exhibit 23. And does this look like items that were collected?
Yes, it does.
And were any of these items sent to the lab for further testing?
Not that I recall.
And what lane did these come from?
As a card, they are miscellaneous items collected from lane 1.
And so to put it in perspective, I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 17 again. Would lane 1 be this area here, this lane?
Yes, as indicated on that diagram, yes.
Okay. And lane 4 would also be indicated there in that diagram.
Yes, it would.
I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 21. Were these items collected?
Yes, they were.
And were any of these items sent to the lab?
Not that I recall.
And what lane?
Indicated in the photograph on the card, they're miscellaneous items found in lane 3.
And could you just point really quick on the prompter where lane 3 is?
Yes.
I'm now showing you Defense Exhibit 20. Were these items collected? I
Yeah.
can turn it upside down. And were any of these items sent to the laboratory?
Not that I can recall.
And what lane were these collected from?
As indicated in the photograph on the card, they are miscellaneous items from lane 3.
Can you indicate briefly where that is? I'm now showing you Defense Exhibit 19. Move that out. And now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 18. Were these items collected?
Yes, they were.
And were any of these items sent to the lab for analysis?
Not that I recall.
And where does it say this was found?
I can't quite read it in the photograph.
Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. Can you make that out now?
Yes.
Okay, where was that collected?
According to the card in the photograph, as indicated here, they're miscellaneous items from the clearing area east of the wooden fence.
Okay. And where just generally would that be located? From here, if you could just point in the general direction.
Yes, the general direction of the wooden fence would be along the side. I don't recall exactly what lanes it would have matched up with.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Just one question. Investigator Welch, would it be fair to characterize the area where Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains were discarded as a trash dump?
Yes, that's what I would classify it as.
May the witness be excused? Thank you, Investigator Welch. You may be excused.
Thank you.
The defense may call the next witness.
The defense would call Lori Gottesman.
Please solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
My name is Lori Gottesman. That's spelled L-O-R-I-E. Last name is Gottesman. M-A-N.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Laboratory Division.
And what is your occupation at the FBI laboratory?
I'm a supervisory forensic document examiner.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been employed at the Federal Bureau of Investigation since 1992, just shy of 20 years.
And can you please share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your educational background?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and a Master of Science in Forensic Science from National University in San Diego, California.
And what is the nature of question documents? What does that mean?
Well, as a question document examiner, I examine all different types of documentary evidence. That would include handwriting, hand printing, printing processes, typewriting, plastic bags, shredded paper, torn paper, alterations, obliterations, charred documents, and liquid soap documents. For example, I compare those items with question items with known items for the purpose of trying to determine the question item's authenticity or origin.
And what kind of training do you have in that area?
Well, to become a document examiner at the FBI laboratory, I underwent an intensive training program there at the FBI laboratory. The training included classroom instruction, reading from related books and journals. I attended professional meetings. I went and toured factories. I took tests. I had oral boards. And most importantly, I worked actual cases under the guidance and supervision of actual certified document examiners.
And is question documents, not just relating to documents, it relates to a whole different field, does it not? A whole different field, different types of materials, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be on documents. Sometimes writing can be on different types of surfaces. For example, sometimes a person might write a threat on a bathroom wall, for example, so I might examine the writing on a wall, graffiti, that type of thing. So any type of writing might be on a different substrate. I mentioned torn edges or torn items. It could be some type of packaging that needs to be put back together. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a document. It could be other types of substrates that I look at. So it's not necessarily documents, but it's included in the question documents unit.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of the Mid-Atlantic Association of Forensic Scientists. I'm a member of the American Society for Testing and Materials. And I'm also an assessor for ASCLD Lab, which is the American, for ASCLD Lab, which is the organization which accredits the laboratories.
Is that the American Society of Crime Laboratory?
Directors, Laboratory Accreditation Board, thank you. I just drew a blank for a second. And that's international. And I think that's it for now.
Okay. Have you ever been admitted as an expert witness to testify on question documents in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but somewhere more than 20, maybe 20 to 25 times.
And has that been throughout the country in both state and federal courts?
Yes, I've testified in federal courts and state courts and also in Canada.
At this time, Your Honor, the defense would move to have Ms. Gottesman admitted as an expert in question documents.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of question document examination. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Do you, in the course of your work with certain instruments?
Yes, I do.
Can you name some of the instruments that you work with?
Yes, there's certain tools that I work with regularly in my unit. One would be the ESDA machine, that's the electrostatic detection apparatus, and that's used to detect indented writing on documents. Another would be the video spectral comparator, that's also known as the VSC, video spectral comparator.
What is that?
That is a tool that document examiners use for a variety of reasons. That is basically a tool that is comprised of a variety of lights and filters, a camera, a computer, and a monitor. And using those different lights and filters, I'm able to see different parts of the spectrum of light and detect different things depending on what it is that I'm actually looking for on the document.
I'd like to refer you to your report on December 22nd, 2008. Did you receive any items to test in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you receive?
At that particular time, I received 3 pieces of tape, actually duct tape. They were identified as items Q62 through items Q64.
And what is your understanding that where these items came from?
It was my understanding that they came from the victim herself.
Do you have your report?
Yes, I do.
Okay. With the court's permission, can you look at your report and see exactly where the items were supposed to come from?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you. It says that these items were received from the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And these were the items admitted into evidence, Q62 through Q64, which I believe are. Now, what were you asked to do or to look on these pieces of duct tape for?
The purpose of my examination with respect to these 3 items was to determine if I was able to detect a heart-shaped sticker or a sticker or any remnants from this sticker.
And did you use the video spectral comparator?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'd like to now show you Defense Exhibit AU, a demonstrative aid. I don't believe we have an objection from the state, Judge. May I?
Talking about the photographs on that page,
Correct.
not the text.
Correct.
If she feels that she needs it, then I have no objection to it.
Okay. I'd like to show you certain items so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this. I'll zoom in. So.
Can we just cover the text part since that's not really before the jury?
Sure.
Because I did think that was needed. Thanks.
Can I publish to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Judge?
Any objection to that being published as demonstrative aid?
No, sir.
Okay, we will publish.
Okay, the VCS, correct?
It's the VSC.
VSC, sorry. The VSC. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what they're looking at here and how this machine helps you in the course of your work?
Sure. The VSC, as I briefly explained, has a series of lights and filters. And what it does is it allows our eyes to see things that we wouldn't normally allow it to see. Our eyes as human beings see things between 400 and 700 nanometers. And we see things as different colors. We either see things as white if the light is reflected. We see things as black if the light is absorbed. And we see things as colors if it's a combination of absorption and reflection. That's between 400 and 700 nanometers. If we go outside of the 400 and 700 nanometers into the ultraviolet or infrared spectrum, which is before the 400 nanometers or above the 700 nanometers, where we don't see light, our eyes can't see it, but using these special lights and filters, we can allow our eyes to see things that we wouldn't normally see. So basically, by putting these documents under those lights and filters, we're able to see things without disturbing the documents or changing the documents that we wouldn't normally see. So basically, this is an example of just putting documents inside the video spectral comparator, which is just a box, and looking at these documents. And you can see with the naked eye, they would have just been white paper, but putting them in perhaps under ultraviolet light, they react differently, where one document is brighter than the other 4. So in this particular case, there might have been, say, a 4-page contract or a 4-page will where there might have been a suspected insertion of a page. And in this particular case, one page is different than the other 3. We couldn't see that with the naked eye, but just using some different lights and filters that we wouldn't normally see with our own eyes, and just using this tool to aid us to see
Very
something that
cool
is outside of the
stuff.
400 to 700 spectrum, we can see something that we wouldn't normally see.
So if somebody tried to pull a fast one on a wheel, you could spot it by using this instrument.
Right, it could be indicated that there's a different piece of paper.
Okay. And what does this example here show?
Well, this is an example on our right is shredded paper without using any different light except for normal everyday light. Then if you put it in the VSC, you can see that some of the pieces of shred are reacting differently than other pieces of the shred. And in our unit, we do put shredded paper back together. And so we can use this as a method to sort the paper. So it helps us to put the paper back together quickly if we can sort the pages by how they react. In the VSC, we know which pages may go back together and which pages don't belong together.
And what about this example? What does this show you?
Well, this shows, again, on the right is a document that's been cut. There's 2 pieces where the page is cut using the regular light, and then on the left are those 2 pieces, again, in the video spectral comparator, and there's some little paper fibers that are luminescing under the video spectral comparator, and we can use that to connect the pieces of paper back together, because these random paper fibers are actually in the paper, but they can't be seen with the naked eye. But using the VSC, we can see those paper fibers and show that those pieces of paper were at one time attached, because we can match them by these fluorescing or luminescing paper fibers.
And the last example that I'll ask you to explain appears something with matches here. What is that?
Yes, well, matches from Matchbook have a lot of impurities and debris inside the matches, because all that happens is you strike a match and then throw the match away. So when they make matches, it's kind of the bottom of the barrel as far as paper is concerned. So there's a lot of impurities and debris in that paper. And because of that, there's a lot of fillers, and those fillers fluoresce under the ultraviolet light. So if there was, say, an arson case and that match is left at the crime scene and they get a suspect and they can find the matchbook either on the subject's in their pocket or back at their house, we can match those up again by the bottom. It's maybe a little hard to see here, but there's again some fluorescing pieces that we can line up using the video spectral comparator.
Okay. Tell us how you used the VSC in this case.
Well, in this case, I was unable to see any sticker or sticker fragment with the naked eye. So I went to the video spectral comparator to see if I could find any sticker fragment or remnants from the sticker using the video spectral comparator with
with some of the different lights and filters where I wasn't able to see it with the naked eye.
Would that include residue as well?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
thinking,
go ahead.
that's okay, thinking that perhaps it was out of the normal range of my abilities, out of the 400 to 700 nanometers. So that was my thought, my intention.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results of your examination were?
Well, after trying all of the different lights and different filters, I was unable to detect any sticker or sticker fragment, sticker residue utilizing the VSC.
Okay. Was there any evidence whatsoever of a sticker there on any of these pieces of duct tape?
No.
Now, after you had conducted your examination, were you ever asked to submit a DNA sample?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
Well, about a month later or so, I got a call from one of the analysts in the DNA unit, and she said that they had an unknown profile from one of the pieces of tape, and they were unable to I guess, eliminate it from anybody in their unit, and I suppose they have elimination samples, and it wasn't any of the suspects, so they wanted to know if they could get mine, and I readily complied.
Did you later find out that it was your profile on the duct tape?
I did, and it was.
Now, when you handled these items of evidence, did you handle them with care?
Yes.
And what precautions did you use when handling these items?
Our normal procedure is to wear gloves, and that is what I did.
And you can you recall a situation where you believe you might have contaminated the duct tape? Or do you have no?
No, I have no idea how it happened or when in this particular case.
You had no time sneezed on it or anything like that?
No, sir.
And when you scanned these items, were they in protective plastic protectors?
Yes, and looking back at my scanned images, I did notice that they were scanned in the glassine, which is a protective plastic.
And throughout the entire time that you had these items of evidence, you of course exercised great care.
Yes.
Were you given other tests to run on any other items in this case?
Yes, I received other items later.
Okay. And I'd want to direct your attention to April 2nd, your report of April 2nd, 2008. And per stipulation, Judge, these items, I would just speak generally of them. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen?
From the state?
I believe we've listed the items in evidence by evidence number. I brought this to counsel. Those are the items she's referring to. But there are items in evidence that probably should, just for the record, be designated so we're clear what we're talking about.
Sure.
Just some garbage bags.
And what we're referring to are states 294 through 299.
I guess somebody's going to tell us what they are.
Yes, sir.
Make them.
Can you tell us what you did, what you were asked to do in this report? If you want to refer to it, go ahead.
Okay, in the whole entire report?
Yes.
I was given a number of different pieces of plastic, and I was basically asked to just give an overall assessment of the plastic, as well as to compare some of the pieces of plastic with some of the other pieces of plastic.
And what were your ultimate conclusions? Were you able to make any matches on any of the plastic?
No, some of the pieces of plastic I was able to eliminate as having originated from one another, and others I was inconclusive on.
Were you able to match any of the plastic bags from the residence to the scene off Suburban Drive?
No.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
You received the tape that was referred to a moment ago, State's Exhibit 302, after the latent print unit had already examined it. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So they had examined it, noted something, processed it, went back, tried to photograph and find it. They couldn't photograph and find it. You tried to find it, you couldn't find it either.
That's right.
That's some of that. As far as the bags, you were given a whole bunch of bags, purportedly, and I'll fill this in, just taken from the Anthony residence, and compared them to some bags from the scene where the body was found. Is that generally what you were asking about these garbage bags?
There was just a couple of bags that I compared from, there was 5 bags from the residence that I compared to 2 items from the medical examiner's office. All of the bags from the scene, I didn't conduct a comparison.
The 2 items were 2
There
black plastic bags from the medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
Can you say that again?
Sorry. The 2 items from the medical examiner's office, those were 2 black plastic bags. Is that correct?
Yes.
For the jury to understand what we were talking about.
Yes. And then there were 2 plastic bags that were known bags from the crime scene that I examined. But the majority of those bags from the crime scene, I didn't conduct a comparison of.
But in answering counsel's question, you were talking about looking at the bags from the medical examiner's office, comparing the bags from the Anthony house.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay. And you said, and the way you would compare bags is you would look at the fracture patterns in the ends of the bags to see if they could match up.
There's not quite, there's actually machine impressions in the bag as well as impurities in the bag that cross over from one to the other. So it's not actually a torn, it's not actually a tear on the end.
So some of them you can say, no, these were not from the same role as the bags from the ME, and some it was just inconclusive, maybe not.
Right. Some were actually different in class characters. Maybe one was brown and one was black. Those I could eliminate completely.
But the other ones, it just could be maybe, maybe not.
Right.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
We were talking about the duct tape, ma'am. You mentioned that you were asked to, that DNA was going to be compared from the suspects. Did they indicate who the suspects were?
Just about DNA comparison in cross.
Study.
No further question. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you. Can I go back?
Yes, you may be excused.
Yes, you can go back to Virginia. May we approach briefly before the next witness?
Yes, you may. The defense may call the next witness.
The defense will call Carrie Oyen.
I do. My name is Carrie Oyen, Caryoien.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as the section chief of the scientific analysis section of the FBI laboratory. Prior to that, I served as the unit chief of the firearms tool marks unit, unit chief of the trace evidence unit, and prior to that, I served as a forensic examiner in the trace evidence unit.
And how long have you been employed with the FBI?
I've been with the FBI just over 15 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master of science degree in entomology.
And have you received any specialized training in your field?
Yes, as a trace evidence examiner, specifically, I was a hair and fiber examiner. I received over a year of on-the-job training at the FBI laboratory that involved lots of reading of scientific papers, books, lots of microscope time looking at different hair samples, fiber samples, learning how to identify hairs and fibers, then comparing hairs and fibers to each other and to known samples, oral examinations, microscopic examinations. At the completion of that training program, I was qualified as an examiner within the trace evidence unit, specifically within the field of hairs and fibers.
And when this case, did you receive any, well, actually before that, Your Honor, at this time I would move, unless there's any objection, to have Mr. Oyen admitted as an expert in hair and fiber analysis.
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of hair and fiber analysis. You may continue.
When, in September of 2008, where were you working at?
At that time, I was the unit chief of the trace evidence unit, which means I was managing all of the trace evidence unit personnel, the forensic examiners and the physical scientists who work in the unit.
And would that include both Karen Lowe and Stephen Shaw?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And you were asked to conduct an examination in this case, were you not?
I did conduct an examination on this case, yes.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did.
On this submission of evidence?
Correct. I'm specifically referring to your report of September 12, 2008.
A submission of evidence came into the laboratory. In this specific instance, the primary examiner, Ms. Lowe, was not present in the laboratory. As I was still a qualified examiner within the discipline, I was taking proficiency tests. I had an opportunity to conduct the analysis so that the evidence could move on and flow throughout the rest of the laboratory. The item of evidence was a shovel. I believe, may I look at my notes?
Yes, please.
The state and the defense have agreed that the shovel is in fact the one testified to by Mr. Berner earlier in the trial.
I would agree.
Okay, thank you very much.
Specifically, it was our designation of Q46, a shovel. It was received into the trace evidence unit for a mineralogic examination, one of the other disciplines within trace evidence, but there were stickers on the shovel. Now, stickers are very good receptors of trace evidence. They're sticky, they hold on to things. So just as a normal course of events, because these stickers were present, even though the shovel was submitted for a mineralogic examination, we wanted to have a hair and fiber examiner take a look at that piece of evidence also. So I went into the processing room with the mineralogy examiner, examined the stickers, the underside of the stickers using low power microscopy, removed debris that I felt was hair or fiber debris, mounted that on a glass microscope slide, and then did my analysis on a glass microscope slide.
Okay. And what were your conclusions?
On one of the stickers, it was specifically the sticker from the shaft of the shovel, I found a very small, approximately quarter-inch long or less, human hair that exhibited Caucasian characteristics on that sticker. The hair, based on the size and the limited nature of the hair, it was not suitable for me to compare to a known sample. So I could not do anything further other than to identify it was a fragment of hair, and then that fragment of hair was removed again from that microscope slide, and then I submitted it to the mitochondrial DNA analysis unit for their subsequent analysis.
And were you advised what the results of the mitochondrial DNA was?
I do not know what the results are, no.
Now, you mentioned that you are the section chief.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of the section chief, as part of your job as section chief, is it part of your job to ensure quality assurance within the quality control within the lab?
That is certainly one of the assets of the job. Within each of the case working units that are underneath me, they have unit chiefs that manage the unit, and they each have quality assurance personnel that ensure that the quality system for the laboratory and within each unit is specifically followed.
Now, your laboratory, is it what is called ASCLD certified?
It is ASCLD Lab accredited, yes.
Right. Okay, and what does that mean?
ASCLD Lab is an organization that will accredit a forensic laboratory. The accreditation process, there are many criteria that are established, and these are actually established by ISO.
What is ISO?
Loosely translated, it's an international organization for standardization. It's an international standard. But ASCLD Lab has these criteria that all the laboratories have to follow. And it's everything from the training that personnel need to have in order to qualify to work at a discipline. It's the competency tests that they have to go through. It's, do you have policies and procedures, standard operating procedures for how you conduct your analysis? Do you maintain your equipment? Do you calibrate and validate your equipment? There are management aspects. It's a very broad-reaching accreditation program. And when you volunteer as a laboratory to go through that, you volunteer to have an inspection team or an assessor team come in, assess you against all of those criteria, and determine whether or not you're meeting them.
Does a research lab have to go through these same type of rigorous criteria?
Can you be more specific?
Outside of your expertise. So, you're examining.
Sir, is that outside your area of expertise?
I was going to ask if you could be more specific on what he means by a research lab.
Okay. Sir, I can. If a laboratory is not accredited by ASCLD or another one of these organizations, are they pretty much on their own, or are they monitored like an ASCLD certified lab is?
You may.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury.
You found a quarter inch hair in the back of a sticker.
That's correct.
Don't know who it came from.
That's correct.
Don't know how it got there.
That's correct.
Don't know how it's been there. Don't know how long it's been there.
That's correct.
Don't know what it means.
Other than it's a Caucasian hair fragment. No.
No other question.
Read.
Very brief. Fair to say you did a thorough examination of that item of evidence?
Yes, I did.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes the presentation for evidence today. We will be in recess.
Well, not for us,
evening.
because we're moving
We'll see you
on.
back here in the
Day
morning
21.
at 9 a.m.
Thank you, davidlord.net. It looks like I can't put on the captions for this. We're going to have to listen carefully.
You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present on the counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney, both sides ready to proceed. Who will be the defense's first witness?
Dr. Tim Huntington.
Okay, let's return to jury.
Mention one brief housekeeping matter.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Huntington is a diabetic and has requested that after a certain period of time, if we can take breaks so he can check his blood sugar level. So these things are very difficult to tell, as you know. Certainly extensive.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you hear my previous ad?
My name is Dr. Timothy Eugene Huntington, Huntington.
You may proceed.
Please record, Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Huntington.
Good morning.
Before we begin, do you have a cheat sheet for the court reporter?
Yes, I do.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm an assistant professor of biology at Concordia University in Seward, Nebraska, and I'm a forensic entomology consultant.
And what does that mean exactly?
A forensic entomology consultant is a professional entomologist who advises law enforcement defense attorneys, basically anyone who needs extra explanation of entomological or insect evidence.
And how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since 2002.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Concordia University. I have a Master's of Science degree in entomology from the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, and a PhD in entomology at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. Yes, ma'am. I have a PhD in entomology from the University of Nebraska Lincoln.
One of the things that I will ask you to do is if you can slow it down a bit. The court reporter is taking everything you're saying, and some of these words are a bit tough to spell out, I'm sure.
No problem. I apologize.
Okay. Now, sir, have you received any specialized training in the field of entomology?
Yes, I have. My entire focus in entomology has been forensic entomology, the use of insects as evidence. I've received extensive training from various board-certified forensic entomologists in the field. I'm also a certified diplomate of the American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Let me stop you there. Are you board certified as an entomologist, and by whom?
I am. I'm certified by the American Board of Forensic Entomology. And the American Board of Forensic Entomology is the only certifying agency in the world for forensic entomology.
How many board-certified entomologists are there in the country?
The American Board of Forensic Entomology currently has 15 members.
Okay. And have you written any topics or written any papers or in journals in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, I have. I have several publications in peer-reviewed literature. I've also published several book chapters on the field of forensic entomology, as well as popular or non-peer-reviewed papers as well.
And have you also conducted studies in the field of forensic entomology?
Absolutely. Since I was an undergraduate, actually, was my first study in forensic entomology and carrying decomposition and the insects that are associated with it. As I said earlier, my entire graduate school career was focusing on decomposition and forensic entomology. as well as since then as well.
Do you also work with law enforcement?
I do. I consult as an expert with law enforcement routinely. In fact, most of my casework comes from law enforcement. I'm also a reserve deputy sheriff at the Stewart County Sheriff's Office.
Disregard the last statement.
Now, have you received any honors and awards in the field of forensic entomology?
Specifically in forensic entomology, no, because as far as I know, there aren't any, although I have received a number of awards from the Entomological Society of America, as well as the University of Nebraska in reference to my teaching as well as research.
How many times have you consulted as a forensic entomologist for law enforcement?
For law enforcement, I believe,
Overall.
for the law enforcement side, I believe it's around 65 times. Most of those are going to be death investigations, the majority of those homicides.
And do you normally go out to scenes? Is that part of your assignment, or do you just get material sent to you at the laboratory? Or both?
Whenever possible, I like to go to the scene. It's better if someone who knows specifically what they're doing can be there to collect the evidence. So, for example, if I'm relying on someone else to send me samples, I don't know for sure that they really knew what they were looking for and that they actually got all of the evidence. If I'm there, I know what I'm looking for. I like to collect my own evidence. That way, I can see everything in context as well. Most of the time in Nebraska and Iowa and even Missouri, I've traveled to the scenes to collect my own evidence. Outside of that, it gets sent to me.
And have you lectured on the topic of forensic entomology?
Yes, sir. I've done a number of invited presentations to a number of different agencies. I've traveled outside the country to do that. I also taught a class, currently still teach a class at the University of Nebraska. I'm an adjunct professor there, and I teach a class on forensic entomology. I also lecture on it extensively in my own classes, in my forensic science classes that I teach at Concordia, as well as the entomology classes and even zoology classes. The students like to hear about it.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do. As I said, I'm a diplomat of American Entomology.
What does that mean?
A diplomat is the highest level of membership in the board. There are currently two levels. There's the member level and then the diplomat level. The qualifications are different. To be a diplomat, you have to submit more case studies. You have to have a higher level of education, more publications, things of that nature. I actually joined the board as a member. At the time that I joined, I was the second person to actually join as a member. You have to submit case studies to show that you're an expert in the field or that you've worked in the field. You have to submit publications. You have to take an exam, which takes about 12 hours. It's a lab practical, a written exam, and then a case study exam. At the time that I joined, as I said, I was the second member to actually join.
Objection overruled. May continue.
Dr. Huntington, I believe we left off with your, you were talking about being a diplomat at the, for the.
Okay, just because I got this question, I cannot put on captions on this video. I wish I could. I always do if I can, but I can't. For whatever reason, this specific video, I cannot put on the captions. But I have the volume as loud as it possibly can go, so hopefully that'll be good enough. In case you're just joining us now, we're in the middle of the defense's case in chief. We had a few scientists talking about pieces of biological matter that they're not able to attribute to any specific individual.
American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Yes, sir. What I was going to say is I'm the only person who became a diplomat after being a member. The vast majority of the board, currently 13 of the members of the board, started as a diplomat. It was only recently that they allowed people to test for membership into the board, and so I'm the first person to move from one membership category to the next.
Okay. Have you been testified as an expert witness in the field of forensic entomology?
Yes, I have.
How many times and where?
Approximately 8 times. Those have mostly been in Nebraska, as well as Colorado and Florida, testifying through deposition.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to have Dr. Huntington admitted as an expert in the field of forensic entomology.
What stands to state? No objection. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the doctor will be accepted as an expert witness in the area attended. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Huntington, how did you get involved in this case?
I received a phone call from Linda Kinney-Bodden on, I believe it was December 11th of 2008, asking me if I would be involved in this case. She said that there was
Let's not talk about what you said. Okay. Okay. And then did you, at that time, come down to Florida?
I flew down, I believe it was the 13th, because it was the Saturday, and I got the phone call on a Thursday night.
Okay. And what information were you given to review in this case? Let's start off what you started with and then progress from there.
Okay. The evidence that I received, beginning with, I believe the first thing I received was the entomology reports from the state expert, Dr. Neil Haskell. Later, I came to Florida, reviewed some of the evidence there in-house at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, insect evidence collected from the scene as well as from the trash bag in the trunk of the car. I viewed the car itself. I was later sent a box of insect material. That was the majority of what Dr. Haskell had looked at in making his opinions.
Now, when you say the majority, was that because he was given later on some vacuum sweepings that came later on in the case?
Yes, there were some sweepings that were recovered from the trunk liner of the vehicle, is my understanding. I haven't received those to look at them, but I have received Dr. Haskell's report on those.
So you're aware of what species identifications there were and how many?
Yes, I am.
Insects. Okay. Explain to us, if you can, how entomology is important And how is it a science? How does it work?
Okay. Well, entomology, the study of insects, is an incredibly diverse field. The vast majority of the entomologists that you probably see at universities, especially in agricultural states like Nebraska, Iowa, Florida, are going to deal with agricultural insects, things that attack the food that we eat. There are many of those. The other entomologists that you might run across are going to work in the field of urban entomology, so looking at cockroaches, bed bugs, which are a big problem now, things of that nature. Forensic entomology, and specifically what's known as the subdiscipline of medical criminal entomology, deals with insects primarily and bodies, insects and dead people. Although that can be expanded to include cases where the insects have infested the person while they're alive, and I do cases in that nature as well.
If you could slow down just a little bit, I want to make sure the court reporter's catching everything you're saying.
Okay. The field of forensic entomology deals primarily with estimating the time of death. In cases where a body has sat undiscovered for some period of time, naturally, all bodies sit undiscovered for some period of time. It's very uncommon for a law enforcement officer, for example, to be standing there when somebody dies or is killed. So forensic entomology deals with that estimation of the time of death when some period of discovery has elapsed. We refer to that in forensic entomology as the postmortem interval, which means the time interval between death and discovery of those remains. The reason insects are important is because insects discover dead bodies very, very quickly. Because they will colonize a dead human the same way they do any other dead animal. We've all seen roadkill sitting on the side of the road, and you see little green and blue flies buzzing around it. Those flies are the same ones that are attracted to a dead human body. The insects treat it the exact same way. Or if you've ever let hamburgers sit out, when you're grilling or something like that, and the flies come into it, same way. So those insects are attracted to the dead body to lay eggs. They lay eggs. Those eggs hatch out into their maggots, which are just larval insects.
Let me stop you there. If I can. Would it assist you to draw out some of the, I guess, the progression that explains the PMI?
Sure, I think it would.
Okay. May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
Okay, needs a lavalier mic though, so everybody will be able to hear. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Huntington, I'll give you multiple colors in case you need to make different points. Yes, I think so. Everyone here.
Okay, I'm going to try not to bore you with this. Insects come in several different categories, and not to get too detailed, but flies are the main insects that we're talking about in this particular example. Go through what's called complete metamorphosis. You all learned this in second grade or kindergarten or something. Most people forget about it. But complete metamorphosis is analogous to the butterflies. Okay, if you know anything about butterflies or similar insects, they start out as eggs. Those eggs hatch out into larvae, which in the case of flies we call them maggots. Literally baby flies. The maggots start out small, same way that a butterfly starts out. A caterpillar starts out small, and they eat, and that's their sole function. They eat. As this first stage larva.
Can you write a little bit bigger?
I'll try.
Let's try it again. That's pretty small.
My artistic time is not accurate. Better? Okay. These eggs hatch out into maggots, which are baby flies. And those first stage larvae, the first stage maggot, starts to feed. Insects are arthropods, and
what does that mean?
An arthropod is a phylum of animals that has an exoskeleton. The word arthropod literally means jointed foot. The way that I explain it to my students is, if you want to know what an arthropod is, if you find it in the ocean, you'll pay a lot of money to eat it. If you find it on land, you want to step on it. So there are insects, spiders, ticks, and then crustaceans like lobsters, crabs, shrimp, things of that nature. That exoskeleton, the skeleton is on the outside of their body. And what that means is they can't get bigger without breaking out of that exoskeleton. If you've ever seen cicadas, I don't know if you have problems with periodic cicadas in Florida. Cicadas, when they emerge out of the ground, you'll find the little shells of the nymph cicadas around the base of trees. And people find them, and that's where the adult cicada comes from. And what they're doing is, it goes the process of molting their exoskeleton. They crawl out of it, sort of similar to the way a snake crawls out of its skin to get bigger. Okay, it's bound by that skin. In this case, the insects are bound by their skeleton. When they do that, they'll crawl out of their exoskeleton and they get bigger. Okay. In the case of maggots, caterpillars, and other complete metamorphosis insects, this isn't exactly the scale, but they're going to turn what we would call a second stage. I apologize for the Spanish part right now. Nice piece. They get a little bit bigger. In the case of maggots, particularly the maggots that we find associated with dead bodies, it's very easy to tell one stage from the next because they have external, what we call morphological characteristics that allow you to look at them very easily, stage them.
Let me stop you here. What happens once they break out of the shell? Where does that go? Or what?
The exoskeleton is left behind. In the case of maggots, and caterpillars and other soft body larvae, it's relatively flimsy. It has a tendency to dissolve in your feeding, or if something shrivels up and it's so small you don't really see it. But it is left behind.
So are those of any evidentiary value?
They can be, because if you find maggots in a particular stage, and then you're able to find the shed exoskeletons of the previous stage, it can be indicative of a very close timing within that stage transition, meaning that it's been a recent change from, say, first to second stage, or in entomological terms, instar, which is slightly different. Okay. Second stage maggots continue to feed. They will molt, get a little bit bigger. All right. They turn to the third stage maggots. The reason this is important is because the flies that we're talking about here go through 3 stages of development. Okay, 3 stages of maggots. When I explain this to workshops and things, I usually refer to these as grade school maggots, middle school maggots, and high school maggots. These third stage maggots are going to be the last maggot stage, okay, the last caterpillar stage, if you will. And when they finish feeding, they need to change into an adult, okay? And just like butterflies, we also go through this complete metamorphosis. They will pupate, okay? And the pupation, the cocoon stage of a fly, happens within a structure. I apologize for using the takes place in a structure which is called an peritoneum.
So when you say pupate, are you meaning they have to go into a cocoon?
It's the cocoon stage or the chrysalis stage. In the case of these types of flies, this is actually the exoskeleton of that third stage maggot. Inside of this, they're changing into an adult fly, okay? And just like a butterfly turns into a butterfly inside of their chrysalis, it's the same analogy. Once that transformation is complete, the adult fly is going to emerge out of this, okay? The ends pop open, they wiggle their way out, they're soft and squishy, just like a butterfly is when it comes out of cocoon. They take some time to harden their exoskeleton, but flex out their wings and let them dry, and then they fly away and do their fly business.
I'm sorry, go ahead. While these instars are going on, does this all happen in the same place, or do they go places, or what is do they stay all where, I guess, where the body is when someone passes away?
Depending on the species, and there are thousands of species of flies that go through this transformation, so there's always exceptions to every rule. Depending on the species, most of them that we deal with in forensic entomology that we find associated with dead bodies will actually crawl away from their food source. This has all kinds of fantastic ecological implications. The main reason that we understand that they do this is because they've gone from a stage that's crawling around and feeding and a very active, energetic phase to what is essentially a dormant phase. Okay, they lock themselves into this sealed little chamber. They can't fend for themselves, they can't run away, and there are lots and lots of insects and other animals out there that will happily eat these little guys. So by crawling away from a food source, say, in this case, a decomposing body, they get away from it, hoping, I don't know if that may be humanizing them too much, they crawl away from it to prevent other insects, other animals from coming along and eating them. Because if they can hide away from the food source, the chances of something coming along finding them and eating them is reduced.
So it's a self-preservation?
Self-preservation, yep.
And how far do they go away from the actual food source?
It depends on the species, it depends on the environment. When I teach workshops on how to collect these types of evidence, I tell CSIs and officers to look at least 30 feet away because they will happily crawl 30, 40, 50 feet. I've recovered them 60 feet away from the side of the body. I know of cases where they crawl hundreds of feet. It depends on what they're crawling over. If, for example, we had a pile of maggots here in the center of the courtroom, which I'm not planning on doing, by the way, we could watch them crawl to the corners of the courtroom out the door because there's nothing for them to pupate on here. There's no good places for them to hide. If you're in a scenario where you're outdoors, there's lots of nooks and crannies for them to crawl into. They may not need to go that far. They may go as little as 10 feet.
Okay. So it all depends on the environment.
Depends on the environment.
Okay. All right. Are you pretty much done explaining how? No, let me ask you this, because I don't think this was summed up. How does this tell you how long a person has been deceased?
Okay. We can leave it here. That's fine. The insects are cold-blooded, and all organisms, even humans, are dependent on temperature. Temperature determines their development rates. Everybody knows it takes 9 months to grow a baby. The reason it takes 9 months to grow a baby for a human is because we keep the same body temperature. Insects are cold-blooded, so their temperature fluctuates with the environment. We know the rates of development for various species, and we know that...
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a brief legal matter we need to take up outside of your presence. I'm going to ask that you step outside and we'll get back with you as soon as possible. You may.
Dr. Huntington, you did not conduct a postmortem interval in this case, did you?
A postmortem interval estimation?
Yes, estimation.
That's correct.
Okay. And neither did Dr. Haskell.
Dr. Haskell didn't necessarily conduct a specific PMI estimation. He did, however, say that it was consistent with such and such date, which, depending on how you interpret a PMI estimation.
Okay. Now, on July 16, 2008, there were items of evidence collected. Could it have been possible to make a determination at that time about a postmortem interval as it relates to the maggots found in the trunk of the car?
The maggots from the trunk of the car, if you assume they were associated with a body, then yes, you could have made a postmortem interval estimation.
Okay. Was it done in this case?
No.
Okay. Are there any other opinions that you plan on, or I mean, I guess, are there any other topics that you, sorry, Judge, is that all you plan to testify on that topic, or is there more on the postmortem interval?
With regards to postmortem interval, no, that should be sufficient.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
When you say that a postmortem interval could have been done, under what circumstances?
Again, with maggots from the trash bag from the trunk, if you assume that they were associated with a body, rather that they came from a human body, then you could have estimated how long ago those eggs were laid, which would coincide with the time of death or an approximate time of death.
Why weren't you able to do that based on looking at the evidence that was collected?
Looking at the evidence that was collected, for me, I could not make that assumption. For me, there's no reason to assume that those maggots came from a human body.
But if you did make that assumption, then you could make a PMI.
If you make that assumption, yes.
Okay, well, make that assumption.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Any additional argument, Mr. Ashton, as to whether or not that violates the court order?
No, Your Honor, and actually, since I now know that it's about the car, then I really have no objection because the car is discussed. I thought from counsel he was going to talk about the scene. At least that's what I thought I heard him say. So now that I know it's the car, yes, that is covered in the report, and we did discuss the car. So I don't have a problem with that. I apologize if it was my misunderstanding, but I thought I heard counsel say it was the scene. So
there was another area that y'all had some slight disagreement on at the bench, dealt with some questions about the scene. So let's take care of those now, rather than.
I think we have counsel. I spoke to counsel, and we agreed that he's not going to try to go into the issue of whether they were permitted access to the scene. It's not going to be an issue.
Correct. We're not going to discuss that.
Okay.
May
Any other matters we need to take up? I think it may be a good time for take a short break for the participants. Any other things we need to take up?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Now, one of the things, Mr. Byers, did you file Dr. Huntington's report?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Yes, sir. When we had this would have been way back when we had the
Okay.
order requesting all the reports. I'm quite certain. If not, I can provide the court with another copy.
If you file it, it's here.
May we be excused until what time, sir?
I want 5 or 10 minutes. You tell me.
10 minutes would be a little better.
10 minutes be better? Yes. Okay. All right. 5 past hour. Okay, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of the jury. Defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Byers, you may proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, you may stand down.
Okay, Dr. Huntington, I think where we left off was I was asking you how does all of this tell you how long a person has been deceased?
Okay. As I mentioned, it all has to do with temperature. So I'll try not to rehash that now. Because insects are cold-blooded, their rate is dependent on temperature, like everything else. And if you know the stage that the insects are in, if you know the rate of their development, and you know the temperatures that they experience during development, it's a simple mathematical equation that you plug in, and it tells you how old they are. It's the same concept if you have any familiarity with degree days used in farming. Farmers will use the degree day concept to figure out when to apply certain herbicides or pesticides, when their crops are going to be at certain stages. I apologize. It's the same as when a farmer who uses the degree day concept to predict when to apply certain pesticides or herbicides, when the plants are going to be at certain stages, and also when certain insects are going to be present in their crops. It's the same concept, slightly different group of insects.
So so if I understand you add up the temperature with the size of the different shells, or how does, I'm still not getting it.
It doesn't necessarily have to do anything with size. The size of a maggot or the size of a juvenile insect, a larva, has everything to do with how much they've eaten. It doesn't really have to do with how old they are. The stages, however, are temperature dependent and depend on how old they are. So for example, if we have a first stage maggot, okay, that's a maggot that is hatched from an egg, and if we know that, say at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it takes approximately 8 hours for that egg to hatch, then we know that at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, it has been 8 hours at least since those eggs were laid. When we do this in a legal setting or a experimental setting or really anything to do with prediction, what we will do, and we being forensic entomologists, is we will take the daytime temperatures or the daily temperatures, the average daily temperature or the hourly temperature, depending on the data that are available, and we will add those up, tally those towards a number of accumulated degree days, is the term that we use, that is necessary for these stage transitions. It does get a little bit more complicated than that, but I'm trying to keep it.
No, we don't need to go there.
Okay.
Okay. So
Are you saying it's basically a mathematical computation between the temperature of the certain days and the stages that the maggots are actually in?
Yes, sir. If I may. There are really three things that a forensic entomologist needs to estimate how old an insect is. The first is the stage. It's hard to write on the edge.
That's species.
That's supposed to be species. I apologize for my handwriting. Stage and species of the sample. The species is important because every species of insect has a different developmental rate. Okay, the same way that you have dogs and cats, they grow at different rates. Okay, the stage is important because that gives us that snapshot in time where they are on their developmental cycle, as I drew out earlier. The second thing we need, and these are really in no particular order, are the developmental rates. These are experimentally constructed using known temperatures, known samples of insects. So we know how old they are, we know how long they've been there, we know what temperature they're developing at, et cetera. And we construct what's called a growth curve or growth chart. And these are published throughout the entomological literature. This is why I did my master's degree research on a particular species of fly. The third thing we need are the temperatures.
Where do you get those?
Those temperatures, the temperatures that we're interested in are the temperatures that the insects experience during development. Now, in the case of forensic entomology, it is very rare, although I'm aware of at least one case where it's happened, for someone to die next to a weather station. Okay, those are going to be the places that you record those data from, the temperature data. What forensic entomologists will do, what I do, is we look for a data recording weather station. Those are maintained by the National Weather Service. Golf courses have them, homeowners will have them, universities will have them, et cetera. They record the daily temperature, the hourly temperatures, sometimes even to the minute temperatures. Those are generally going to be some distance away from the location that the insects are recovered from. Okay, so everybody's experienced this idea that in one part of town it's a certain temperature, a certain weather activity, rain, or what have you. Another part of the town it's cooler, it's not raining, it's sunny, these sorts of things. And so what we do is we compare the scene location to that recording weather station. What I like to do is I will play a recording temperature device called a thermocouple. The evidence is recovered. It will log those temperatures for several days, 3-4 days, depending on the scenario. And then you can compare those temperatures to the weather station temperature. Okay? Once you have that, by running what's called a regression analysis, you can see, okay, the scene temperatures are on average 5 degrees warmer, 2 degrees cooler, what have you. And then you can adjust the weather station data to get a more accurate reading.
Okay. Now, when you do these experiments and and in the study of entomology, you don't use actual live human beings to come up with these studies. Not always, right?
No, people tend to frown on the use of human cadavers to walk somebody out and kill them at the scene to do a research study.
Well, there are different. There are certain places where this.
Well, you said live human cadavers, so no, there is research being done at human decomposition facilities. The best known is the Entomological Research Facility at the University of Tennessee, known as the Body Farm. There are several places in the United States where you can use human remains to allow them to decompose and to study them.
Are there alternate, other than human cadavers, that entomologists use to conduct studies?
Absolutely. The reason, as I alluded to earlier, most of those studies are not done with humans is because it's less controlled. Okay, as a scientist, I want to be able to know when that body died, when it got there, because these insects are so sensitive to the how long something has been dead. They can tell the difference within minutes between a live human and a dead human, or live animal and a dead animal. Knowing that, for researchers like me, I find it largely impractical to use human decomposition facilities, because where those bodies come from are donated bodies, okay? The same way you donate your body to science for medical study, for dissection, things of that nature. And so they have been dead for some period of time, long before they ever reach the site of decomposition. We use pigs in decomposition studies.
Why would you use a pig?
Well, pigs are used for a number of reasons. One is because they're readily available. For the most part, people don't have a problem with you killing pigs for research. Everybody tends to eat bacon and sausage and things like that, so they're again available. They're cheap, and they're very similar to humans, both morphologically or physically, as well as looking at their digestive processes. They're omnivores. They eat the same kinds of food that we eat. I like to say that they're more like some humans than others, but they're a good surrogate. Okay, you can do a lot of research with a pig that you can't get away with doing on a human.
Okay, and have you done studies that relate to decomposition in the trunk of a car?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you have some demonstrative aids that you think might help the jury in understanding a little bit more as we talk about that?
Certainly.
For the record, I'd like to show Your Honor the jury a defense exhibit AV, which I've previously shown to counsel.
Your Honor, I have no objection to those being offered as demonstrative exhibit only.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. Banks.
Before we talk about this, I'd like for you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and a little bit of background as to what you were trying to do here.
Okay. Obviously, this is a car. I was conducting research, this would be September of last year, in Staplehurst, Nebraska, which is southeastern Nebraska. It's a small community. I had the opportunity to receive some cars from essentially a junkyard. These were cars that were slated for destruction, so there was no harm in getting them icky. What I was looking at specifically in this case, in this study, was what kind of a barrier the trunk of a vehicle will present to insects that colonize decomposing remains. There are lots of case studies in the literature where
Bolstering. I think the doctor will be explaining on information, scientific information that he is gained.
Sustained, doctor, just tell us what you did, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you know, not
okay.
Talking about.
In this particular case, in this study, my goal was to place bodies, in this case pigs, into the trunks of vehicles, allow them to decompose, and see what kinds of insect activity happens, how much of a barrier these car trunks pose.
Now, this is not a Pontiac Sunfire.
No, sir. This is apparently a Ford Probe.
And you didn't use a Pontiac Sunfire in your study, did you?
No, no. I used 6 vehicles. Again, they were donated. I didn't really have my pick of what I wanted. They were donated by a towing company. And so the reason I'm using this as a demonstrative aid, this is the most intact vehicle of the vehicles that I used. This one has no obvious holes in it. It is completely, and this is a car that other than not working, you would drive.
And did you ever get to inspect the Pontiac Sunfire in this case?
I inspected the Pontiac Sunfire in this case in July of 2010.
And when you did that, did you look at the trunk and how much of a barrier it might be?
Yes, I did. At the time that I inspected the trunk,
Let me object. I'm not sure that his expertise is sufficient for him to give an opinion about the construction of a trunk or its condition.
Oh,
the trunk when I inspected it was not in original factory condition. The liner had been removed and some other things. But what I was specifically looking for is spaces or gaps or unsealed places that allow for insects to pass through or could allow for an insect to pass through.
So you're talking about this car, and this car, did it match in that category, or generally speaking?
This is a car, as best as I can tell, that again is factory condition, well sealed, no body damage or anything like that.
Okay, so what'd you do?
What I did is I obtained pigs, had them killed. I didn't physically kill them myself, and placed them in the trunk of the car. And again, this is September in Nebraska. Placed them in the trunk of the vehicle, closed the trunk. There were no flies on the pig at the time that I closed the trunk, and then waited, watched, observed for any signs of insect colonization associated with trying to access or accessing physically the pig remains in the trunk of the vehicle.
When you say you waited and watched, you didn't actually camp out there, did you?
No, I didn't. I was busy teaching, but I would check it daily, and periodically go out there, watch for the insects, see if there were anything active. The weather at the time was not the most cooperative. It was kind of cool and rainy, but
and why does that matter compared to? Why does that matter?
It matters because, again, insects being cold-blooded, as most people probably know, when it cools down, when it's cold, when it's winter. In Nebraska, when it's cold and wintry, we don't have bugs flying around. When it's hot and sunny, like it is now back home, there are lots of insects flying around. The cooler it is, the more it will suppress insect activity. Rain greatly suppresses insect activity. You don't see any insects flying around in hard rains, because when you think about it, if you're the size of an insect, and that's like a 55-gallon bucket or barrel full of water coming down, you don't want to be out and about in that kind of condition.
Okay. So then you put pigs in the trunk of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you, would you like another demonstrative aid? Which one would you like to show?
Let's go with the, yeah. Let's go with this one. Okay, what you're looking at here is a photograph through the back windshield of that same vehicle. What is present here?
I apologize.
What's the exhibit number?
Yes, sir. My fault. Defense Exhibit AX.
Okay, thank
you. What you're seeing here through the back windshield are dead flies lining the back window ledge. And in fact, there are actually some live flies in there as well. The flies that you're seeing in there are commonly known as blowflies. Blowflies are the most common insects that colonize dead things.
Your Honor, could I get to just ask the counsel listen to the time frame?
I plan to, Judge. Okay, please continue.
Let's give a time frame.
Yes, sir. When was this photograph taken in regards to the study?
This photograph was taken on day 10 of the study.
Okay, and this is in September?
September, yes, sir.
And if you were to correlate that with Florida weather in the summer, what would be your best estimation as to how many days in Florida you would see something like this?
I'm not sure what's qualified to make those kind of estimates.
Are you qualified to make such an estimate, sir?
I can say that it's cooler in Nebraska in September than it is in summer in Florida.
All right, let's move on, folks.
Okay. All right. Okay, I guess this is you, right?
That's my shadow, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and if the temperature is hotter, there's more bug activity, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And it's cooler in Nebraska?
In September in Nebraska, yes, sir.
Okay. Since that's stipulated too, we got that. Now, tell us more. Tell us what you got going on here.
Okay. As I said, these are blowflies. Blowflies are the most important family of flies for a forensic entomologist. The reason for that is blowflies specifically key in on dead animals. Okay, these are those green and blue flies that you see buzzing around roadkill. That if you leave meat sitting out too long, they're the same ones that'll show up. The reason they're the most important is because they show up very soon after death, minutes to hours. So kind of the example that is frequently used is you can be sleeping in a hammock in your backyard, and these flies are out there. They buzz around your garden, you don't notice them. If you have a heart attack and die, they'll be on you in seconds. They're very quick. In fact, the fastest I've seen these flies show up to a dead animal is 13 seconds from the time that the animal's alive to hit the ground and first pregnant female fly shows up. They're very sensitive to that odor of decay. The flies are trapped inside of this car. No, these weren't there initially when the cars were placed and the pig was placed in the trunk.
And were the car doors closed?
The car doors were closed, all the windows were up, but the car was sealed.
Okay. All right. Is there another demonstrative aid, or are you finished with this one? Is there anything else you want to point out?
One thing I guess I should point out, the fact that these flies are dead inside the car is actually of some importance. A fly that gains access to a sealed environment. For example, when we have cases where a person has died in their home, the flies will gain access, they will colonize the body, they'll go through their life cycle. Those adult flies don't fight their way out, okay? The attraction to gain access to an enclosed container, a house, a car, whatever it may be, is much stronger than the attractive force to exit the container, okay? They don't have that sort of chemical cue that draws them out, and so they don't find their way out the same way they found their way in. So it essentially becomes a trap for them. And in fact, fly traps, if you've ever used them, work the same way. So these flies being trapped inside the car die inside the car because they can't get their way out. So that's their dead presence. That's what that indicates.
Okay. Anything else on this one?
I think we're good on this one.
Do you want to choose the next exhibit?
We'll go with this one.
For the record, we'll be publishing Defense Exhibit AW. What are we looking at here?
Okay, I apologize for the somewhat graphic nature of this. This is the decomposed remains of the pig in this vehicle when I opened the trunk.
How many days is that?
This is on day 11. Okay, so the next day after that photo was taken that I showed previously. What you're seeing here, obviously, is a decomposed pig. These whitish, I don't know what to call them. These white spots on here that you can see are maggots that have fed on this pig. These maggots are actively crawling away from the pig, as I explained earlier. They're getting away from that food source, and they're looking for a place to pupate. You can see this decompositional fluid ring here that comes from the pig as it decomposes. You'll notice that there's extensive tissue loss throughout the pig. Fly colonization generally occurs first in the head, and the maggot activity moves its way down. And you can even see that there's some disarticulation here of the skeleton, and again, that's maggot activity moving that thing around. You can also see that there are some flies in the trunk that were either inside the trunk when I opened it or were actually attracted to it as I opened the vehicle trunk.
And that material that's there, what is that black material?
The black material is decompositional fluid. It's a combination of body fluids, of bacteria, bacterial wastes, maggot waste, maggot secretions. Maggots secrete enzymes that help break down the body. And that fluid leaches from the body as the decomposition process happens.
Okay. And is that stain distinguishable? Can you?
When you see a stain like this,
I have to object at this point. Counsel asking you to identify what the stain is.
Doctor, do you know what the stain is?
Yes, sir.
Well, go ahead.
He's going to question you now.
What expertise are you bringing to bear to identify specifically what the fluid is in that picture?
Years and years of experience of watching animals and humans decompose via insect activity and otherwise.
Have you ever had chemically analyzed to know what's in it?
No, sir, I have not.
Objection, Your Honor. He has no basis to identify what the fluid is.
I would permit him to continue his testimony. Objection overruled.
We were talking about the stain.
Right. The decomposition fluid stain, most of the studies that I've conducted and even cases that I've worked on have been in outdoor environments. This same fluid leaches into the ground, very distinguishable. My colleagues at the University of Nebraska work to identify places where bodies have decomposed, specifically looking at the presence or absence of these decompositional fluids. In cases like this, where you have a mat or a carpet where the animal is decomposed, it is very noticeable, very...
Okay. Approach the side. Members of the jury, that's a brief legal matter we need to take up outside of your presence. We will get back with you as quickly as possible. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. Thank you. All right, you may proceed. The report is not filed in the court file, so at some point it would be helpful to make sure that any subsequent experts that may appear, it would help me or have a copy available to give to me. All right, you may proceed.
Were you questioned about this study during your deposition?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you explain, or do you recall?
The deposition speaks for itself. It's either there or it's not. I don't want the witness trying to testify from what he thinks his memory is of what he was asked.
I think it may depend on the interpretation of the questions asked by counsel. Maybe it relates to
all I need is his opinion, and then there are two methods to do it. Show it to me in his report.
Yes, sir.
Or show it to me in his deposition.
Okay.
So all we need to know is what opinion he's going to give, and then we can have the attorneys argue whether or not that was disclosed via his deposition or his report?
Yes, sir. So on the doctor's deposition,
Which one?
I'm
He has
looking
two
for it.
depositions.
Yes, sir.
One in January, one in December.
January 28th, 2011, page 31. The question was asked by Mr. Ashton.
Just a second, page what?
Page 31, line 9 through 16. Oh, no, 17.
Line what?
Lines 9 through 17.
Just a second. Okay, go ahead, you can continue.
In this, here he is asked specifically about decomposition in the trunk, and if you would see that, and would it be sufficient for an hour? Would a day be sufficient? Would you need a week? And then the answer was in Florida, summertime temperatures, you would expect within a day or two, you'd see sorts of decompositional fluid staining the carpet, saturating the carpet liner inside of the trunk. I think that's an opinion that this witness gave in regards to staining and the saturation of the carpet liner and the fluid that he has described.
Mr. Ashton?
Have we finished eliciting the opinion from the witness? Because it seemed like we stopped. Obviously, he's not qualified to talk about phenolphthalein tests. We've already heard from an experienced serologist about that. So clearly he's not qualified to testify, and that's not in his deposition. But is there any other opinion counsel's going to elicit? Because, I'm sorry, I'll wait. Counsel's busy texting. So. Is there another opinion?
Folks, I don't know how many times I'm not going to say this ever again. I do not want to hear editorial comments. Let's stick to the facts. I care less what Mr. Baez may be doing or not doing. All I'm concerned with at this time is the proffer and whether or not was in his report versus his deposition is a violation of this court's order. I do not care if Mr. Baez is standing on his head, standing on one leg. So folks, please, let's just stick with the facts and be professional. Now, Mr. Baez asked him the question that you were supposed to proffer so I can determine whether or not this violates this court order.
Yes, sir. Dr. Huntington, when a body decomposes, if a body were to decompose in a car, what type of fluid, let me see if I can pose this question correctly. What would you expect to see a day or two from the decompositional fluid?
The decompositional fluid that leaches from the body has a blackish staining quality to it. In a car trunk, it will leach into the carpet, and given enough time, it will soak through the carpet liner into the pad underneath. In a day or two, in hot temperatures, when you have rapid bloating, lots of bacterial action, in this case, insect activity, those body fluids leach rather rapidly because of the rupturing of the skin surface of the body.
Your Honor, that is what I believe is possibly a slightly expanded upon answer of what he gave in his deposition on page 31, line 14 through 19.
Mr. Ashton?
It is not even similar to any answer he gave or opinion he gave. He apparently now wants to state that he can identify the color of decomposition fluid as opposed to other fluids. That is in no way contained in his deposition. His statements about what occurs with opinions about what occurs with decomp fluid is not contained anywhere in his deposition or in his report. And also, I would submit, are completely outside his area of expertise, have nothing to do with forensic entomology. The only reference he made to the only other reference he made to the trunk is at page 32, where he acknowledges even 2 years later detecting the foul odor. There's nothing else in here that comes close to referencing that information. So I would object to it both as violation of the court's order and also being completely outside his area of expertise. This has nothing to do with entomology.
This is outside of what he was asked upon. He did not identify the color of decompositional fluid. He was referring to the color of a stain that comes as a result of such. He clearly explains in his deposition that in the summertime temperatures, he would expect within a day or two, you'd see a sort of decompositional fluid staining the carpet, saturating the carpet liner inside the trunk, which is exactly what the expert has testified to, along with hundreds of other maggots. It's not outside of his area of expertise. Entomologists are involved in the study of human decomposition, that of which Dr. Neil Haskell testified to. In fact, he gave a long testimonial lecture about the different phases of decomposition and the different stages that they're involved in. So to now argue that an entomologist is not qualified to give an opinion as to decomposition and the processes of which I think are inaccurate.
Well, folks, refresh my memory as to what Dr. Haskell testified to when he testified to, I believe, on Saturday.
He testified about the different stages of decomposition and what happens to a human body. He wasn't talking about, he later went on to talk about how the insects relate to that decomposition, but he gave a complete and total description of the processes that are involved as it relates to decomposition, the early decomposition, putrefaction in the bloat stage, and the latter stages of decomposition.
I have no objection to this witness testifying as to those generalities. The objection is to him specifically talking about identifying stains of decomposition, what they look like or don't look like, which was not discussed.
Dr. Haskell also took it a step further and identified what he believed that stain to be was that of decompositional fluid. In addition to that, he testified that the napkins and the paper towels in the trash were that of decompositional fluid. So I don't understand the distinction of allowing one expert, one entomologist, to testify as to the fluids of decomposition and what his opinion is of such.
Go to page 28 of the deposition, both of you. And read pages 28 through 32. And after you read both of those pages, you tell me, both of you, and I guess we'll get a tale of two cities as to what this doctor testified to in his deposition on page 28 through 31. And tell me how similar or dissimilar that was to Dr. Haskell's testimony. Let me know when both sides have completed reading the pages.
So page 30, Your Honor.
31. On line 15 of page 28, there's a question. It is. Is there any evidence here that one might conclude that someone tried to clean the trunk of evidence of decomposition? Answer. Based on insects? No. Question. Based on anything? Answer. Well, in my experience, seeing things decompose inside a trunk, I don't know that you could clean it up with a paper towel. Question. Well, that wasn't my question. Answer. Okay. Question. My question. Is there anything in this case from which one might conclude that attempts have been made to clean the trunk of evidence of decomposition? Would you agree there is? The paper towel, which and a preserve may be considered evidence that someone had to clean the trunk. Again, we're talking about decomposition in a trunk.
I would agree with the court, Your Honor. Both experts in this field have been questioned thoroughly about decomposition, the trunk, and the entomological evidence and other evidences of decomposition that surround it. And
so what is the surprise, Mr. Ashton?
The surprise is this witness is now claiming the ability to identify a stain as to whether it is or is not human decomposition. That is a fairly major change in his testimony. There is nothing in his report or in this deposition that would have suggested to me that he is going to claim the ability to identify the stain. In fact, he indicates as to Adipocera that he doesn't claim to have identified it. He says, well, if we assume it is. So there's nothing in here that would suggest to me that this witness would claim now to be able to identify whether a particular stain in a particular trunk is or is not human decomposition, or to describe to this jury that it has to be a particular color. There's nothing in this report on that. And I would comment, Judge, it's completely outside his area of expertise. He's an entomologist.
Well, what did Dr. Haskell testify to?
Dr. Haskell never mentioned, I have to go back. I think he said that the insects would be attracted to human decompositional fluid in the napkins. Whether he, I can't off the top of my head tell you if I ever asked him about the stain. I don't recall that I did. And I certainly know I never asked him to identify the stain. That I'm absolutely sure of, because he was never shown the exhibit. It was never discussed with him. So my best recollection is that.
Haskell testified extensively on the areas of decomposition. And in fact, he did make render opinions that he felt the stain was.
Just a second, I'm going to pull his testimony up now. Sure. I believe he testified on the 11th.
I don't even know what day it is.
It's the 11th. Doctor, if you need to stand down, you can, sir. Okay, Mr. Baez.
I would refer the court to 9:11 a.m., where Dr. Haskell began to discuss the stages of decomposition, and then asked by Mr. Ashton. Sure. Wait, this is not.
Yeah, if y'all want to come up and read it, you can read it. He starts talking about opening paper towels, decomposition of fluid. Starts talking about he sent it off to get it validated by Dr. Voss. I know y'all can't see it from y'all, but what I want you to do is come up here, and then you feel free to scroll. But starting on page 14, where his answers in yeah, y'all can read just as well as I can. Y'all talk about decomposition of fluid. If this is my hypothetical. Okay, anything else, folks?
Nothing from defense, sir.
Mr. Ashton?
Your Honor, as the portion that I read said nothing about identifying a stain or qualities of stains or anything of that sort. I have no objection to the witness testifying about the matters as did Dr. Haskell about decomposition and stages. I haven't affected any of that. There's nothing to do with stain identification, so I do believe not in the deposition, not in the report, and it's in violation of the court's order.
The court specifically finds that it does not violate the court's order. He was questioned in his deposition about the area of decomposition. The witness presented by the state of Florida, Dr. Haskell, talked about decomposition. While every opinion, I will agree with Mr. Ashton, is not expressed there, the area and subject matter was decomposition. And it is not a major earth-shattering opinion. And to disallow this at this particular time because of some minor inconsistencies, in my opinion, would be error. So I would permit the doctor to voice his opinion, whether or not the jury finds him to be an expert. It's just like with Dr. Haskell. They talk about these things. They study these things. It's a subspecialty with insects. But Mr. Baez, don't get too enthused and try to make him an expert in something that he's not. Now, if you think there are going to be other areas of surprise, I will permit you at this time, Mr. Ashton, to question him about this, since you're saying that you did not know, and that would be the remedy for this, as opposed to total exclusion, since it is a subspecialty of what something he's testified to. Anything else, folks?
Specifically is addressing the issue of his ability to testify that phenolphthalein test is a test to determine human decomposition. I have a specific objection to that being outside their expertise, which is obviously not serology. I don't know if the court was addressing that in general, but that specific question is a different.
Well, you can ask him whether or not there are certain tests that all, quote, folks know that you can conduct for certain things. As to the details of those tests and being able to administer those tests, that's something different. But let's see when you question him as to whether or not he can or cannot. For me to rule on that without determining his experience would be asking me to guess. Okay.
Let's bring the jury back.
Okay, I will permit the state to question him in this area.
Morning. Could you tell me what your experience is in stain identification?
My experience in stain identification specifically revolves around a paper published in the Journal of Forensic Identification that I participated in regarding the identification of grave soil analysis, which is decompositional fluid using ninhydrin.
Well, no, I'm talking about identification of stains on carpets or fabrics. What experience do you have in that?
Stains on carpet or fabrics?
Yes.
My experience is watching, observing dead animals and then the remains of humans that have decomposed on carpets.
How many experiences would that be?
Geez, I don't know, 20, 30?
What different colors of carpet?
I don't know off the top of my head. However many colors of carpet.
Do you propose to testify that human decompositional stains have a particular color?
I don't know that I specified human decompositional stains. Decompositionals have an identifiable color quality to them, yes.
What would that identifiable color quality be?
It is a dark blackish stain, in this case, as I showed in the image, that surrounds the body.
And do you have any literature to support your contention that there is an identifiable color to decomposition stains?
I believe if you look at the taphonomic literature involving specifically case histories, it will refer to a blackish stain surrounding the body, as well as
what study? Give me a study.
Let me think off the top of my head. I can't give you a year or a location.
Or an author.
Beneke has done a number of studies, published case studies involving human remains in indoor environments.
But specifically about the color?
The color is mentioned.
Okay, it's just mentioned.
Yes.
Is that the only color that's mentioned in literature for stains of human decomposition on carpet?
As far as I know, yes.
Now, have you examined the carpet in this case?
No.
Are you prepared to render an opinion about what the carpet in this case was? What the stain was from?
I don't know that I was going to be asked about that.
But you've never examined it?
Not physically, no.
Are there any other qualities of decompositional stains that you would care to describe in your testimony?
I believe when I was talking about the specific example, I was going to talk about I believe I did talk about the smell, and then the texture.
The texture?
It's a greasy stain.
It's a greasy stain?
Yes.
Okay. That's from the adversary, correct?
Not necessarily strictly adversary, but body fluids, body fats.
And in how many of those occasions when you've observed stains on carpet were the bodies in a bag? Specifically 2 plastic bags.
If there's a decompositional fluid stain on the carpet and the body's in the bag, I don't know that it would make a difference, because that would imply that the bag or bags are leaking.
But that wasn't my question. How many of the cases were the bodies?
In my personal experience, 0.
That's all. Without taking too much time to follow.
Doctor, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When did you arrive at this opinion? Are you going to give us an opinion about the stain in the Sunbird car, the car in question?
Your Honor, I think what I was trying to do is describe what one would expect to typically see in a case with a body in a trunk. I don't know that I was going to be asked specifically about this particular stain in this case. I think specifically
what would you expect to see with a decomposing body in a trunk?
What I would expect to see is exactly what I showed in that picture. You'd expect to see an obvious decompositional stain from body fluid, lots of insect activity, especially dead adult insects, migrating or dead maggots, depending on the duration and temperatures, puparial cases, puparial case fragments, things of that nature.
Is there any variation in those type of stains in terms of things that might affect what you would see obviously because of cleaning or other processes?
In my experience and experience of those that I've discuss this sort of case scenario with, not specifically this case, but bodies on carpets, things of that nature. If you think it's there or you have question that it's there, it's not there. It's either there or it's not. Decompositional fluid staining is very obvious, is how I would characterize it. And I'm unaware, I take that back. When these kinds of scenes are cleaned, say someone decomposes in a house, and I've seen many cases of that, where the staining has stained the floor, stained the carpet, whatever. Those are not cleaned, those are disposed of. I am unaware of any method that you could use to remove that stain.
Doctor, have you ever testified to what you're about to testify to in courts before?
I've testified extensively on decomposition, specifically dealing with car trunks in this case, only the deposition I gave in this example, or in this case.
Have you ever testified in a court of law?
No, sir, not on this particular topic.
Okay. Why not?
Nobody's ever asked me.
Okay. And your field is insects, correct?
Yes, sir, especially those dealing with decomposing remains.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, doctor, is either through training or experience, what makes you qualified to talk about the stain and talk about what you would expect to find? And how do you relate that to this case, if any?
Okay. Forensic entomology, dealing with decomposing bodies, one must attain a certain level of expertise in the field of taphonomy, which is decomposition.
Right.
Because those insects are so closely tied with stages of decomposition, the decompositional products, for example, they cause it in sometime in 2008, 2009, probably 2009.
And what exactly did you share with them?
I said, there's nothing that I can see that would indicate to me a decomposing body had been in this vehicle.
And did you include it in your report, sir?
I included...
No, did you include that opinion in your report?
I did include the opinion that there is no evidence of a decomposing body associated with the insects that I examined.
Okay, but I'm talking about, I know the court expected all opinions that one would give to be memorialized and placed in reports so they would not be any surprise to either side.
At some point, yes, I was. I don't recall if that was before or after I submitted that report.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to do an addendum to your report?
In my report, I did state that that was a preliminary report, that a final report would be issued after I viewed all of the insect evidence material that the prosecution expert has looked at. I have not turned in that report because I haven't looked at all of the insect evidence.
But sometime in 2008, you did tell the defense about that stain, in your opinion, concerning that stain.
Yes, sir. More likely 2009, but yes, sir.
You recall specifically who on the defense team you told that?
I assume it'd be Mr. Bias.
I don't want you to assume.
Okay.
I want to know who.
That would have been Mr. Bias, given that he's the one I talked to.
Okay. Now, why should I permit that testimony when the defense knew back in 2008 and did not disclose that? Even after the court ordered, and we've had numerous conversations about disclosures.
May I question?
It's one thing for him to talk about decompositional fluids in that process, but it is quite evident to have him give an opinion on the stain in that trunk, which he knew back in 2008, and according to him, he shared but was not shared as per the court's order.
May I question the witness further?
You may.
Did there come a time, Dr. Huntington, where when you were asked by myself to issue a report in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that because there was a court order instructing us that all experts should be filling out reports with all of their opinions?
Yes, sir.
And did I ask you to write down and issue a report on all of your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Did I have any contribution whatsoever on your report? Ask you to leave things out or put things in?
No.
Okay. Were you asked whether you're going to render an opinion as to the stain in this car for this specific trunk?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding, as it was laid out in your deposition, that what you would be speaking of would be the decompositional fluids and the stains that you would expect to see in the trunk of a car if there was a dead body in there?
Yes, I was under the assumption I was going to be speaking in generalities about what I would expect and would not expect if there is a body in a trunk or not.
That is our position, Judge. We are not asking this witness to identify the Pontiac Sunfire stain and say that that is or is not decompositional fluid. It never was our intention. All that he testified in his deposition as it relates to what could happen as a result of stains, that in generalities is all we're talking about, Judge, and that he did testify to. I apologize if the court thought we were going to take that the next step further, but that was never our intention.
Anything else, folks?
Just to state that the whole issue of him identifying the stain was never known to the state. Had it been included in his report, I would have asked him about it. I would have pursued with numerous expert witnesses with expertise equal to or greater than this witness about the color of a stain. I did not because I was completely unaware that this would ever be an issue.
I'm not too concerned about the color of the stain because all stains have colors, because one has to, if it's not a stain, it wouldn't have a color to it. If a stain is a discoloration of the original color. So that's a logical conclusion that one would come to, because if there was no stain, there would be no discoloration, and you could not tell that there is even a stain. But what he will not be permitted to testify to, since it was not disclosed, is his opinion about the stain in the vehicle in question. But he can testify, because you talked about it in the deposition about decompositional stains in general and what one may expect to see or not. But unless somebody mistakenly, and I don't think the defense would be doing it, and I don't think the state would do it, is open the door where we can drive elephants through the crack. Okay, we're all on the same page?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury back in. Okay. State recognized president of the jury.
Sir.
And the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue, Mr. Bass.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
You may.
I want to check my mic. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. Doctor, where we left off, I'm now going to show the jury State's Exhibit AY. We were specifically talking about the stain that results as a decompositional fluid. Can you
That's defense now. State.
Oh, sorry, Judge. Can you talk a little bit more about what happens as things decompose?
Sure. What you see in this picture is a close-up of the particular corner of the trunk of the vehicle that we looked at before. What this image shows is a typical scenario involving insect movement, decompositional processes occurring in a closed container. Just to orient you, this is would be the bottom left corner of the trunk that you were looking at. This is the driver's side corner. What you see in this...
And is this still day 11?
This is same day, yep. Okay. Probably 30 seconds after I took the previous photo. Okay. What you see in this photo, again, numerous maggots moving away from the decomposed remains. Again, they're looking for that place to pupate. Down here in this corner, you actually see maggots that have pupated already. These are those kind of brownish, reddish looking seeds, or they kind of look like eggs sometimes, that have already pupated. The maggots are burrowing their way underneath the trunk liner. They're burrowing into the carpet. And oftentimes, when you find maggots in carpeting, they'll actually pupate in the carpet pile itself because they can kind of dig down into it, and apparently they think they're hiding. You also see a number of dead flies, and that's not uncommon because, again, they can't get away, so they die there in close proximity with the remains. And then again, you see this decompositional ring that comes from the body. And in fact, this portion here kind of trails away from the body. And that's very common because as those maggots are leaving the remains, they actually pull that decomposition fluid with them. Oftentimes, you'll see a little trail leading away. In cases of outdoor remains, the decompositional fluid will kill the grass around it, and you'll see a neat little trail that kills the grass around it as well as they're doing so.
Can't you take some paper towels and just wipe that out?
I don't think you could. The decompositional fluid itself is very greasy. Almost just I don't know how to describe it. I think if you took some Crisco and melted it in a pan on the stove and then just let it burn or get disgusting, it is a sticky, greasy, disgusting kind of material. Once it soaks in there, I'm not even sure professional cleaners would be able to get that stuff out.
Has it been your experience that once, when you arrive on investigation scenes where a dead body's been on carpet or a decompositional fluid has leaked on the carpet, is that carpet usually cleaned or disposed of? What happens with that?
In cases that I've worked with, in both from a simple association with mortuary services, removing bodies, as well as in casework that I've conducted, I've never seen a case or never known of a case where a carpet was cleaned. Those carpets are removed and destroyed. In fact, a case that I did in Nebraska, a body decomposed.
Sustain.
Give us some examples of what you're talking about.
Relevance, other examples.
Can you give us some relevant examples?
Sustain, rephrase your question.
Yes, give us some relevant examples.
Sustain.
Can you give us a relevant example that would help you explain to the jury what you're trying to tell us about this?
I think that's kind of the same question, same objection.
Same question. You can ask the witness whether or not he has an example dealing with a trunk stain in the trunk of a car.
Can you give us an example dealing with the stain in the trunk of a car?
Specifically with a stain in the trunk of a car. The reason these particular vehicles were used in this particular example, in this study.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not the question. The question was an example of a stain carpet in a car.
I think the witness is getting to that point, Judge.
I think it would be.
Overruled at this point, but Dr. List,
it goes to
stain on the carpet, okay?
Yes, sir. These particular cars were used because there was never going to be another use for these vehicles other than to smash them. The owner of these vehicles, the owner of Highmark Towing, gave me these vehicles specifically because they would.
This is not responsive to the question that was asked.
Yes, sir.
Just talk about the stain on the carpet, not why they gave them to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get to the point.
These carpets were never going to be cleaned because they won't be able to be cleaned. So junk cars that will never be used again don't need to have their trunks cleaned. I couldn't have gotten away with this kind of experiment using a rental vehicle or my wife's car, for example.
Okay. What else can you tell us about what you learned during the study?
What I found in the study is the barrier of the car.
Are you done with this one?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. You can finish your answer, sir.
Thank you. What I learned from this particular study is that the barrier of a car, or in this case, the trunk of cars, poses very little barrier to the insects that colonize bodies. The early colonizing flies, those blowflies that show up very quickly after death, act very similar to the way people might with their own food. They're very picky. For example, if someone likes a rare steak, the idea of eating a medium well or a well-done steak isn't that appealing to them. Once it's reached a certain point in the cooking process, it's not attractive. Similarly, some people like well-done steak. The idea of eating a rare steak, not that appealing. The flies work the same way. The flies that are attracted to the body very shortly after death will only colonize a body for a short period of time. Once the body is decomposed to that point, they won't lay eggs on it anymore. The flies that colonized the pigs in this study and that gained access to the car were those early colonizing flies that show up very rapidly after death. They had no problem colonizing, laying eggs on the remains that were in the trunk, indicating that they gained access to the vehicle rapidly after death within a day or so.
And that would be in cooler temperatures, which is more difficult, or is it the same?
In cooler temperatures, decomposition progresses more slowly, and the attractive nature of the remains is not as high as it would be in warmer, hotter temperatures. So I actually found it interesting that given the cool temperatures that the insects were experiencing, that there were still so many of them in the vehicle in such a short period of time.
Okay. All right, now let's talk a little bit about this case. Let's get into what you mentioned some of the things that you were given to look at what the entomological evidence was in this case. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if there were any of these early colonizers that were found in the trunk of the car?
No, there were not.
Okay. Were there any body parts of any of these early colonizers found in the trunk of the car?
Inside the trash bag, which was inside the trunk of the vehicle, there was a leg of what Dr. Haskell assumed to be a blowfly. It is similar to the leg of a blowfly. I'm not sure I would categorize it to that family or not.
And do you have an opinion as to whether that one leg means anything of evidentiary value?
In my opinion, one leg of a blowfly doesn't mean anything. It's something that if we look hard enough, we'd find in this courtroom, I'm sure.
Okay. But why doesn't it mean anything? Since it's a blowfly leg and it's an early colonizer, why?
Well, particularly in this example, you have a car trunk, a sealed container. If we assume that there's a body in a car trunk, there are going to be many flies attracted to it. It's not going to be one fly.
Counsel, the witness is commenting on the open opinion of the issue. I think the question was,
Well, yeah, I mean, he's kind of destroying the prosecution's witness right now. So Ashton's not so happy with this.
I think he's rendering a professional opinion.
Overruled.
Continue.
Legs, assuming that they're intact. You've got hundreds or 6,000s of legs, and then figure out to get out. They're in there, they die there, they're stuck there. I would have expected to find, as I did in these experiments, hundreds. In the studies that I conducted, many insects were found in the passenger compartment of the vehicle because they were able to migrate their way out of the trunk into the passenger compartment. In the absence of those, the fly leg literally means nothing, especially given that it was found in a bag of trash.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Well,
he didn't ask and answer. He just answered that question.
Sustain.
Doctor, what insects were observed in this case? I mean, what do we have here?
Specifically dealing with the trunk and the bag of trash, most of the insects belong to a family of flies called the Phoridae, or humpback or scuttle flies. These are tiny, many people refer to them as fruit flies, small brown flies that eat just about everything. And by that I mean organic material. They're very, very common. Many people, most of us, I would think, actually have them in our homes at some point or another. And they're very generalist flies. Because almost all of them recovered from the vehicle were actually recovered from inside the bag of the trash bag. Their presence is completely expected, given that it's a bag of garbage. In my opinion, they don't really mean anything of forensic value. Given that there is a bag of garbage in the trunk, they mean even less. They're the sort of insects that you would totally expect to find in your kitchen garbage or in the trash can outside your home when you take the trash out.
And what about the number or the quantity of the, and we're talking about the Magnocelia scalaris, right?
Magnocelia scalaris.
I'm learning some words here. Okay, that specific insect, are there, in your opinion, a large number that would be associated with anything of any evidentiary value?
Because these insects are so small, they don't require much food. I've seen hundreds of these flies emerge from very small pieces of decomposing material. So the numbers associated in the garbage in the trash bag, I don't think is remarkable. There's not a huge number of them that would indicate something large decomposing.
Are Magnocelia scalarius considered early colonizers to a dead body or not?
When they show up to decomposing human remains, they're typically not an early colonizer. They generally show up in late decomposition, one of the last flies that actually will colonize a dead body.
Judge, I hate to say this while we're discussing this topic, but this might be a good breaking point for lunch.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's maybe breaking for lunch for them, but we are going to take a break for the day. We are halfway through day 21, and we've got the next portion of day 21 we're going to have to play for tomorrow. So things are getting really interesting now. Now things are actually getting interesting. And we just saw the expert right here contradict the expert and the prosecution's expert, saying that there's no signs of decomposition in the trunk, or at least the fly was not considered a sign of decomposition in the trunk. Just one leg of a fly, it's not going to work. It's not going to do it. So that is getting interesting. So we'll see more about the defense's case tomorrow, and as we hopefully get through this trial soon, I'll move on to closing arguments. All right, thank you all for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.